Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 2G. Chapter 51. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? The screams resounded all over the world. Sanji was clutching his right knee and his forehead was sweating coldly. A painful color on the face. Speaking of which, Sanji also fought against Bluno, the Horn of CP9, when he was on the sea train before. At that time, the Horn Bluno also used Iron Body, one of Marine 6 styles, to defend. However, under Sanji's gusty kicking skills, Bluno's Iron Body was almost broken by Sanji's kick. Because of this, after seeing Maien use the Iron Body just now, Sanji's heart was still a little bit happy. There is a thought that Maien has finally revealed his flaws. But the facts prove how stupid Sanji's idea is. He thought he was proud of the second-level ground meat that can kick Maien's Iron Body just like kicking the Horn Bluno. But when Sanji's big black leather shoes were thrown on Maien, a huge counter-shock force suddenly came. It seems that Sanji is not playing Maien with second-level ground meat. It's himself. Accompanied by the force of the counter-shock, Sanji's right leg immediately made a noise. Click. Sanji's kneecap is cracked. But this is already extremely lucky. After all, Sanji only attacked Maien with second-level ground meat. Advertisement. If it were to attack Maien with the strongest first-level ground meat, then Sanji's legs would have been scrapped at this moment. The Iron Body used by Maien is completely different from the Iron Body used by garbage-like Bluno. Neither defense nor hardness can be compared at all. Like diamonds and scrap iron, Sanji is one of the three great forces of the Straw Hat group anyway. It's easy to kick a piece of scrap metal with his legs. But encountering diamonds is destined to be irresponsible. At the same time, Zoro's sword-holding hands were also cracked by the force of the counter-shock. Pattern. The blood flowed down Zoro's hands slowly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But Zoro can no longer take care of his injury. His gaze hasn't left Maien for half a minute since just now. Has been locked tightly, although I don't want to admit it. But the marine soldier named Maien Nig, indeed has the ability to kill anyone in their Straw Hat group. However, Yi Suo Da's character, he will not retreat. Even with his current strength, Maien can't be stopped. But if Maien really wants to violently kill, then Zoro can at least guarantee that the first person to die is definitely himself. At this time, all the CP9 members standing on the Tower of Justice were not calm. Advertisement. All of them clenched their fists, including Leopard Lu Chi, their eyes flickering. Although their plan to kill with a sword has already succeeded. Maien is now in a manpower battle with everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. But all CP9 members were not happy to see this. Otonashi Fukuro was even more depressed. After all, the scene in front of you has said everything. The Straw Hat Pirates is not Maien's opponent at all. As soon as the battle began, Maien would be horribly beaten by Maien in the three major battles of the Straw Hat Regiment as soon as they were about to meet each other. The Straw Hat boy Monkey D. Luffy was beaten up directly. Haven't stood up yet. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro was shocked and his mouth cracked, blood flowing. I can't hold the sword in my hand. Blackfoot Sanji clutched his right leg and rolled on the ground in pain. Maybe from now on, we will depend on crutches for life. In this case, still borrowing the sword to kill. Kill your sister. Seeing this, Khalifa, Lion Snuggle, Kaku, Jabra, Otonashi Fukuro on the Tower of Justice all turned to look at Rob Lucci standing in the middle. They can't wait any longer. If Maien really slaughtered the Straw Hat Pirates alone, it would be a great contribution. Compare them to CP9 members in an instant. Advertisement. As the patron saint of Judicial Island, at the moment when the Straw Hat Pirates invaded Judicial Island, if Maien was allowed to stand out alone, what face would they have CP9 standing on Judicial Island from now on? Feeling the eyes gathered on him, Leopard Lu Chi nodded immediately. Moonwalk. Just as Lu Chi nodded, the five Kakus all spoke together. With the sound of bang, bang, and bang, all CP9 members, except Lu Chi, stepped on Moonwalk and rushed towards the Straw Hat Pirates on the opposite side. This is the beginning of the melee. Seeing this, Maien's mouth immediately raised a smug smile. After all, if he wants to, Maien can beat Straw Hat crew all by himself before CP9 and others join the battle. But that would be boring. In Maien's heart, he was more disgusting than the guy Straw Hat crew 9. If it weren't for Nico Robin to know Maien's secret, he would be more willing to kill all CP9 crews than Straw Hat crew Maien. Based on this, Maien has been dangling the Straw Hat Regiment from the very beginning. Did not use all his strength. Otonashi Fukuro, isn't this grandson trying to kill someone with a sword? Even so, Maien simply repeats the same trick. All CP9 members wanted to kill Maien with the help of Straw Hat crew. Maien used Straw Hat crew's hand to kill all CP9 members. Get rid of the obstructive guy. Maien's heart can be very happy. Chapter 52. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Grand Line, Justice Island. This island, the square in front of the court. Kaku and others have joined the battle. Started a fight with the Straw Hat Pirates. watching the situation gradually develop in the unfavorable direction of the Straw Hat group. Only a bang. Wong Luffy finally walked from the ruins of the collapsed court. At the moment, he was completely red. Exudes enthusiasm. The second gear is already used. Damn blue-haired bastard. Second gear. Luffy rushed straight towards Maien. Fast. Jet pistol. In the process of rushing towards Maien, Luffy kept using the jet pistol. Whoosh. Dozens of hot shock waves hit Maien instantly. Paper arts. Looking at the dozens of jet pistols that hit him, Maien's body suddenly became abnormally soft. Avoid Luffy's long-range attacks. In the meantime, Luffy's figure has come to Maien's body. There is no hesitation to say. Countless hot fist shadows instantly waved to Maien. Jet gun. At the beginning of the battle with Maien, Luffy used his strongest second block trick. Advertisement. It is conceivable how cautious Luffy is to Maien's strength. Never let him be careless. Must be preemptive. I have to say that Wong Luffy's thinking is correct. But this does not make up for the great strength gap between him and Maien. Not to mention Maien knows too. At this moment, Nico Robin on the Tower of Justice is still watching eagerly. Iron body steel. Facing Luffy's jet machine gun, Maien used the iron body without hesitation. And to be foolproof, specially used an enhanced version of iron body. Makes Maien's body's defense and hardness suddenly strengthened. Boom 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 boom. When Luffy's hot fist hit Maien's abnormally hard body, a loud noise suddenly erupted. The sound only made when the steel is struck vigorously with a hard object. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At this moment, he appeared in this square in front of the court. There was a bang over the entire island. The sound is endless. It brought a feast of noise to the ears of everyone present. Everyone is covering their ears. All focused on the battle in the center of the square. At this moment, because of the battle between Luffy and Maien, even the 5 CP9 and Straw Hat crew who were in a fierce battle stopped their actions. Truce for now, just to see if Luffy's jet machine gun can destroy Maien's iron body. But there is no doubt that whether it is all CP9 or Straw Hat crew, the idea at the moment is the same. Defeat him. Advertisement. Kill him. Let him feel the fear. After all, unconsciously, Maien has become the enemy of everyone present. Rao as Rob Lucci on the Tower of Justice, clenched his fists now. Nico Robin and Frankie are even more nervous. Only Spandam is different. Pray silently for Maien in my heart. It's ridiculous. At this moment, there is only Spandam, who hopes that Maien will not be defeated by Luffy. Putting everyone's expressions in his eyes, Maien's mouth immediately evoked a smug smile. I'm so embarrassed. Let you down. Finger pistol. When Maien's voice sounded, the faces of everyone present were all pale. But the expression of Straw Hat crew is more frightening than everyone. The pupils in the eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. The faces are no one to speak of. Puff. Loudly. Maien's index finger penetrated Luffy's shoulder without hesitation. The blood drifted out instantly. Splash on the ground with a click. Splashed on Maien's face. Luffy. The heart-piercing shouts sounded. It turned out to be coming from behind. Maien slowly turned around. Advertisement. Looking at Nico Robin on the Tower of Justice who was looking to split, Maien doesn't have the slightest emotion in his eyes. He lifted Luffy's blood-filled index finger on his mouth. Smell a strong smell of blood. Maien made a hush gesture to Nico Robin on the Tower of Justice. The intention is self-evident. Shut your mouth. This is why Maien does not kill Luffy. Speaking of which, Shikai's finger pistol Maien can penetrate Luffy's chest. Take the opportunity to poke a big hole in his heart. In this way, even with the protagonist's Halo blessing, Wong Luffy will undoubtedly die. But the point is that a dog will jump the wall if it is anxious. If Maien really kills King Luffy in front of Nico Robin, who knows what this crazy woman will do? In case of shouting out Maien's secret directly here. Maien is really going to kill. As a last resort, Maien still didn't want to do it. But there is one thing Maien has to let Nico Robin understand. Don't mess with me. Urgent. Next time I use finger pistol to penetrate his chest. Looking at the shocked Nico Robin on the Tower of Justice, Maien pointed to his chest. Seeing Maien's movements in his eyes, Nico Robin nodded to Maien in the square immediately. It's like a chicken pecking rice. Don't hesitate. Quick exception. Chapter 53. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Spandam's wretched laughter sounded. Looking at Maien in the middle of the square in front of the court, the more and more pleasing the eye. After all, Maien is so sensible. Obviously. After seeing Maien's actions to Nico Robin, Spandam misunderstood something. He thought Maien warned Nico Robin for him. Don't expect others to save you anymore. Die this heart. It is your only choice to follow the commander-in-chief and pass the gate of justice honestly. Be honest. Otherwise, I will use finger pistol to pierce the heart of the Straw Hat boy. Listening to Spandam smile, looking at Maien in the distance, the leopard Lucci's face was as dark as the bottom of the pot. Obviously, after seeing Maien's actions against Nico Robin, leopard Lucci also misunderstood something. Provocative. This is a naked provocation. Maien Nig, this bastard, made it to him on purpose. Did you see it? I defeated the Straw Hat Boy. The finger pistol you were most proud of. Damn it. Khalifa, Jabra, Lion Snuggle, Ottawa Fukuro, and Kaku in the square looked extremely gloomy. K. Maien is all alone in the limelight. From now on Judicial Island, they are afraid that they will no longer be qualified to arrogantly CP9. Luffy, how are you? Zoro and others have come to Wong Luffy's side. The whole floor is already the blood of King Luffy. Looking at the big hole in Luffy's shoulder poked by Maien with finger pistol, Chopper hurriedly bandaged Luffy. It's okay, it's just a little painful. Advertisement. Wong Luffy smiled forcefully. When speaking, his eyes were fixed on Maien in front of him. The hatred is self-evident. But his hands couldn't help trembling. The shock in my heart is even greater. Can I really beat him? Looking at Maien in front of him, Luffy's belief in saving Robin was shaken for the first time. After all, in the face of Maien of Iron Body, Luffy tried his best and couldn't defeat him by directly using the second most powerful jet machine gun. Instead, his hands were numb. Can't even grab a fist for a while. In contrast, Maien, with just one finger pistol easily penetrated his shoulder. Let him fall instantly, even if you want to get up in a short time. This feeling of powerlessness Luffy had only felt it once before. It was when facing Marine Admiral Aokiji. Because of this, Luffy will develop second and third gears. The purpose is to protect his partner as before when he faces a stronger enemy. But Luffy didn't expect it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Even if the second gear is used, he is still vulnerable in front of Maien. Zoro, take everyone back. Luffy spoke suddenly. Stay back. Zoro and others were taken aback when they heard this. But your wound is still bleeding. Chopper said worriedly. He hasn't helped Luffy bandage the wound on his shoulder. I said, step back. Luffy gritted his teeth. The tone is full of firmness. Chopper wants to say something more. Advertisement. A big hand was pressed on his shoulder. Looking back, Chopper found that Zoro's face was more serious than ever. Listen to the captain. Zoro said so. Seeing this, Chopper could only shut his mouth obediently. Step back quickly with Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro. Seeing this, Kaku and others frowned. I don't know what Straw Hat Crew wants to do. Only Maien looked as usual. If he guessed correctly, Wong Luffy is ready to use third gear. After all, there is only this way now. Even the jet gun can't hurt Maien. What else can I do without using the more powerful third gear King Luffy? But Maien is not ready to stop King Luffy. There are two reasons. 1. Maien wants to know if he can hold Wong Luffy's third gear with his current strength. 2. Although Wong Luffy's third block target is him. But Kaku and others, who are very close to Maien, are bound to be involved. Maien is waiting for the CP9 guy to die quickly. How can you stop King Luffy from helping him clear the target at this moment? A good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Maien said everything should be watched by Wong Luffy. At this moment, Luffy had already stood up. Pale. Floating footsteps. The big hole in the shoulder is still bleeding. Pattern. The blood dripped on the ground, splashing little blood. Advertisement. Seeing such a Straw Hat Boy, Kaku and others all showed disdain. After all, whoever looks at it, the King Luffy at this moment is already at the end of the battle. What if I stand up again? Ridiculous persistence. Hey, blue-haired bastard. Listen to Zoro, your name is Maien, right? Luffy raised his head, staring at Maien firmly. Maien Nigel. Maien replied, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am a man destined to become One Piece. Wong Luffy called out his classic declaration to Maien. At the same time, place the thumb of your right hand in your mouth. Pouch. Ha ha ha. Kaku and the others couldn't help laughing at what the Straw Hat Boy said. Even Spandam and Rob Lucci on the Tower of Justice both ticked the corners of their mouths. Snuggle, did you hear it? This guy says he wants to become One Piece. Just rely on him. I bother. Quote. The humiliation is endless. But Luffy was indifferent. He has experienced this kind of experience countless times. I've long been used to not being angry. But at this moment, an unbelievable scene happened to Luffy. Because when he made this ridiculous declaration, when everyone around was laughing at him. Even Zoro and others can only remain silent during this period. The blue-haired bastard in front of him nodded without hesitation. Okay, I know. Chapter 54. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The whole audience was silent. Maien's simple sentence, 4 words, blanked the brain of everyone present. When Luffy made his declaration that he wanted to become One Piece, everyone here was treated as a joke. Only Maien answered. He answered with a serious attitude. Okay, I know. Otherwise, Maien didn't say anything. What I believe you must be possible. You can do it. Come on, boy. Maien is not a patient with secondary disease. In this case, he can neither say nor speak. But the point is, being the One Piece is Luffy's dream. As for human dreams, Maien felt that they should not be ridiculed. Even if this dream is too unrealistic, you should also give your own answer in a serious manner. The attitude of Kaku and others is wrong. Spandam and Leopard Lucky's disdainful laughter is wrong. Even the silence of Zoro and others is wrong. Here at the moment, an 18-year-old boy was covered with blood and scars, facing an enemy many times stronger than him. But still do not forget the original intention. Shouted his dream loudly. Advertisement. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am a man destined to become One Piece. Even so, Maien felt that he was born to answer this. Speaking of, there are many characters that Maien likes in One Piece. But there are very few hate characters. Blackbeard Teach is the one that Maien hates most. But what I have to say is, even so, there is a word from that bastard Blackbeard that deserves recognition. Human dreams will never end. Hee hee. Hearing Maien's words, Luffy's mouth immediately raised a smile. Sure enough, you guy is really interesting. All the people here are different. Maien shrugged. Don't comment on what Luffy said. Damn, what the hell is Maien doing? On the Tower of Justice, Spandam's face was already extremely gloomy. Maien bastard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The Straw Hat Boy is talking crazy. What is this guy going to join in the fun? At this moment, looking at Maien standing in the middle of the square in front of the court, Spandam looked at Maien again. But Spandam didn't see it. When he jumped madly at Maien, Nico Robin behind him brightened. Robin thought Maien was the same person as Spandam and Leopard Lucky. But it wasn't until just now that she realized that Maien is different from the Marine on this island. After all, as long as it is a normal Marine, he will not give a serious answer to what Luffy said just now. Thinking of this, Nico Robin's mind suddenly changed. A bold idea instantly appeared in the depths of her mind. At this moment, Luffy also began to blow into the thumb of his mouth. Advertisement. With a steady stream of air pour into your thumbs. Luffy's right hand swelled quickly. This is. Seeing this, Kaku and others were all surprised. Damn, you can't let the Straw Hat Kid complete this trick. Werewolf Jabra said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he was ready to use Shave to attack Luffy. I want to kill Luffy before he finishes his third gear. But at this moment, a big hand was pressed on his shoulder. Don't worry, Mr. Jabra. Maien smiled and said. The Straw Hat Boy is at the end of the battle, don't worry. Quote. Seeing Maien, the werewolf Jabra couldn't say anything. Just like a puppy that was kicked. He nodded silently. Kaku, Khalifa, Lion Snuggle, Otonashi Fukuro were originally the same as the werewolf Jabra. I also wanted to take the opportunity to attack Luffy to prevent him from using third gear. Hearing Maien's words, the four of them could only stop. After all, Maien is ostensibly blocking the werewolf Jabra. But in fact it is warning everyone. This lunatic. At this point, Kaku and others can only use the iron body in advance. Then looked at the Straw Hat Boy in front of him with an uneasy expression. At this time, Luffy's right hand had swelled into a giant. The same as the arm of a giant. Keep the square in front of the court clean. Advertisement. Third gear. Rubber giant gun. Luffy waved his huge right hand with all his strength. Head straight to Maien, Kaku and others. Woo. Wong Luffy's huge fist hasn't hit Maien, Kaku and others. But a huge storm has already hit the face. Otonashi Fukuro and Khalifa, as well as the Lion Snuggle, are all those who are incapable of being able to move straight back by the wind and waves at this moment. Even the werewolf Jabra and the square-nosed man Kaku can't be indifferent. Only Maien looked complacent. The heels are rooted on the ground. Makes his whole body motionless. Seeing this, Luffy smiled unabated. The fighting spirit is even worse. Speaking of which, the scene where Maien prevented Jabra from launching an attack just now Luffy was also clearly watching. Luffy also understands the intention of Maien. Of course. Luffy would not think that Maien was doing this to help him. That guy must want to see if he can catch his punch. Really, Maien, you really are an interesting guy. When the rubber giant gun was about to hit Maien's body, Luffy finally couldn't bear his inner excitement and shouted at Maien. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Maien said nothing. But there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. This is the moment that belongs to Maien and Luffy. A battle between a person with dreams and another person with dreams. Chapter 55. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Iron body steel. A loud noise. Luffy's rubber giant gun hit Maien's body fiercely. Even if Maien has used iron body. But a huge force still hit Maien's body. I go. Maien felt pain for the first time. The feet began to move backwards crazy. Stab it. In the process of moving backwards, Maien's feet rubbed against the ground and sparks. A scorched peculiar smell permeated out. During this period, the five of Kaku, Khalifa, Lion Snuggle, Otonashi Fukuro, and Jabra could no longer withstand the power of the Luffy rubber giant gun. Was beaten up one after another. Swish. Except for Leopard Lucky, all CP9 members slammed into the Tower of Justice. Maien alone is still strong. Luffy's terrifying rubber giant gun was blocked by Maien alone. But at this moment, Luffy even contained the thumb of his left hand in his mouth. With a violent blow, Luffy's left arm also swelled quickly. A two-pronged approach. Seeing this, Maien smiled unabated. There is no fear in the whole person. Bring it on. Monkey D. Luffy. Third gear. Rubber giant gun. Advertisement. Yeah, Luffy's roar resounded all over the world. Squeeze the last bit of strength in the body. He waved his huge left hand to Maien fiercely. At the same time, the right hand is also hard. Two huge fists hit Maien's body together like this. Boom. There was another loud noise. It is not at all comparable to the previous loud noise. At this moment, the loud noise spread throughout the entire Judicial Island. Everyone who heard this loud noise had a numb scalp. Damn rubber bastard. Maien only had time to say this. The whole person shot backwards quickly. Swish. Extremely fast. You know, Luffy's third gear is powerful. In the original book, even the leopard Lucky was shot by a giant rubber gun and flew out 100 meters. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At that time, Lucci had already used his devil fruits abilities. The whole person turned into a leopard form. Originally Lucci had 4,000 powers. The ability of using devil fruit will be doubled in the future. The 8,000 strength leopard Lucky can't stop Luffy's rubber giant gun. What's more, Maien has suffered 2 streaks at the moment. It's just that Luffy's rubber giant gun is so powerful. But wanting to hurt Maien with this is still a bit whimsical. Maien was beaten up at this moment. It's completely planned. And his purpose of doing this. Advertisement. The Tower of Justice behind him. Boom. Maien's body slammed into the wall of the Tower of Justice. At the same time, Luffy's 2 huge fists also blasted fiercely. The speed is not reduced at all. Looking at the 2 rubber giant guns of Luffy, they slammed on the towering Tower of Justice. Leopard Lucky finally moved. Moonwalk. The voice just fell. Lucci carried Spandam in one hand, Robin and Frankie in the other and stepped into the air. What? Spandam yelled. The whole person is terrified to the extreme. Just then, the 2 rubber giant guns that Luffy tried hard to use finally blasted fiercely on the walls of the Tower of Justice. Only a loud bang was heard. 2 huge fists directly penetrated the Tower of Justice horizontally. After this heavy blow, the Tower of Justice could no longer hold on, and began to collapse. Countless gravel fell to the ground. Dust is coming. At this moment, one of the 5 largest buildings on Judicial Island. The Tower of Justice has become a ruin. Speaking of it, Maien's responsibility is still a little bit of it. He had briefly played against Leopard Lucci in Spandam's office before. Under the collision of tricks, the Tower of Justice is already torn apart. Now that Wong Luffy's 2 rubber giant guns blast like this, he can't bear it anymore. It's over. This is all over. Advertisement. Holding Lucky's arm. Looking down at the Tower of Justice that slowly collapsed. Spandam's face was extremely pale. As the commander of Judicial Island. If the destruction of the Tower of Justice spreads to the world government and naval headquarters, Spandam's future career is not ruined. It will also become a major stain in his career. I'm going to kill the Straw Hat Boy. Looking at the Tower of Justice that was blasted by Luffy's 2 punches, Leopard Lucci's eyes were already full of killing intent. Hearing Lucci's words, Spandam just wanted to nod his head in agreement. But after seeing Nico Robin in front of him, he immediately changed his mind. No, now the Straw Hat Kid is not the main thing. The important thing is to escort Nico Robin to the Gate of Justice. Spandam raised his head and said to Lucky. This guy's thoughts are still very clear. No matter how angry, the Tower of Justice has been destroyed. This responsibility, he Spandam will bear no matter what. Only Nico Robin can save him. Make up for it. But Lucci still wanted to argue. Spandam said directly in a commanding tone. It's nothing, do as I say. Lucci nodded helplessly. Foot moonwalk. Carrying Spandam, Robin and Frankie, they walked towards the Bridge of Hesitation. At this moment, in the ruins below, Maien's figure slowly emerged in the dust. Chapter 56. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at Lucky going away, Maien's mouth immediately raised a tricky smile. Shave. The corner of his mouth murmured a word. Maien's figure suddenly disappeared in place. He rushed to the square in front of the court at an incredible speed. And at this moment, due to the side effects of using third gear, Wong Luffy has become a child. The injury on his body was already extremely serious. After firing out 2 rubber giant guns, Wong Luffy could no longer hold on to fainting completely. Zoro and others saw this rushing to Luffy's side. Chopper hurried to heal Luffy. But at this moment, a gust of wind hits his face. Zoro and others looked back. The pupils in the eyes shrank into pinpoints. His complexion also became pale. No trace of bloody kind. Because behind them, Maien was waving at them friendly. There is no sign of injury all over. The whole person looks the same as before. Except for the unchanging white shirt with a little more dust. This marine soldier, who has been the nightmare of the Straw Hat Regiment since just now, once again appeared intact in front of Zoro and others. The lingering soul. Damn it. This monster. Strange, didn't Luffy hit this guy with the 2 punches just now? Advertisement. How can you still stand up? Maien Nigel. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, Nami looked at Maien in front of him, gritted their teeth and said. The teeth are bleeding. My mind is really not enough right now. After all, even if they rack their brains, Zoro and others can't think of a way to defeat Maien. In other words, can the marine soldier named Maien really be defeated? Even Luffy's 2 rubber giant guns are completely useless. What if they use all their strength for feeding? Thinking of this, the eyes of Zoro and others were filled with despair. I give you 2 choices. Looking at the desperate Zoro and others in front of him, Maien smiled and raised his scissors hands. First, stun yourself. Second, I'll help you stun yourself. What are you kidding? Hearing Maien's words, Zoro immediately drew 3 sword from his waist. Then he turned his head and said to Sanji sad face, read more at hotmtl novel.zi. You take Luffy and they go first, I'll come to the back of the palace. No, I'm coming to the queen. Sanji shook his head decisively. No, none of you can leave. Maien's voice came in untimely. As soon as the voice fell, he rushed towards Zoro and the others. Fast, came to Zoro in the blink of an eye. Finger pistol. Swish, and swish, 2 beeps. Advertisement. Maien uses both hands together. 2 index fingers poked at Zoro's shoulder like lightning. Just like 2 lion majesty. Puff, puff. Maien's finger pistol easily penetrated Zoro's shoulder. The blood is instant. Zoro's white shirt dyed red quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Only then did Zoro feel a huge pain in his shoulder. Accompanied by the 2 blood holes on the shoulders, Zoro's strength slowly disappeared like blood. The left and right-handed 3rd generation Ghost Toru and Yukizo are getting heavier. The Hidaoyi text in the mouth is even more serious. Bang dang. 3 sword fell to the ground. Puffing. Zoro fell helplessly. There is darkness in front of us. The body becomes extremely tired. Zoro could no longer hold on and closed his eyes. Like Wong Luffy, he passed out completely. Zoro. Seeing this, the 3 of Usopp Nami Chopper let out a heart-piercing roar. Sanji is desperate for a split list. What the hell did you guy do? I have given you a choice. Looking at Sanji's extremely angry face, Maien spread his hands and said. You don't cherish opportunities yourself. Advertisement. You bastard. Yell again. Sanji's eyes flashed with determination. Next second, Sanji suddenly turned frantically on the spot. Due to the terrifying speed, a storm was rolled up all around. Stab it. Countless sparks splashed in the process of the big dark leather shoes quickly rubbing against the floor. A strong peculiar smell also permeated everywhere. As if something was scorched. Seeing this, the 3 of Nami Usopp Chopper were all stunned. I don't understand what Sanji is doing right now. Only Maien looked indifferent. He who is familiar with One Piece knows that Sanji is preparing his big move right now. Devil Foot. Relying on the high-speed rotation, the feet produce high temperature and become crimson red. In this way, the speed of kicking out with both feet will be faster. And because of the high temperature, even the enemy's bones can be burnt when kicking at the target, and the power can be seen in Madara. In the original book, the werewolf Jabra was killed by Sanji's demon foot. However, in Maien's view, Jabra's fiasco was not so much the power of Sanji's devilish feet, it was the stupidity of Jabra itself. Facing Sanji's devilish feet, Jabra chose to use Iron Body for defense. Isn't this for nothing? The Iron Body can't stop the high temperature no matter how it can be carried. Facing Sanji's devilish feet, the only way to deal with it is to head on. Maien wanted to take a look. Whose foot is better? Chapter 57. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sizzle. Countless enthusiasm is coming out. The terrifying heat makes the space distorted for a while. Under the frantic rotation, the ground under Sanji's feet is a bit sticky. About to be roasted. Devilish feet. Sanji raised his right leg. The whole foot and the big dark leather shoes have turned crimson. Exudes a heat wave symbolizing high temperatures. Seeing this, the eyes of the 3 Nami Usopp Choppers suddenly lit up. Hope is born. At the moment when Luffy and Zoro fell one after another, Sanji's hidden tricks gave them hope. If you have the ability, use the Iron Body to pick it up. Sanji spoke to Maien. The tone is full of provocation. Upon hearing Sanji's words, Maien's lips twitched. Disdainful. What is the meaning of Sanji's words? Maien knew it all. Naked and fierce generals. Having said that, although the Iron Body can be used for defense, it cannot prevent the high temperature. If Maien really presses Sanji, he will use Iron Body to hold this demon foot. Even if you are not defeated, you will inevitably suffer. The little bitch broke so badly. Ha ha. Maien, who had seen everything, immediately clicked the corner of her mouth. Decisively countered. The defeated general is really embarrassed to say. It's the same as not knowing who was the one who was rolling on the floor holding his leg in pain. Advertisement. As predicted, Sanji was irritated. But he didn't immediately attack Maien. Looking at Maien's eyes, Sanji was still full of vigilance. Even if you have confidence in your own devilish feet. But Sanji also understands. There is only one chance. With Maien's terrifying power and speed, he will never have a second kick. First level ground meat. Thinking of this, Sanji did not hesitate to use his strongest kicking skills. The power of the first level ground meat plus the power of the devil's feet. At this moment, Sanji has all his cards. In order to protect the lives of the Straw Hat teammates, Sanji rushed towards Maien on the opposite side like lightning. Flew out fiercely with one kick. Tempest kick. Feeling the heat wave in front of him, Maien immediately raised his leg. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At this moment, Maien clearly saw the corner of Sanji's mouth in front of him. Lift a confident smile. Obviously, in Sanji's view, Maien's Tempest kick is not his opponent of Devilish Foot. After all, Maien had also used Tempest kick in front of him before. Although the power is amazing. But it depends on whom to compare. Originally, he couldn't stop the terrifying Tempest kick. But at the moment, it's Maien's turn to stop his demons. You lose. Sanji's demon feet haven't attacked Maien's body yet. The whole person has already made a judgment on the result of this battle. But at the moment when Sanji's mouth lifted a smile, Maien's mouth also lifted a smile. Advertisement. Don't know why. Seeing this, Sanji suddenly felt a great anxiety. Oh, Mr. Sanji, why do you think that I have tried my best with the previous Tempest kick? While speaking, Maien's eyes clearly flashed a touch of cunning. At the same time, his raised leg was at the end. There was only a harsh, crisp sound. The sound is like a sword out of its sheath. A wave of silver light appeared in the air. Tempest kick. Enhanced edition. Maien looked up. Looking at the front of Sanji, there is no emotion in his eyes. Hiss. Seeing this, Sanji suddenly gasped. Frightened and horrified. The reason is not that Maien's eyes have no emotion at all. But the silver light wave in front of you. The length reaches a distance of 100 meters. It's like a huge sword that will tear the world apart. Cut across to Sanji fiercely. Accompanied by the sound of woo, Maien's enhanced Tempest kick set off a huge storm in the process of beheading Sanji. The three of Nami Usopp Chopper, who had been shocked, were all overthrown by the storm. Even Sanji's figure was a little unstable by the wind and waves. By now, only then did Sanji understand how ridiculous his thoughts are. From the beginning, he was destined not to be Maien's opponent. This is a battle without suspense. The result has already been set in advance. Advertisement. Boom. Sanji's devilish feet slammed into Maien's enhanced Tempest kick. There was a huge explosion. No surprises. Sanji is defeated. The whole person smashed to the ground at an extremely fast speed. With the wind of swish. The moment it hit the ground, the 100-meter ground around Sanji instantly cracked. Countless cracks are everywhere. At the same time, the silver light wave, which is like a great sword, is still speeding up. Cut straight on the square in front of the court. I only heard a crash. The 100-meter-long silver light wave is just like cutting tofu. Divide the huge court square in two. One can imagine how powerful Maien's enhanced Tempest kick is. What? Seeing this, the three of Nami Usopp Chopper shouted in shock. Hugged together and burst into tears. Can't stand up at all. After all, the current situation is really terrifying. With Maien's foot, the center of the square in front of the court has become a huge crack. The cliff is full of sight. The people on the square are also clearly distinguished. Maien on the left, on the right is the three great forces of the Straw Hat group that fainted on the ground. And the cowardly trio who is crying. This moment. The Straw Hat pirates have been completely dismantled by Maien alone. Chapter 58. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sanji, Zoro, Luffy. The timid trio held the Straw Hat group for three great strengths, crying bitterly. Listening to the constant pain in her ears, Maien was already impatient. Don't you need money for tears? Maien covered her ears, silently looking at the three of Usopp Nami Chopper opposite. Shave. Can no longer bear the torture of the noise to the ears. Maien strode across the huge crack in front of him. Flashed in front of the timid trio. Ah, help. Seeing Maien suddenly appear in front of him, Nami waved his hand frantically. But Usopp had already fainted now. Obviously I can't count on it. Chopper stood up bravely. Take out the blue wave ball from the bag. Unfortunately, because of the fear of Maien, Chopper's hands have been trembling. Only a boom was heard. The blue wave ball that was just taken out of the bag, Chopper accidentally fell on the ground before eating it. Guru roll forward, as if gods will make people. The blue wave ball happened to roll to Maien's feet. The atmosphere is dead. The air seems to freeze. Chopper was embarrassed. Nami has a desire to die. Advertisement. Maien bent down and picked up the blue wave ball at her feet. Playing with interest in his hands. That is mine. Chopper pointed carefully at the blue wave fairway in Maien's hand. I know. Maien nodded. Then can you return it to me? Chopper said while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Of course. Maien smiled and agreed. The finger suddenly flicked. Swish. The blue wave ball in Maien's hand quickly shot towards Chopper not far away. It's fast. Make Chopper's naked eye unable to catch it at all. There is no way to avoid it. Boom. With a crisp sound. The blue wave ball steadily hit Chopper's forehead. The moment it hits the forehead, the blue wave ball suddenly turned into a cloud of powder mist. Severe pain came in an instant. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chopper's forehead is obviously red and swollen. But Chopper didn't have time to make any screams, and darkness struck in front of him. There was a puff. Chopper fell straight to the ground. Completely fainted. Chopper. Seeing this, Nami's face instantly paled. An unnamed fire rose instantly in Nami's heart. You bastard. Nami plucked up the courage to stand up. Take out the weather stick that Usopp made for her. Advertisement. Without a word, he rushed towards Maien. I don't like hitting women. Maien looked at Nami helplessly. But there is no pause in the movements of the hands. There was a crisp sound. Maien's big hands were sturdily fanned against Nami's white and pink cheeks. Accompanied by a huge force, Nami was directly slapped backwards by Maien's slap and flew out. While flying backwards, Nami's pretty face quickly became red and swollen. Ruddy lips also have a hint of bloodline. There was a puff. Nami hit the ground hard. A muffled hum. The whole person passed out completely. But seeing this, Maien nodded. There was a saying, it's okay. After all, if Nami can stand up, Maien's next slap will have to do her best. Although Nami is very beautiful. But for Maien, who is familiar with One Piece, it is impossible for him to be interested in a woman like Nami. In Maien's heart, even if she was looking for a woman, she was looking for someone who didn't have much scheming. For women like Nami, Robin, and Khalifa in CP9, Maien can't bear it. One by one is not only extremely clever, but also extremely tricky. Behind the angelic face, I don't know how many men's blood is on my hands. For such a woman, it is best to slap and pass out. After all, Maien can't guarantee that Nami's beauty plan will not work for him. Call. Looking at Nami who had passed out, Maien let out a sigh of relief. Then turned around and looked at Usopp lying on the ground not far away. A bored expression said, what are you waiting for? Advertisement. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence again. Just because when Maien's words blurted out, Usopp lying on the ground visibly moved. That is an unavoidable action under extreme tension. That's right. Since just now, Usopp has been pretending to be dizzy. The purpose is to attack Maien while he is completely relaxed. Come to a Jedi anti-kill. Unfortunately, Maien has already seen through Usopp's plan. After all, Usopp is timid. But in this kind of naughty eyes, he won't faint without saying anything. Anyone who has watched One Piece knows it. Good times rely on Luffy, adversities rely on Zoro, and despair rely on Usopp. In Maien's view, the reason why Usopp this guy can frequently stage the good show of the Jedi anti-kill is that the more difficult this guy is, the more soaring IQ is. It can be called a model of eagerness and wisdom. The same is true at the moment. How can Maien be better? A sudden sentence caught Usopp by surprise. The whole person is completely exposed. Under Maien's cold gaze, Usopp could only stand up slowly. Then took out a big hammer from the bag. Seeing this, Maien rolled her eyes speechlessly. Just wanted to kick Usopp. There was a boom in my ear. Maien looked up, suddenly found Usopp hit his head with a hammer. I choose one. After saying this, Usopp, whose head was bleeding, fell to the ground with a puff, and passed out completely. Maien looked dumbfounded. Chapter 59. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Maien looked at Usopp who had passed out suspiciously. I don't understand. Is this the last Tsunere? Anyway, the Straw Hat Pirates group is inevitably destroyed by Maien alone. Everyone fell too. Maien wanted to kill them easily. It's better to give yourself a good time. Unfortunately, Usopp didn't know. Maien didn't want to kill any of them right now. At least not now. Nico Robin is not dead yet. Straw Hat crew is still useful in Maien's hands. Of course, if Nico Robin is not obedient, Maien will not be merciful. The gate of air. Maien waved his hand. There was a sudden ripple in the space in front of you. There was a click. A transparent door emerged out of thin air. Maien kept holding hands. One by one, the Straw Hat crew was thrown into the air gate. Speaking of, the ability of the door fruit is quite strong. A lot of use, such as the gate of air. Not only can move secretly. And it can be stored. In the gray space, Maien can put everything in it. Advertisement. It is a mobile warehouse in Maien. Eliminate the trouble of carrying around. The stuff in it can be guaranteed not to be found by anyone. The practicality is perfect. In contrast, the guy with horns, Bluno, is really a waste. Having such a convenient devil fruit is not easy to use. One mind to study Marine 6 styles. A violent thing. It's not. Just as Maien threw all the Straw Hat crew into the door of space, a suspicious voice suddenly sounded behind her. Maien looked back. As predicted, it is the guy from CP9. Black Silk Royal Sister Khalifa. Box Nose Male Kaku. The white-haired male lion snuggles up. Werewolf Jabra. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Zaba Ba Yin has no Fukuro. At this moment, all 5 of them have expressions of disbelief. Looking at Maien in front of him, his eyes are full of vigilance. Luffy's previous rubber giant gun shot all the 5 people out. They didn't wake up leisurely until just now. After finding someone fighting in the court square, the 5 of them rushed to the court square together. I never thought I saw an amazing scene when I first arrived. Looking at the transparent door in front of Maien, Kaku and others recognized it as the air door at a glance. It was the gate made by their colleague, Bluno, who made use of his fruitful power. But the point is, how can such a gate Maien be made? Think of it this way. Advertisement. After Bluno went to deal with the Straw Hat Boy before, he never came back. At that time, Maien was still fighting the Straw Hat Boy. Thinking of this, the faces of Kaku and others were already gloomy. Because they have guesses in their minds. Tell me about it, Commander. How did you get the fruit of the door? Kaku looked at Maien coldly. What's there to say? Maien waved. The air door closed immediately and slowly disappeared into the air. At the same time, Maien raised her head and said to Kaku again. Do you believe what I found? Asshole, what did you do to Bluno? The werewolf Jabra roared. Although CP9 is an assassination agency. But after years of getting along, Lucci and others still have some feelings. In the original work, Straw Hat Crew defeated Lucci and others. It is the horns Bluno used the ability of the door fruits to rescue Lucci and others one by one. Otherwise, Lucci and others, who had already lost their ability to act, would never survive under the order to kill the demons. How about entering CP0 after Lucci? It can be seen that the CP9 group is the same as Straw Hat Crew. They all regard members as important partners. This can be seen from the fact that the werewolf Jabra was originally afraid of Maien, but now he yelled at Maien for Bluno. To be honest, when I heard Jabra's roar, as Maien was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this little wolf still has a bit of conscience. Unfortunately, that conscience is not right to Maien. Mr. Jabra, you are also demon fruit power. Advertisement. Is it too stupid to ask this question? Maien sneered at Jabra and said. If I want your canine fruit, what do you think I will do? You bastard. Hearing Maien's words, Jabra's eyes immediately turned red. Kaku, Khalifa, Lion Snuggle, Otonashi Fukuro also exploded with great murderous intent right now. Although Maien kept asking, but the meaning in his words is self-evident. Because of the fruit of the door. Bluno is dead. Maien Nig killed it. There is no hesitation anymore. Jabra and Kaku decisively used the devil fruit ability. One becomes a wolf. One becomes a giraffe. Life is returned. As soon as the voice fell, the size of the lion Snuggle doubled. Otonashi Fukuro and Khalifa also put on a fighting pose right now. The war is about to start. Maien just solved Straw Hat Crew. If you don't give him a moment to breathe, he will usher in a battle with Kaku and others. Maien was still worried. I was afraid that after hearing the news of Bluno's death, Kaku and others would not fight him and ran to Spandam to give a small report. Maien would have a headache instead. After all, the game of cat and mouse is not something everyone wants to play. Now Kaku and others are going to avenge Bluno and fight him to the death. Maien really couldn't ask for it. Chapter 60. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The square in front of the court. Looking at Kaku and others in front of him, Maien's blood boiled. Speaking of, this is the first time Maien has played more with less. 1 hits 5, and the 5 people in front of Maien are all relatively powerful guys. Although singled out anyone is not Maien's opponent. But 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. If Kaku and others are really working together to besiege, Maien may not be able to secure the victory. What's more, they have worked together in CP9 for many years. A special tacit understanding has been formed between each other. Such a group of people really work together, and the strength they exert is far from being as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But that's the case, Maien's heart still couldn't stop excited. A heart is beating constantly. Bad. Maien was clutching her chest, and a helpless smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He finds that he likes to fight more and more now. Since crossing into the world of One Piece, Maien's battles with people totaled less than 10 times. But each game has greatly changed Maien's mood. From the very beginning, when fighting with Luffy, he calculated carefully. After that, the anger when fighting with Jabra was unusual. And collision with Rob Lucci's short-term trick. In addition, I just used Iron Body to hold Luffy's 2 rubber giant guns abruptly. Maien's attitude changed very obviously during the fight. He became fearless. Advertisement. He became extremely confident. He became daring to provoke anyone. He becomes never going back anytime. In the face of battle, Maien's mouth always has a signature smile. This is what is happening at this moment. I only give you 1 chance. Maien smiled and raised a finger at Kaku and others. If you can't grasp it, you will die terribly. Same as the Bluno guy. You. Hearing Maien's words, the 5 CP9 people who were already annoyed suddenly began to split their lists. The blue veins on his forehead burst out. Shave. There is no hesitation to say. CP9 5 people immediately turned into 5 figures and shot Maien. Divided into different angles. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Attack Maien frantically from different directions. Tempest Kick White Thunder. Death Finger Pistol Whip. Return of Life Lion Finger Pistol. Iron Body Spike. Beast Yan Ui Fukuro Ran Fist. The tricks are superimposed on each other, shrouded in every corner of Maien's body. This moment. There are countless attacks on every part of Maien's body. Make him unable to hide. Advertisement. As expected of it is CP9. Seeing this, Maien's eyes showed a touch of approval. After all, the 5 CP9 people have maximized their number advantage. Such a fierce attack is like a storm. If Maien uses paper arts in Marine 6 styles to evade, it's tantamount to humiliating herself. The south, east, north, west, up, down, left and right are all attacks by 5 CP9 people. Maien has no place to hide. And if Maien uses the iron body in Marine 6 styles for hard resistance, it is not a solution. Because that way, it hits the arms of the 5 CP9 people. They wish Maien did that. Water droplets go through Maien's iron body. No matter how hard it is, and how strong its defense is, it will definitely reveal its flaws under the continuous attack of the 5 CP9 players. The crisis has arrived. Under the joint attack of Kaku, Khalifa, Lion Snuggle, Otonashi Fukuro, and Jabra, Maien has no way to escape, no danger to avoid. Even choosing hard resistance is a kind of chronic suicide. But even so, Maien is still full of excitement. This feeling of death approaching made him go crazy. That's it. This is completely addictive. Looking at the 5 angry and distorted faces in front of him, the smile at the corner of Maien's mouth was not diminished. On the contrary, it is getting stronger. Take a gamble. A gleam of light passed by in his eyes. Maien locked his gaze tightly on Otonashi Fukuru's big face. Finger pistol. Pour all the power of your whole body into the index finger of your right hand. Maien poked it out without hesitation. Very fast anomaly. Advertisement. Obviously, the 5 CP9 people attacked first. But at this moment, before their attack fell on Maien, Maien's finger pistol had already arrived in front of Otonashi Fukuro. But this is justified. Maien's Dao power index is now as high as 10,000. Rao is not as good as the 5 CP9 people added together. Therefore, after using the power of the whole body, the power of Maien's finger pistol can be imagined. In the process of poking Fukuro Shongyanwu, the space around finger pistol was distorted. Draw a sizzle. This moment, the right to choose lies in front of Otonashi Fukuro. In the face of such a terrifying finger pistol, if Otonashi Fukuro does not use iron body to defend, his big face will definitely be penetrated by Maien. But if Otonashi Fukuro chooses to use iron body for defense, he must give up his attack on Maien. It's death or life. It's all between Otonashi Fukuro's thoughts. And it turns out, Maien is not wrong. Otonashi Fukuro is really afraid of death. Iron body. Just when Maien's finger pistol was about to pierce Otome Fukuro's big face, Otome Fukuro, who was already sweating coldly, immediately gave up his attack on Maien. Use iron body to defend. Just then, the 5 CP9 attack circles that were originally tightly closed, suddenly a flaw appeared. The attacks that continued to approach Maien from the southeast, northwest, up and down, due to Otonashi Fukuro's fear of death, finally allowed Maien to find a breakthrough. In other words, a space to escape. Paper Arts. Chapter 61. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Paper Arts. The moment the voice fell, Maien's body became abnormally soft again. The finger pistol poked by Fukuro Shong Otome was also recovered instantly. Maien hadn't planned to use finger pistol to poke Fukuro. The reason for this is to force Fukuro to use the iron body to defend, thus giving up the attack to give Maien a room to escape. A space where you can use paper arts to avoid the other 4 attackers. Of course, if Otonashi Fukuro is really not afraid of death, then Maien has nothing to say. Only the moment finger pistol penetrated Otome Fukuro's big face, Maien's body was also violently attacked by the other 4. 1 life for 1 life. No way. The battle itself is a fight. This is especially true of gambling in battle. Only this time, Maien won the bet. Shoo. Boom. Shoo. Countless voices exploded in Maien's body. The attacks of Kaku, Jabra, Khalifa, and the Lion Snuggle all fall. They do their best. The big beads of sweat rolled down along with the fierce attack. But even so, Maien is still unscathed. Under Marine 6 styles paper arts, Maien avoided all the attacks of the Kaku 4. After all, Maien's speed is much higher than the Kaku 4. Their attacks fell quickly in their own eyes. But in Maien's eyes, it was so slow. I said, you only have 1 chance. Maien's voice suddenly sounded. Without a trace of emotion. Advertisement. Like the call of hell. At this moment, the Kaku 4 were surprised to find that Maien in front of them suddenly disappeared in place. The counterattack starts now. Shave. That guy used a shave. Not good. Use iron body. Kaku, Khalifa, Lion Snuggle, and Jabra sound together. Full of deep fear. The pupils in the eyes have also shrunk into pinpoints. They gathered together quickly. One person is wary of one direction. Because of the anxiety in my heart. At this moment, the Kaku 4 have no time to teach even Fukuro. I just want to unite together to meet Maien's upcoming counterattack. After all, the current facts could not be clearer. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The CP95 have lost a great opportunity to defeat Maien. This moment, the fighting situation has been reversed. The goal of the CP-95 is no longer to find Maien for revenge, but to survive. Tempest kick. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky. The 5 CP-9 people looked up. A silver light wave with a length of about tens of meters is slashing at them. Quickly get out of the way. Kaku paled, and while yelling, he pushed the other 4 people standing beside him hard. Shave. Kaku's voice just fell. Jabra, Khalifa, Lion Snuggle, and Otonashi Fukuro used their shaves to flash around. Advertisement. Kaku followed closely behind, but because of his strength, he is the strongest among the 5. The moment of shaving was faster than the other 4. At this moment, Maien's Tempest kick will be cut off. A loud bang. The court square was overwhelmed. Maien was split into 2 in the battle between Maien and Straw Hat Crew just now. Now Maien has another Tempest kick. Suddenly began to fall apart. There is a crash. The half of the court square on the left could no longer hold on, and slowly collapsed. Accompanied by countless rubble, a thick dust instantly spreads. Fully occupy the right half of the court square. In the dust, everyone's vision is blocked. Seeing this, Kaku's feeling of rejoicing for avoiding Maien's Tempest kick instantly fell to the bottom. Oops. Jabra, Khalifa, Snuggle, Fukuro. Be careful. Kaku roared. The tone is anxious. As the sight was blocked by dust, Kaku couldn't see the Jabra 4 at all. You can only remind them in this way. But at this moment, there was a voice in his ear. You have time to worry about them. The sound is very familiar. Kaku's body suddenly stiffened. Tempest kick Kirin. Pouch. Kaku's just raised foot instantly settled in midair. Looking down at the fingers protruding from his chest. Advertisement. Kaku felt his strength disappear at this moment. The whole person also slowly changed from the giraffe form back to the human form. Puff. After transforming back into a human form, Kaku couldn't hold on anymore. A big mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, splashing on the ground in front of you. At this time, Kaku's whole body was soaked with his own blood. He has become a blood man. Why? Kaku asked weakly. Although I know that Maien is behind him. But at this moment Kaku no longer has the strength to turn around. He could only ask Maien with his back. Aren't you Marine? Why kill Bluno? First I'm also Marine, but Jabra wanted to kill me before. Maien replied to Kaku. But he can't kill me. That's why I want to kill Bluno. To become stronger. The corner of Kaku's mouth was hooked. After getting Maien's answer, Kaku slowly closed his eyes. Maien also withdrew the index finger that penetrated Kaku's chest at this moment. There was a puff. Kaku fell to the ground feebly. Blood in the chest is like a note. Dye all the earth around him red. But at this moment Maien has already turned around. Slowly disappeared into the dust that was still permeating behind Kaku. Chapter 62. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Snuggle. Something is wrong, scumbag. Otonashi Fukuro turned his head and snuggled to the lion next to him. At this moment, the square is still full of dust. There is still a gray cloud in front of me. Can't see anything. So, although Kaku has been pierced through the heart by Maien and finger pistol at this time. But Otonashi Fukuro and Lion Snuggle have no idea about it. But looking at the dust all over his body, Otonashi Fukuro noticed a clue alertly. Yo yo ye, what's the matter? The lion snuggled up and asked with a long voice like singing. Zababa, Kaku hasn't spoken since reminding us just now. Otonashi Fukuro was worried. The meaning in the words is self-evident. Hearing this, the lion snuggled but shook his head decisively. Continue to pull the long voice like singing. Yo yo ye, I won't. Kaku has the highest moral power among us, and Maien can't kill him in seconds, no matter how powerful it is. Do not worry. Zababa, I hope so. Otonashi Fukuro sighed faintly. Doubtful about the lion snuggle, although he also knew that Kaku's power was the highest among them. But there is no sound. Fukuro has just personally experienced how terrible Maien's finger pistol is. That is, finger pistol fell on his big face. Otherwise ordinary Fukuro has no doubts. Even if he uses iron body, Maien Shijai's finger pistol will easily penetrate his big face. And this is why Otonashi Fukuro is worried about Kaku at the moment. That kind of finger pistol. He can't stop it. Kaku can't resist it. Advertisement. With such thoughts in mind, Otonashi Fukuro finally couldn't bear the worries in his heart. Calling carefully at the dust in front of him. Zababa, Kaku, how are you? Damn, what are you doing? The lion snuggled up and was taken aback. Because of fear, I didn't even sing the long sound when speaking. The gray hair quickly grew longer. He binds Otonashi Fukuro's big mouth like tentacles. Are you idiot trying to die? What if Maien is hired? The lion snuggles up the ugliness of people. But his mind is not stupid. The square is now full of dust. Everyone's sight is blocked. This is true for their CP-95. But the same is true for Maien. In the view of the lion snuggle up. As long as they stay where they are, Maien won't find them. When the dust clears, I can join forces again against Maien. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The outcome is still unknown. But the sound of Fukuro is calling out loudly now. Isn't this telling Maien where they are? What is the difference with self-destruction? At this moment, looking at Otonashi Fukuro, who suddenly realized. The lion's snuggle was already bitter. I can't wait to strangle Otome Fukuro directly with white hair. But after thinking about it, I still tied Otonashi Fukuro's big zippered mouth with white hair. After making sure that this guy can no longer make any sound. The lion snuggled and hurriedly dragged Otonashi Fukuro back. While retreating, the lion snuggled while observing the surrounding with his eyes. For fear that Maien suddenly sprang from a corner in a certain direction. But the lion snuggled up and didn't know. Advertisement. This moment when he backed away. Behind him, a transparent door has been quietly opened. A figure suddenly appeared. It was the ability of the fruit of the door to walk around the lion to snuggle Maien behind him. Speaking of, I really want to thank Otonashi Fukuro for that call just now. Otherwise, even if Maien wants to find them, it will take a while. Thought of this. Looking at Otonashi Fukuro, who was horrified in front of him, Maien's mouth immediately raised a smile. Thanks a lot. Ooh. Seeing this, Otonashi Fukuro waved his hands frantically. Want to remind the lion to snuggle Maien is behind him. But because of his big zippered mouth, the lion snuggled up and sealed it with white hair. Resulting in Otome Fukuro couldn't make any sound even if he tried his best. Except for a series of, woo. You can only remind the lion to snuggle by waving your hand. It's a pity that the lion snuggle turned a blind eye to the series of whining sounds and frantic wave of hands made by Otonashi Fukuro. Instead, he said impatiently. Are you sick? Talking. The lion snuggle also increases the power of the gray hair. Seal the big zipper mouth of Otonashi Fukuro again. Now, even Fukuro can't make the woof sound. I can only watch Maien smile and raise his index finger. Standing behind the lion snuggle, poked a finger at his back. Finger pistol, pouch. The lion snuggled body suddenly tightened. The strength of the whole body disappeared in a blink of an eye. Sealing Otonashi Fukuro's white hair with big zippered mouth was also weakly hanging on the ground. Advertisement. Snuggle. After the zipper mouth is unsealed. Otonashi Fukuro immediately let out a roar. Zababa. Beast Yan Uai Fukuro ran fist. Accompanied by a roar that resounded through the world, Otome Fukuro rushed towards Maien quickly. A big face is full of anger. A pair of dead fish eyes is full of murderous aura. Iron body. Maien is indifferent to Otonashi Fukuro's anger. After using Marine 6 style's iron body at will. Maien stood still and let Otonashi Fukuro's fist hit him. Boom 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 boom. A series of violent sounds sounded. It's like a sledgehammer hitting the iron body frantically. With such a voice, Maien still looked indifferent. But Otome Fukuro's big face full of anger is gradually replaced by pain. The fist that hit Maien was bloody. Even Maien's white shirt was dyed into a completely bloody coat. But Rao is so. Otonashi Fukuro is still on the offensive. The fist still rained on Maien's body. Until. Click. A crisp sound. Both hands were shaken and fractured by Maien's iron body. Otonashi Fukuro was unwilling to stop the attack. Just then, Maien finally raised his index finger, which had long been stained with the blood of CP9 members. Poke forward without hesitation. Pouch. Otonashi Fukuro's chest was instantly opened with a blood hole. Staring fiercely at Maien in front of him, Otonashi Fukuro heard the last words of his life. The third. Chapter 63. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Puffing. Otonashi Fukuro fell to the ground feebly. Watching the dead lion snuggle in front of him, his eyes were gradually filled with tears. Is it the third one? Really? Kakuta. Halfway through the conversation, Otome Fukuro's voice stopped abruptly. The pupils in the eyes gradually enlarged. Finally freeze. Looking at the blood flowing to her feet, Maien slowly raised her head. Lock your gaze in the dust in front of you. Waiting for those two to appear. Whizzing. As expected by Maien, two figures finally emerged from the dust. It was Jabra and Khalifa who rushed to hear the screams of Otonashi Fukuro before. The two originally had a glimmer of hope. Only after I got here did I realize how ridiculous hope is. Do not. Looking at Otonashi Fukuro and the lion snuggling on the ground, Jabra and Khalifa immediately let out a scream. You damn bastard. Khalifa stared at Maien not far away. The beautiful face became extremely hideous due to anger. But just when Khalifa wanted to rush towards Maien, a furry claw stopped in front of her. It is the Jabra who uses Devil Fruit's ability to become a werewolf. Run Khalifa. Run as far as you can. Be sure to tell Lucci and the boss about this. Jabra paused. The voice is full of firmness and determination. Crimson eyes stared at Maien not far away. It is self-evident what Jabra wants to do next. Advertisement. Seeing this, Khalifa's eyes were reddened. But I also know that there is only this way. Resolutely turned around. Khalifa did not hesitate to resort to Marine 6 style's shave. He rushed back quickly. The boring game begins. Maien spread his hands helplessly. But his eyes were locked on the galloping Khalifa. Shave. Step on the ground hundreds of times with both feet. Maien's speed is unusually fast. In the blink of an eye, he chased behind Khalifa. Your opponent is me. Seeing that Khalifa was about to be caught, Jabra's voice suddenly sounded behind Maien. Do you have that qualification? Maien turned around. Looking at Jabra in front of him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a sneer. Jabra turned a blind eye to Maien's mockery. Only use actual actions to answer him. Iron Body Wolf hunting hands of all sides. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Jabra used his strongest moves decisively. The two furry claws shone sharply. Attacked Maien frantically. Very fast. At this moment, Jabra used all his strength. The air that the sharp claws struck at Maien was hissing. One can imagine the power of this trick. But Maien in front of Jabra is still indifferent. There is still a touch of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. Intact. Mr. Jabra, you really disappoint me. The moment the words fell, Maien raised her leg and stroked in the air. Tempest kick. Advertisement. A huge silver light wave instantly appeared at Maien's feet. The length is about 10 meters. Cut off to Jabra quickly. Boom 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 boom. The silver light wave collided with Jabra's claws. Make a series of loud noises. Jabra's trick was originally to stop Maien. At this moment, even Maien's tempest kick can't stop it. The two hairy claws had already been bloodied in the moment they resisted the silver light wave. Even the clothes on Jabra have been cut a dozen holes one after another. The whole person looks embarrassed. But the corner of Jabra's mouth pulled up with a smile at this moment. Just because of this period, Khalifa had already used the shave to run away for a long time. Think about it this way. Jabra slowly closed his eyes. The two claws no longer desperately resisted the silver light wave in front of him that was about to be cut on him. After all, it's a death anyway. Puff. Loudly. After Jabra gave up resistance, the silver light wave split Jabra's whole body into two without hesitation. A lot of blood drifted down instantly. Mixed with internal organs, pop, spread out on the ground. A self-defeating guy. Maien shook her head. Don't understand what is the point of Jabra's plan to sacrifice himself. Said it was for Khalifa to find Lucci and Spandam to make a small report. It also depends on whether she can go. Think of it this way. Jabra may have forgotten one thing. The gate of air. Maien waved his hand. There was a click. Advertisement. The familiar transparent light door appeared in front of Maien again. Maien walked in quickly. The door slowly disappeared into the air. At the same time, Khalifa, who had come to the bridge of hesitation, was panting. She is the weakest member of CP9. In addition, being a woman is easy to lose energy. After using the shave for a while, Khalifa's heart and lungs were about to explode. Fortunately, everything is worth it. Looking at the hesitation bridge in front of him, thinking of the members who died under Maien, Khalifa's pretty face was stubborn. It reveals a great hatred. But just when Khalifa wanted to walk into the bridge of hesitation, the air in front of her rippled. A transparent door emerged immediately. The pupils in Khalifa's eyes shrank into pinpoints instantly. Shave. No longer dare to stay the slightest. Khalifa hurried forward, but as soon as she lifted her foot, the transparent light door opened with a click. A hand stretched out like lightning. It strangled Khalifa's slender neck in an instant. The big hands that strangle the neck are like iron tongs. Khalifa couldn't get rid of it anyway. The scene in front of me gradually blurred. His face was sour. The last one. Maien's voice floated from the air gate. Click. Khalifa's head jumped back instantly. So far. Except Rob Lucci. All CP9 members are destroyed. Maien Nigel did it. Chapter 64. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Puffing. After severing Khalifa's neck, Maien dragged her into the air gate. Throw it on the ground. There is a lot of blood in the gray space. On the left is the Straw Hat crew who passed out. On the right are the bodies of 5 people. Kaku, Jabra, Otonashi Fukuro, Lion Snuggle, and Khalifa. There are many people on Judicial Island. Maien couldn't leave their bodies outside after killing the 5 CP9 people. Besides, the 5 dead CP9 people are still very useful to Maien. Looking at the black Uzumaki pattern in his hand, Maien's mouth twitched. Kneel down and place his hands on Khalifa who is nearby. Call out. The black Uzumaki pattern in Maien's palm turned frantically. Accompanied by weird black light and strong absorption power. A steady stream of power poured into Maien's body immediately. Khalifa's body was rapidly shrinking. After a while, the young and beautiful Miss Khalifa became a man. And in Maien's hands, a purple mango-like fruit appeared. It is Khalifa's bubble fruit. But looking at the bubble fruit in her hand, Maien was not ready to absorb it. Among Paramecia fruits, bubble fruits are really rubbish. Maien now doesn't look good at all. It's better to keep the selling money and be more practical. The market price of a devil fruit is at least 100 million Baileys. Maien would not let it go. After absorbing Khalifa. Advertisement. Maien repeats the same trick. Using the black Uzumaki pattern in his palm, he absorbed the power of Otonashi Fukuro, Lion Snuggle, Jabra, and Kaku in turn. There were 2 more devil fruits in his hand in an instant. It is Jabra's canine fruit wolf form and Kaku's bull fruit giraffe form. A huge sum of money worth 300 million Baileys. Looking at the 3 devil fruits in his hand, Maien's breathing was a little heavier. After all, no matter which world you are in, money is a must. Even a big man like Whitebeard Garp. It is impossible to treat money as dung. Don't you need money for senbei and wine? After hiding the 3 devil fruits separately in one place, Maien walked out of the air gate. Feeling the terrifying power coming from her body, Maien's eyes were full of joy. Kaku's 2,200 powers. Jabra's 2,180 power. The 820 powers that the lion snuggles up. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Otonashi Fukuru's 810 power. Khalifa's power. Add up to 6,640 Dao power. Count Maien's original 10,000 powers. The Maien Dao power index at this moment has reached as high as 16,000. The strength suddenly doubled. Nico Robin. Looking at the hesitation bridge in front of him, Robin's beautiful smiling face appeared in Maien's mind. It's just that this beautiful smiling face can be like a spring breeze for anyone. Maien is the exception. Teeth clenched. The fierce light in his eyes was clear. Maien is very murderous at this moment. Advertisement. Shave. There is no hesitation anymore. Maien decisively rushed into the bridge of hesitation. Fast. After all, there is not much time left for Maien. At this moment, Spandam and Leopard Lucky are escorting Nico Robin, and Frankie should be about to cross the bridge of hesitation. And behind the bridge of hesitation is the gate of justice. Maien said everything must catch up with Nico Robin before then. Otherwise, after Nico Robin walks into the gate of justice, Maien will have to impel down her Malin Vandor if she wants to find this woman. The absorption of the fruit is Maien's greatest support. It is also his hope in life. But he must not let anyone know that he is the one who absorbs the fruit. Otherwise, Maien will be in big trouble. Who doesn't want a good thing like absorbing fruit in this sea? Especially guys like Blackbeard. After knowing this, I will definitely come and kill Maien. After all, only Maien, who was able to absorb the fruit, died. Only by absorbing the fruit can the world be reproduced. Based on, no matter what she said, Maien couldn't let Nico Robin leave alive. This woman must die. Shave. With this thought in mind, Maien immediately used all her strength. Step on the ground hundreds of times in an instant. Maien's speed has increased again. Like a bolt of lightning rushing forward fiercely. At the same time, the end of the bridge of hesitation. Leopard Lucky's ears moved slightly. Advertisement. What? Stop. Slowly turned around. Looking at the hesitation bridge behind him, Rob Lucci frowned slightly. Because just now, he heard the sound of the hesitation bridge behind him. What's the matter, Lucci? I'm going to the gate of justice immediately. Seeing Lucci stop, Spandam urged impatiently. Nico Robin and Frankie, who were already gray-faced, also looked at Rob Lucci in surprise. Something's wrong, Rob Lucci said lightly. At this moment, a sense of anxiety suddenly rose in his heart. Rob Lucci is a cat, fruit, leopard form capable person. And a leopard. He is often sensitive and vigilant. What's wrong? Hearing Lucci's words, Spandam's body shook visibly. Unconsciously, his voice became smaller. What's wrong? Someone is coming. Rob Lucci gritted his teeth and spit out these words. There is already a cold light in his eyes. Although the front is empty. But Rob Lucci has guessed who the arrival is. I knew it. Those 2 punches of the Straw Hat Boy. How could you beat you down? Maien Nigel. Chapter 65. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? Someone is here. Who? Straw Hat Boy. Hearing Lucci's words, Spandam ran behind Lucci. Pulling Lucci's sleeve and looking nervously at the hesitation bridge in front of him. The cold sweat on my forehead has come down. Luffy. Nico Robin quickly raised his head. The face that was as gray as a dead face was instantly radiant. Is it finally here? Straw Hat Boy. There was also a smile at the corner of Frankie's mouth. Quote. Seeing this, just like the 10,000 years iceberg, Rob Lucci couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Do these people have no brains? With the badly injured body of the Straw Hat Boy, it would be nice to be alive now. Still chasing. Why is he? To be frank, Rob Lucci didn't pay attention to Wong Luffy from the beginning. Even knowing that Straw Hat crew had invaded the Judicial Island was still indifferent. The same is true in the original work. After all, without the protagonist halo, Wong Luffy would have died under Lucci's hands long ago. But Maien Nigel is different. That guy is the man who made Lucci feel uneasy for the first time. So, Maien's pursuit just now made Lucci feel that something was wrong. He and Spandam escorted Nico Robin and Frankie to the gate of justice. What is Maien doing? You take them to the gate of justice first. Leave me here to deal with it. Lucci said this to Spandam. He did not indicate that the person who came was Maien. Since Spandam has misunderstood that the person who came is the Straw Hat Boy, let's continue to misunderstand it. Anyway, Rob Lucci just wants to have a fight with Maien Nig. Okay. Advertisement. Then leave it to you. Hearing Lucci's words, Spandam nodded quickly. He couldn't ask for it. After all, monsters like Lucci and Straw Hat. It is very possible to accidentally hurt him in the fight. A bright future is here. Spandam cherishes his own life. What are you looking at? Let me go quickly. Spandam pulled out his waist and 8 devil fruits elephant sword. pushing Nico, Robin and Frankie forward. And when the figures of these three people disappeared into Lucci's line of sight, only a swish sound. A figure quickly appeared in front of Lucci. It was Maien who had just chased here. Where is Nico, Robin? Just settled. Maien couldn't wait to ask Lucky. Just left. It's time to get out of the bridge of hesitation. Rob, Lucci answered truthfully. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then why are you standing here? Don't you need to protect Lord Commander? Maien asked knowingly. What do you say? Lucci didn't answer the question. The voice suddenly swelled as soon as he fell into his body. Sting. There was a sound. Lucci's decent suits shattered into cloth strips, showing his strong body. The 5 iconic scars on the back look very dazzling. Just then, the black leopard print gradually appeared on Lucci's body. The golden hair is also coming out, with the body gradually becoming taller. The magic hat worn by Lucci also fell to the ground. Advertisement. A thick black curly hair has long been draped behind him. The 5 senses are no longer adult-like, especially those short ears. And the slender tail behind him. I didn't finish the game just now, come back if you have the ability. Lucci looked at Maien coldly. The killing intent in the eyes is no longer hidden. Is it necessary to do things for the world government? Maien spread her hands. The tone is full of helplessness. Now is not the time to fight Lucci. It's important to catch up with Nico, Robin as soon as possible. Of course it is necessary. Lucci sneered coldly. A pair of eyes stared at Maien tightly. Just like a leopard staring at his prey. Looking at the look in the leopard Lucky's eyes, Maien only felt a sense of discomfort in her heart. As if this moment, Lucci can see through his heart through his eyes. Maien nig, you want to kill Nico, Robin, right? Lucci's voice faintly sounded, without a trace of emotion. The atmosphere is dead. Maien's face was gloomy. He still wanted to talk to Lucci. Now it is unnecessary. Can you fight? Leopard Lucky asked again. You will regret this. Maien only had time to say this. The whole person rushed to Lucci quickly. Nico, Robin is about to cross the hesitation bridge to the gate of justice. Maien must end this battle in the shortest possible time. Life Return Paper Arts Martial Arts. Advertisement. Seeing Maien rushing towards him, Lucky the leopard's eyes lit up. But I didn't dare to entrust it. Use the life to return to the moment of paper arts martial arts. Leopard Lucci's figure suddenly became thin and weak. But the speed has doubled. Tempest kick. At this moment, Maien's attack came suddenly. His feet quickly drew up in the air. More than a dozen silver light waves instantly appeared under your feet. Cut to Lucci at an incredible speed. Hiss. Seeing this, Leopard Lucci immediately took a breath. Because from the dozens of Tempest kicks sent by Maien, his strength seems to be stronger than before. The use of Marine 6 styles has also become much more proficient. Strange. Leopard Lucci frowned slightly. The vigilance towards Maien in his eyes is growing. The body flickered at the same time. The dozen or so Tempest kicks sent by Maien can be avoided. Leopard Lucky stretched out 2 paws. Decisively launched a counterattack against Maien. Flying finger pistol 3 pulls. Bang, bang, bang. 3 air bombs shot at Maien quickly. Iron body steel. Maien doesn't evade. Take all the tricks of Leopard Lucky. Dang dang 3 beeps. Lucci's flying finger pistol did not cause any harm to Maien's iron body at all. But Lucci didn't care. He never imagined that this move would defeat Maien. But at this moment, a scene that Lucci could not believe appeared. Chapter 66. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. To be frank, because of the unpleasant things before, Lucci hated the guy in front of him named Maien nig. But Maien's strength, Lucky, agrees. In the Mammoth Judiciary, no, it should be said that since Lucci was born, Maien is the first person to tie Lucci. This feeling of equal strength made Lucci's blood boil all over. I really want to have a good fight with Maien. Unfortunately, Lucci didn't know. He wants to enjoy this battle. Maien wants to end this battle as soon as possible. There is nothing to hesitate. Looking at the Leopard Lucky in front of him, Maien directly used his trick. I was always curious when I was fighting with you in the office. I didn't understand until just now. That's right. Maien said. One shoulder sinks. Feet one after the other. Lean slightly. There is no emotion in his eyes. Both hands lifted slightly. Merged together into claws. Pull back slowly. This is. Leopard Lucci said half of his words and swallowed it directly. At this moment, the pupils in his eyes had already shrunk into pinpoints. Looking at Maien in front of him in the pose he was posing. Leopard Lucky couldn't be more familiar. But precisely because of this advertisement, he couldn't believe what he saw. Actually, Maien won't do this trick either. It wasn't until he absorbed the power of the Kaku 5 that he felt something more in his mind. The reason why the absorption fruit is strong. It lies in its ability not only to absorb one's strength, and this man's moves, and this person's comprehension of the moves. Otherwise, Maien will not be able to use Marine 6 styles freely after absorbing the power of the Horned Blueno. Like the Horned Blueno, the Kaku 5 are also masters of Marine 6 styles. Maien was absorbing their strength while also absorbing the 5 people's understanding of Marine 6 styles. Recall the scene of the previous fight with Leopard Lucci in the office. Maien understood right away. What's the matter with Leopard Lucci's unique posture that is similar to Gipai Qigong? 6 type uprising 6 king spears. The moment the voice fell, the power of Maien's body quickly gathered towards his hands. 6 types of Upanishad 6 king spear. It's a unique trick that people who are extremely proficient in Marine 6 styles can use. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The moment it started, pour the power of the whole body into your hands. After being compressed for a while, at a certain point in time, this power was blasted out through both hands. It's like a cannon fired. This force rushes to the opponent extremely quickly after compression. The moment of hitting the opponent, the powerful impact will instantly shake the opponent's internal organs and limbs into powder. Otherwise, in the original book, the Leopard Lucci is also unlikely to rely on this trick to fight the King Luffy to live better than to die. It is precisely because of the shock wave-like power that Luffy, the king of rubber fruit, can feel a huge pain. Only now. Advertisement. The person who was not as good as dead was replaced by Rob Lucci. Looking at Maien's unsentimental eyes, Leopard Lucci no longer had the slightest doubt. The guy in front of him really knows the 6 types of Upanishad 6 king spears. Life is back. I felt the terrifying power from Maien's hands. Lucci decisively lifted the life return paper arts martial arts. The slightly thin body immediately became bigger. Lucci merged his hands without hesitation. Pour the power of the whole body into it. 6 types of profound meaning 6 king spear biggest wheel. Ah, Lucci's voice just fell. There was a smile at the corner of Maien's mouth. At this moment, his 6 type uprising 6 king spears had accumulated power. Did not hesitate. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Maien gritted her teeth hard. Push forward with both hands. Rob Lucci, I said you would regret it. There was a loud bang. An extremely powerful impact came from Maien's hands instantly. Galloping to the opposite Rob Lucci at an extremely terrifying speed. In the process of galloping, the earth cracked numerous fine lines. The space around was distorted. There was a slight tremor in the whole bridge of hesitation. Damn it. Seeing this, Rob Lucci only had time to say this. Swipe forward with both hands. Send out that poor 6 type upright, 6 king spear, and largest round that is not ready yet. The result can be imagined. Lucci itself is no better than Maien. Advertisement. I'm not ready for a trick collision. There is no barrier. Maien's 6 types of Upanishads 6 king spear is like a sea. Submerge Rob Lucci's 6 style upright, 6 king spear, and the biggest wheel like a stream in an instant. Iron body steel. Seeing this, Leopard Lucky hurriedly used iron body to defend. But when that terrifying impact hit Leopard Lucci's body, only a bang was heard. An explosion sounded from Leopard Lucky's body. Then the whole person slumped to the ground like a frustrated ball. He didn't even make a huff sound when he fell to the ground. Rob Lucci has changed from a leopard form back to a human form. Lying motionless on the ground. The whole life machine is gone. His face still kept that unbelievable look. A boring battle. Maien walked to Lucci's side. With a big wave of his hand, he opened the air door. Lucci, whose bones had been shaken to powder, was thrown in. Maien took a deep breath. He doesn't have time to absorb Rob Lucci's power now. Of course, there is no time to take out the cat, fruit, leopard form inside. After all, Nico Robin is Maien's immediate problem. This damn woman. Maien's eyes trembled. Shave. Turning into a figure, Maien rushed forward again. Even if you just exhausted your whole body's strength to send out the 6 types of Upanishad 6 king spears. Maien's speed is still amazing. Like a bolt of lightning. It's fleeting in the long hesitation bridge. Chapter 67. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Grand Line, Justice Island. The bridge of hesitation. Damn it, let me go faster. Spandam's angry roar sounded. While talking, he pushed Nico Robin and Frankie hard. It is only a few hundred meters away from the exit of the hesitation bridge. Nico Robin and Frankie walked very slowly. Just like a tortoise crawling. Whether Spandam kicked or hit with his fists, Nico Robin and Frankie didn't move forward. Blame Rob Lucci. Knowing it was Maien, he didn't break it. It made Nico Robin and Frankie mistakenly believe that it was King Luffy to rescue them. The rescuer was behind him. This man and woman are slow to death. Spandam can't do anything about it. Frankie has a design drawing of the ancient weapon Pluto. Nico Robin knows where the ancient weapon Pluto hides. Both of these are big treasures in the eyes of the world government. Spandam is horizontal again. They can only punch and kick these two people. Kill or something. Totally impossible. Besides, even if it can, Spandam doesn't have that ability. Nico Robin is okay. As demon fruit power, wearing seastone handcuffs is basically useless. But Frankie is not an easy master. The whole body is made of steel. Spandam was so angry that he hit Frankie with a punch. Boom. He lay his hands on the ground and howled for a long time. Until now, the hands are still swollen. The elephant sword that has eaten devil fruit can only be held in the left hand. Broke Frankie. Haha. The laughter is endless. Damn it. When Lu Chi comes over, you will feel better. Spandam raised the elephant sword in his hand and roared. Huh, who might be here? Frankie sneered at Spandam and said. If the straw hat comes. Advertisement. Impossible. Before Frankie finished speaking, Spandam interrupted him. But the momentary paleness of his face proved that Spandam was wrong. No way. Thinking about it, Spandam turned his head and looked behind him. The cold sweat on his forehead oozes again. Patter down the fiery red tin mask. Lu Chi, you guy, don't let me drop the chain. Spandam wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and prayed silently in his heart. Luffy. Nico Robin stared at his back now. Hope that Luffy's figure can appear in her vision. Even if it is a shout. Of course, Rob thinking like this doesn't mean that Luffy will come to save him. But I hope Luffy can be safe and sound. After all, Rob Lucci's strength is still very strong. If Luffy is defeated. Thinking of this, Robin wanted to die. At this moment, the earth shook suddenly. There is a crash. The surrounding walls suddenly cracked numerous fine lines. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The dust is falling down rustlingly. Spandam just took a bite. Ah. Spandam spit on the floor as he coughed. Ha ha ha. Frankie smiled happily again. Only Robin's face turned pale. The Judicial Island is one of the 3 largest buildings in the world government. With the naval headquarters Holy Land Marin Vandor and the deep sea prison Impel Down its name. Sacred Place, Malin Vandor, and Impel Down. The weather has always been smooth. There is absolutely no possibility of a sea earthquake. There is no doubt. The cracking of the walls and the trembling of the earth must come from fighting. The guy Luffy and Rob Lucci must be fighting. And the process of this posture must be fierce. Don't lose, Luffy. Robin's nervous palms were sweating. He bit his lower lip. Advertisement. Spandam also reacted now. Glancing behind him, Spandam's heart went up and down. After all, if Lucci really loses, he will be over. That guy with a straw hat can beat him 100. Damn it, let me go. Thinking of this, Spandam grabbed Robin's long hair. Dragged directly forward. What? Robin was in pain. Asshole, let her go. As Robin's official CP, Frankie couldn't remain indifferent when he saw this. Quickly stepped forward. The body made of steel hit Spandam hard. There was a puff. Spandam was knocked to the ground directly by Frankie. Falling a classic shit. 2 of the front teeth were knocked out. How can it be a tragic word? What? Spandam let out a scream. Covering his bleeding mouth. The painful tears are almost falling. You bastard. I am going to kill you. I want to kill you. Spandam stood up with a swish. Vigorously swing the elephant sword in your hand. Moo. The blade of the elephant sword suddenly became an elephant. He rushed towards Frankie with his long nose. Frankie. Seeing this, Robin paled. Immediately issued a heart-wrenching cry. Damn it. Frankie's hands were tightly handcuffed. Plus there is no coke in the body. There is no way to fight back. I can only watch the elephant sword that has turned into an elephant rushing towards me. But at this moment, only a swish sound was heard. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Frankie. Advertisement. It is Maien. The cold eyes swept toward the elephant sword that turned into an elephant. Only a moo sound. The elephant with a hideous face immediately became full of horror. Go straight back. This moment, Shang Jian felt an unprecedented fear from the person in front of him. Even guys like Rob Lucci are completely scared. Shoo. The elephant sword that turned into an elephant turned back into a sword's edge without waiting for Spandam's order. Very knowledgeable about current affairs. After all, animals have a natural sense of danger. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing that the elephant sword suddenly changed back to the edge of the sword. Spandam looked dumbfounded, but when he looked up at Frankie on the opposite side, the stunned face immediately turned into a full of surprises. Maien. Seeing Maien appear before him. Spandam is like meeting my father. With tears in his nose, he rushed towards Maien. My commander. Why are you here? Spandam opened his arms to give Maien a big hug. But there is a fist in front of me that is rapidly zooming in. Bang. Maien's fist hit Spandam's face straight. The crimson mask fell directly to the ground with a bang. Exposed the other half of Spandam's face that couldn't bear to look straight. Puffing. Spandam fell straight to the ground. Roll your eyes. Foaming at the mouth. Completely fainted. It's finally quiet. Maien reached out her hand and yanked her ears. Slowly turned around, looking at the unbelievable beauty in front of him. Smiled slightly. We meet again, Nico Robin. Chapter 68. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Huh, do you know each other? Frankie was surprised when he heard Maien's words. Of course. Maien nodded without hesitation. Oh, I got it. Frankie suddenly realized. He was still wondering. Maien is Marine. Why do you want to punch Spandam? Dare to love this guy as Nico Robin's friend. Thank you so much, brother. If you hadn't come forward, I might have been killed by the elephant just now. Frankie laughed. The goodwill for Maien is on the rise. But Frankie didn't see it. The face of Nico Robin behind him was already pale. The pupils in the eyes are trembling. Run. Robin spoke to Frankie. The voice is full of anxiety. Run. What did you say? Frankie looked back, looking at Nico Robin with a puzzled look. But at this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed the back of Frankie's neck. You. Frankie didn't finish talking. A huge force came from the hand on the back of the neck. Frankie is not allowed to resist at all. Take him to the ground and smash it. Bang dang. With a loud noise. Maien grabbed Frankie by the back of the neck and patted it on the ground. Powerful. The ground of the bridge of hesitation was shattered. Frankie's steel face was slapped instantly. Rao is immortal and completely lost consciousness. One punch. In an instant, Spandam and Frankie passed out completely. At last. Advertisement. Only Maien and Nico Robin are left here. Frankie. Looking at Frankie lying motionless on the ground, Nico Robin immediately let out a scream. Distressed. Maien smiled wickedly. What the hell do you want? Robin slowly raised his head. A pretty face like a fairy is already full of despair. What do you say? Maien squatted down. The right hand suddenly stepped forward. Grab Nico Robin's face. Slowly and hard. Tell me, how do you know this? Maien raised his free left hand. Show the black Uzumaki pattern in front of Nico Robin's eyes. Oh, you really are the one who can absorb fruit. Seeing this, Robin's pretty face that was about to be squeezed into a square flashed suddenly. She was not sure yet. Now it is beyond doubt. It's just that Robin didn't expect Maien to be so crazy. In order to kill her, even the commander of Justice Island, Spandam, didn't pay attention to it. But where does she know? Maien's madness is far beyond her imagination. What else do you know about absorbing fruits? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Tell me everything. Maien looked at the woman in front of him coldly. Excited. Since Nico Robin can guess by the black Uzumaki pattern in his palm, he is the one who can absorb fruit. It is conceivable that Nico Robin must have done a lot of research on absorbing fruits. O'Hara is a famous archaeological sacred site. The Tree of Omniscience also contains important documents from all scholars in this world. Spandam can know the existence of the absorption fruit. Devil's son Nico Robin must know more. I do know something about absorbing fruits. But why should I tell you? Maien Nigel. Robin stared at Maien fiercely. Maien is not stupid. She is not stupid. Maien dared to stun even Spandam. The meaning of killing her is already extremely obvious. Advertisement. It's a death anyway. Why is Robin so kind? But at this moment, a scene that Nico Robin could not believe appeared. The gate of air. Maien waved his hand. A transparent light door emerged immediately. There was a click. The door opened slowly, revealing the Straw Hat crew fainted on the ground. No way. For a woman like Nico Robin who is both smart and not afraid of death. It is not easy to pry open her mouth. But now. Nico Robin has lost his proud capital. Luffy. Seeing Luffy and others in the air gate, the pupils in Robin's eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. Asshole, what did you do to them? Robin growled at Maien. Good-looking faces have become hideous. The whole body trembled. Calm down, they are not dead again. But there is only one chance. Tell me, what else do you know? Maien stared at Nico Robin firmly. Quote. Nico Robin closed his eyes unwillingly. At this point, she has lost the capital to shut up. Seeing this, Maien's mouth immediately raised a smug smile. But the next second, Zero asked for flowers. A word from Nico Robin instantly made Maien's face pale. Absorbing fruits has disadvantages, Nico Robin said blankly. Disadvantages. Maien frowned. The big hand holding Nico Robin's pretty face didn't consciously use some power. A good face. It became a bun in an instant. What's the disadvantage? Maien asked quickly. The tone is full of anxiety. Advertisement. Suck. Absorb the fruit although you can absorb the power of others. Let a person gain strong strength in a short time. He-Ren's body is ultimately limited. The greed is endlessly absorbed, and one day it will make your body unable to hold on and explode. Robin said slowly. So I need to develop my body to the limit. Zero. Maien guessed. Robin shook his head. Continue to say, even if you develop your body to the limit, one day you will still be unable to hold on. You now feel that your ability to absorb fruits is very good. But after all, you can't become a real strong man by absorbing the power of others. A monster like Aokiji, you can never beat him. Maien was taken aback when he heard the words, looking at Nico Robin incredulously. In other words, is there an upper limit on the ability to absorb fruits? Not bad. Robin nodded without hesitation. No, impossible. You must be lying to me. Maien shook her head frantically. I don't want to believe the truth in Robin's mouth. After all, that way. Maien's dream is broken. He is a man who wants to be famous all over the world. If you can't beat someone like Aokiji, how could Maien make his name louder than call D. Roger? This moment, Maien feels his brain is blank. A heart is broken in half. There is nothing to love in the whole life. Even the big hand holding Nico Robin's pretty face was released. Seeing this, Robin's eyes immediately flashed with light. She didn't want to say. Looking at Luffy and others in the air gate, she can only make up her mind. Don't be discouraged, you still have another chance. The opportunity to eliminate the upper limit of fruit absorption. During Maien's frustration, Robin's voice rang faintly. Just like a bright sun. Light up Maien's dark future at this moment. B. Chapter 69. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. To be frank, since meeting Nico Robin, Maien discovered it for the first time. This woman is so beautiful. What chance? Maien clung to Robin's shoulder tightly. Prior to this, I want you to promise me a condition. Robin opened his mouth. Say. Maien spit out a word directly. Let us go. Nico Robin's conditions are simple and straightforward. Maien frowned when she heard this. I can let the Straw Hat Kid wait, but you can't. Without much thinking, Maien shook his head decisively. Nico Robin holds his secrets. Keeping her alive is equivalent to putting a time bomb next to her. Maybe when will Maien collapse? Then how do you guarantee that you will not turn back? Nico Robin's beautiful eyes blinked and blinked. As if to see Maien's heart through his eyes. After I die, if you kill Luffy and the others. Nico Robin didn't finish talking. But the meaning is self-evident. Really, this woman is really annoying. Because of the sentence just now, Maien still had a good impression of Nico Robin. 09 now recognizes reality clearly. Well, I can let you go. But how can you assure me that what you said is correct? In case you make any nonsense, wouldn't I make a big loss? Maien asked rhetorically. You can take me away. If you find that I lie to you, you can kill me at any time. Robin said lightly. Okay. Maien stroked his chin. Mind it for a while. Advertisement. His eyes fixed on the woman in front of him. After seeing no trace of panic on Nico Robin's face, Maien nodded. A word is a deal. Let's talk about it. How can we eliminate the upper limit of fruit absorption? Call. Nico Robin let out a sigh of relief. To Maien again. Since you can use the air gate, you should have absorbed Blueno's gate fruit, right? Okay. Maien nodded. In that case, I want to eliminate the upper limit of absorbing fruits. You have to use the ability to absorb the fruit to absorb another devil fruit. And this devil fruit will counteract the side effects of absorbing the fruit. Neutralize 2 by 2, and the upper limit of fruit absorption can be eliminated. Robin slowly said to Maien. What is that devil fruit? Maien's eyes were firm. At this moment he has made up his mind. No matter what the devil fruit is or where it is, Maien will do everything possible to get it. Just then, Nico Robin's voice sounded again. After hearing these words, Maien's expression immediately became rich. Dark fruit. Only by absorbing dark fruit can the upper limit of absorbing fruit be eliminated. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So, no matter how many people's strength you want to absorb in the future, your body won't be unable to hold on. Robin said slowly. He bit his lower lip while talking. The whole person seemed very upset. After all, Robin knows the weight of this sentence. As a scholar, O'Hara's only surviving child, she shouldn't have told Maien this secret. Because if Maien really used the absorbing fruit to absorb dark fruit, the consequences would never be imagined. At that time, no one will be Maien's opponent in the whole world. Only fortunately, dark fruit is not so easy to find. Thought of this, the uneasiness in Robin's heart has only diminished a little. But when she looked up at Maien, the pupils in her eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. Dark fruit, Maien murmured. Advertisement. The corner of his mouth could not help but lift up a smile. The eyes burst brightly. Excited. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mad laughter resounded across the bridge of hesitation. Maien at this moment is no different from a lunatic. After all, others don't know where dark fruit is. Maien didn't know that it would be a shame. As a glorious traverser, Maien, who was still a pirate fan in her previous life, can tell where dark fruit is in her dreams. Marshal D. Teach, alias Blackbeard, former member of the Whitebeard Pirates. After killing the 4th Division Captain Saki, he defected. Defeat Ace successfully after the battle with Ace in Verona. Take the opportunity to become 7 warlords of the sea. Pave the way for the subsequent war on the top. It can be said. Blackbeard is the biggest shit-chucking stick in the world of One Piece. But the reason Blackbeard did all this was for dark fruit. Known as the strongest Logia in history, the most dangerous devil fruit. After eating, the body will change into darkness. With black hole-like gravity, everything in contact with darkness can be sucked in, compressed and crushed. And to attract demon fruit power to invalidate its ability. Think of it this way. Absorbing fruits and dark fruit is indeed a match made in heaven. Absorbing fruits can continuously absorb the power of others. Dark fruit can turn a person's body into darkness. Swallow everything and absorb everything. If such 2 fruits are placed on one person. No matter how you think, you can't beat it at all. But the reason Maien is so happy at the moment is not for this. After all, now, Blackbeard has eaten dark fruit and has become a dark fruit capable person. Coupled with his excellent physical skills, his strength is terrifying. If Maien wants to absorb dark fruit, you must defeat Blackbeard and snatch dark fruit from his body. But with Blackbeard's strong strength, how easy is it for Maien to defeat him? But, Maien, if he remembers correctly, in the original book, the Blackbeard group has been to Impel Down in the deep sea prison. Advertisement. Was killed by the director of Impel Down. If it weren't for Rain, Shiryu, a traitor, came over with an antidote. All the Blackbeard gang are going to be destroyed in Impel Down. You can take advantage of it. Call. Maien exhaled slowly. His face is relaxed and casual. After stretching lazily, he waved his hand. The gate of air. There was a click. The transparent light door appears again. Maien stepped in. Drag Wong Luffy and others out. Then turned around. Reached out his hand to make a please gesture to Nico Robin in front of him. Seeing this, Robin didn't say anything. After all, they have made an agreement with Maien. Finally, he glanced at his friends on the ground. Robin walked into the air gate. It's just that Robin's front foot has just stepped in, and a bloody smell hits his face. Puffing, Robin looked down the smell of blood. The whole person was scared and turned pale in an instant. Both feet immediately fell to the ground softly and hard. Just because in front of her. It is done by people in one place. Robin tried his best to recognize these people as the CP9 group. Kaku, Jabra, Khalifa, Lion Snuggle, Otonashi Fukuro. There is still a person lying next to it. It is Rob Lucci. It's just that Rob Lucci is not so much a person. It's better to say it's a stall of meat. After all, the bones of his whole body were smashed by Maien's 6-type uprising 6-king spear. See this. A remorse suddenly appeared in Nico Robin's heart. I feel that I shouldn't tell Maien the secret of absorbing the fruit. After all, Maien Nigel standing in front of her. The cruel method is not like a person at all. Chapter 70. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Vomit. A strong smell of blood hit his face. Nico Robin's stomach was overwhelmed. Repeatedly retching. Seeing this, Maien's mouth turned into a sneer. Slowly walked to Rob Lucci's side. Kneel down and put his hands on Rob Lucci's body. Call out. The black Uzumaki pattern in the palm turns crazy. Accompanied by a strange black light and powerful suction. Rob Lucci's body slowly dwindled. Vomit. Rob was disgusting. I can't stand it anymore. Spit out a bunch of mosaics. Hee hee. Maien looked at Nico Robin with interest. The pleasure in the heart reaches its culmination. During this period, Rob Lucci's power was continuously poured into Maien's body. Plus Maien's original power of over 16,000. Maien's Dao power instantly exceeded 20,000. Feel the heavy weight in your hands. Rob Lucci's cat, fruit, leopard form unexpectedly appeared in Maien's hands. Call out. Maien threw the devil fruit in his hand in front of Nico Robin. Okay. Robin looked confused. Don't understand Maien, what does this mean? From now on, you will be my personal maid. Maien's voice faintly sounded. Responsible for helping me take care of everything in it. Since you decide to go with me, you can't do nothing at all. Maid. Robin was taken aback when he heard the words. After regaining consciousness, Yinya immediately bite. The pretty face is flushed red. Asshole, who do you think of me? Maid. Maien spread her hands. Looks like a beating. Advertisement. You. Robin trembled with anger. Staring at Maien with big eyes. Can't even speak for a while. Maien ignored her at all. Wander out of the air door. A big wave. Bang dang. The door closed instantly. Hey, you somehow opened the handcuffs for me. The moment the door closes. Inside came Nico Robin's angry cry. Maien seemed unheard of. Looking at the Straw Hat crew, Frankie and Spandam lying on the ground. Maien kicked Spandam's chest first. Crack. Shock. Spandam's breastbone is visibly sunken. The body trembles obviously. A lot of blood flowed from the thick lips. Spandam died completely. No way. Maien just punched Spandam firmly. It's weird not to find Maien when he wakes up. Of course. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There is a more important reason why Maien killed Spandam. Golden phone bug. He knelt down and touched Spandam's body for a long time. Maien found the golden phone worm that could activate the killing order in the pocket on the right side of Spandam. In the original work, it was the idiot Spandam who accidentally pressed the start button of the golden phone worm. The slaughter order was launched. As a result, the huge Judicial Island was destroyed by the slaughter order. It also caused the death of many Marine soldiers on Judicial Island. Maien is not a good person. But after all, he has been a Marine soldier on Judicial Island for 2 years. During this period in Marine, Maien still met some friends. Based on this, Spandam must die. After all, as Spandam. The typical ones will be destroyed if you don't get them. Kill him and ensure that the Demon Slayer order will not be activated. It can be regarded as Maien's last touch of friendship as a friend. Advertisement. Hide the golden phone worm carefully close to your body. Maien walked over to Frankie. This moment, Maien suddenly felt like playing games and touching corpses in her previous life. After all, Frankie also has good things on him. It is the design drawing of the ancient weapon Pluto. In the original work, although the design drawings were destroyed by Frankie. But that was after Straw Hat crew came to the court square to declare war on CP9 and others. Now in the world of One Piece. Because of Maien's previous eagerness to do it. As a result, Franky has no chance to destroy the design drawings. Now it's all cheap to Maien. Holding a design drawing of the ancient weapon Pluto. Nico Robin is still being held in the world of Airgate. When one day pry Nico Robin's mouth open and ask about the hiding place of the ancient weapon Pluto. It is bound to become a big killer in Maien's hands. Of course, it doesn't matter if Nico Robin is really killed and doesn't say anything. The ancient weapon Pluto was not Maien's first choice. Maien's goal is to kill Blackbeard and win Dark Fruit. But it's better than nothing. The plan of Pluto is right in front of you. Maien has no reason not to. After searching for Pluto's design from Franky, Maien put it in his pocket together, turned around and looked at the Straw Hat crew in front of him. Maien hesitated, but after thinking that Nico Robin helped him after all, Maien reached out and put his hand on Wong Luffy's body. The black Uzumaki pattern in the hand turns crazily. But the weird black light and strong absorption force did not appear. Just then, the Straw Hat Boy who had been seriously injured. The scars on his body healed miraculously. The blood hole in the shoulder that Maien used to poke with finger pistol healed quickly. That's right. At this moment, Maien is using the ability to absorb fruits to absorb the injury of King Luffy. Use the ability to absorb fruits to absorb so many people later. Maien noticed a difference. If the black Uzumaki pattern in his palm is reversed. Advertisement. It will produce black light and strong absorption force to suck the people in front of them dry. But if it is a forward rotation, it can absorb the injuries of others. Miraculously intact as before, looking at Wong Luffy's gradually ruddy face. Maien removed his hand on King Luffy. It turned into a figure and galloped towards the gate of justice like lightning. At the same time, Wong Luffy opened his eyes slowly. Looking at everything in front of you, he looked dumbfounded. Zoro, Sanji. Seeing Zoro and others fainted on the ground, Luffy hurried forward. After hearing the sound of their hearts on his chest, Luffy exhaled in relief. But at this moment, the sirens on Judicial Island suddenly became louder. Accompanied by the sound of sirens resounding throughout the world, countless footsteps came. Ta. Wong Luffy turned his head and looked, the one who had the money. I saw hundreds of marine soldiers rushing here frantically. Damn it. Seeing this, even if Wong Luffy is stupid, he understands that saving Robin is impossible. Stretching his arms, he rolled up the partner in front of him and Franky not far away. Luffy ran backwards quickly, and at this moment, Maien was standing behind hundreds of soldiers. With an awe-inspiring expression. Go on. Grab the Straw Hat Boy and avenge the Commander Sama. Vengeance for the dead CP9 members. Justice will never die. After Maien's rehearsal, hundreds of marine soldiers were just as if they were beaten with blood. Furiously chasing the King Luffy. After all, the Straw Hat Kid is too much. After Nico Robin and Franky were rescued. Also kill all members of CP9 and Commander Spandam. Had it not been Commander Maien running fast, all the senior officials on the Judicial Island were almost wiped out by the Wong Luffy group. Chapter 71. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Grand Line, Justice Island. At the main entrance of the former island. Maien is wearing a standard marine gown. Wearing a generous cloak of justice. Holding a toothpick in his mouth. Looking at the newspaper in hand with interest. A reward order is printed on the black and white newspaper. It is Monkey D. Luffy who is smiling and beckoning. Below the reward order is a string of zeros. A big 3 is marked at the front. The front page of the newspaper is also marked with 3 big exclamation points. The 300 million Bailey pirate is born. Straw Hat Boy from the East China Sea. Close black lens bracket. It's amazing. Maien put down the newspaper in her hand. A heartfelt sigh. 3 days have passed since the Judicial Island incident. The name of Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, has thoroughly resounded in this sea. All CP9 members are wiped out. Commander Spandam is dead. Nico Robin and Franky, sons of the devil, were rescued. The Straw Hat Pirates won a big victory. A piece of shocking news is like a violent wind raging on this sea. Let everyone who heard these news be terrified. Naval headquarters and world government are particularly angry. The bounty of the Straw Hat Boy soared to 300 million Baileys in an instant. Complete fame in the Grand Line. Although the truth is not so. However, the culprit Maien Nigel is happy to see it happen. Everything is in his plan. 3 days ago at the Bridge of Hesitation. Why did Maien absorb Wong Luffy's injury? The purpose is to give King Luffy the strength to take Zoro and others to escape. After all, only when Wong Luffy escapes, Maien can logically rely on him for everything. Think of it this way. It was really the right decision not to kill the king at the beginning, Luffy. Looking at the endless blue sea in front of him. Advertisement. Maien's mouth immediately conjured up a smug smile. Master Commander. Just as Maien was immersed in her joy, a call suddenly came from behind her. It is Xiaohu. Said this guy is really fate. The Tower of Justice was blasted down by King Luffy. The nurse is cleaning in Spandam's office. As a result, Facing the collapsed Tower of Justice, not only did the security officer not die, but the whole person was only slightly injured. For the sake of being her first dogleg, Maien decisively promoted him. As the interim commander of Judiciary Island, Maien must have someone available. Speaking of the interim commander, Maien was really embarrassed. No way. What the people want. After Spandam died. Judicial Island has no masters. As a result, all Marine soldiers were stunned to let Maien temporarily take over the post of commander. Maien couldn't shirk again and again. All Marine soldiers want him to be the commander. Without any choice, Maien reluctantly agreed. Say. Maien waved her hand without turning her head when she heard Omo's call. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. My lord, I just called from above. It is said that Kuzan Admiral is about to arrive at Judicial Island. Let us quickly get ready to meet him. Speaking of this, the guard turned his head and looked around. After confirming that there is no one nearby, he bent down. Whispered to Maien's ear, My lord, you have to be careful. Be careful. Maien raised his eyebrows, turning to look at the nervous little guardian. What do you mean? Oh, my lord, you are still young. The guard said cautiously. Don't think about it. Kuzan Admiral is one of the 3 admiral. Why come to our Judicial Island for no reason? I came here this time to ask you for the Judicial Island incident 3 days ago. Advertisement. Ask me to blame. Maien's pupils shrank. Forced composure on the face. But my heart sank suddenly. The Judicial Island incident was created by the Straw Hat Boy. Commander Spandam, all members of CP9 were killed by that guy. Nico, Robin and Frankie were also taken by that guy. What does it have to do with me? Maien paused. The tone is slightly disturbed. This villain knows. Xiaohu shrank his head. A little scared of Maien's slightly excited tone. The Straw Hat Boy is of course inexcusable, but the world government and naval headquarters still need a person to be responsible for this matter. You are now the interim commander of Judicial Island. Kuzan Admiral really wants someone to be held accountable. The Mandarin of the guard did not finish speaking. The meaning is self-evident. Take a look at Maien cautiously. Xiaohu took a step back unconsciously. I am afraid that Maien will vent his anger on him when he hears this sentence. But what the security officer didn't expect was. At this time, Maien was relieved. Oh, so you were talking about this. Maien wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. Let me just say it. The plan is perfect. How could it be discovered? Reaching out and patted Xiaohu's shoulder, Maien smiled again and said. Do not worry. I was prepared for Kuzan Admiral a long time ago. This thing can't hit me. Ready. The guard was stunned when he heard the words. Although I was very curious. But he didn't ask for an exit. As a qualified dog leg, you must have good self-awareness. Advertisement. Don't guess the thoughts of the people above. Guess and guess do not understand. Seeing this, Maien nodded in satisfaction. This is why he promoted Xiaohu. Use it smoothly. At this moment, a beep whistle sounded in the distance. Maien turned to look. As predicted, a huge warship slowly appeared on the sea. Hang the white marine flag. Drive quickly to Judicial Island. A thin figure stood on the deck of the warship. Very tall. It's about 1.9 meters. Wearing a white suit vest and dark blue shirt. He wears a green blindfold on his forehead. His face was listless. The look of wanting to sleep. It is Kuzan, one of Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral. Alias Aokiji. Gudong. Looking at the figure in the distance, the security officer swallowed hard. Sweat rushed down his head. The other Marine soldiers also tensed unknowingly. A look of nervousness. Only Maien looked indifferent. His eyes are calm. Of course, it is Aokiji, who came to Judicial Island this time. If it's Akainu, Maien ran away early now. After all, of the 3 Admiral, Aokiji is the most reasonable one. This can be seen from the private placement of Nico Robin by Aokiji 20 years ago and his mercy with Wang Luffy. So, when learning that Aokiji was coming to Judicial Island, Maien was not only not afraid, but also very excited. Because there is only Aokiji to help Maien complete his plan. Chapter 72. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hulala. Billowing smoke. The huge warship finally arrived at Judiciary Island. Bang dang. The springboard spread out and lay on the shore. What? Aokiji covered his mouth and yawned greatly. A look of severe sleep deprivation. Go down the springboard. Aokiji's eyes don't look at Maien at all. But Maien didn't dare to be careless. Raised a big hand. The little guard behind him immediately shook his whole body, and shouted said. Salute. Huh. A group of Marine soldiers quickly raised their hands and saluted Aokiji in front of them with a standard Marine soldier salute. Everyone's countenance is serious. Hold your chest up. A vigorous look. Maien is no exception. Worked as a Marine soldier on Judicial Island for 2 years. These must have postures to salute and stand at attention. Maien has been professionally trained. Show it is not weaker than others. Pair it with Maien's handsome face and decent Marine dress. No matter who sees it. Maien at the moment is a well-trained Marine. The cloak of justice behind is flying with the wind. Quite a young handsome demeanor. Just then, Aokiji finally walked in front of Maien. What? She covered her mouth again and yawned. Aokiji glanced at Maien lightly. Are you Maien Nig? Yes, my lord. Maien replied quickly. The word is round. Speak clearly. Always look ahead while speaking. The saluting hand did not let go. It's not that Maien didn't want to let it go. But can't be put. Aokiji is admiral. Advertisement. The rank is far above Maien. Marine has strict internal ratings. People whose rules are dead are also dead. Faced with the chief's question, the answer must be concise and clear. Can't look directly at the chief. You must stay upright if you don't let you rest. Unless the chief permits. The saluting hand must not be put down. But Maien is so. It's not exactly abiding by Marine's rules. More importantly, Maien wanted to get Aokiji's favor. Among the three admiral, Kizaru is the laziest. Akainu is the most rigid. Only Aokiji is the most reasonable and polite. And a very polite person who said nothing would hate a marine soldier who abides by the rules. Let things gather together. Interesting. As predicted. Seeing Maien like this, Aokiji's mouth immediately raised a smile. Come with me. He patted Maien on the shoulder. Aokiji walked backwards with the cloak of justice in one hand. Yes. Maien was shocked. Turn around and follow Aokiji. Seeing this, Omo hurriedly followed with a group of marine soldiers. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A group of people just walked forward slowly. No way. Aokiji walks slowly. As a subordinate, Maien couldn't walk in front of Aokiji. Can only follow slowly. The same goes for Omo and other marine soldiers. Thanks to Aokiji's leadership, everyone's speed is completely stretched. People who don't know thought Maien and others came to Judicial Island for sightseeing. Although it is true. There are ruined walls along the way. Only half of the square in front of the court is left. The Tower of Justice completely collapsed. Aokiji, who was watching, was troubled. I knew it. He hadn't let go of Straw Hat Crew before. But at this moment, Aokiji's brow suddenly frowned. Squinting and staring at the square in front of the court not far away, only half. Advertisement. Aokiji cried out strangely in his heart. Seeing this, Maien's heart sank suddenly. The eyes began to flicker. Maien Nigel. Aokiji turned his head, pointed to the square in front of the court, and asked Maien. This is how the same thing. My lord, I don't understand what you mean. Maien stepped forward. Following Aokiji's fingers and staring at the square in front of the court not far away, he frowned appropriately and said. Is there any problem with this? Tempest kick. While talking, Aokiji stared at Maien tightly. That square should be divided into two by Tempest kick in Marine 6 styles, right? Yes, my lord. Maien nodded without hesitation. Play stupid when you should. Don't do it when you shouldn't be acting stupid. Now that Aokiji has seen it. If Maien said that he didn't know, it would be burning. Seeing Maien nod without hesitation. The doubt in Aokiji's eyes disappeared. He had planned Maien to take it down in no time if he dared to say. Speaking of, since learning about the Judicial Island incident, Aokiji has always felt that something is wrong. Regarding the character of Monkey D. Luffy, Aokiji is not very clear. But in any case, he doesn't seem to be a person who does nothing. Now that Nico, Robin and Frankie are saved, there is no reason for the Straw Hat Kid to be a killer to all CP9 and Spandam. After all, in this way, this matter is really big. Zero asked for flowers. The world government has been arguing over the past 3 days. Marshal Sengoku is so stupid. Akainu has set the Straw Hat Pirates as a target to be eliminated. Even Kizaru, who has never been in love with things, cares a little bit about this. Not to mention the old man Garp. No more Senbei. The whole person has become depressed. Want to come too. My grandson became a murderous demon. Which grandpa can stand it? Based on, Aokiji decided to come to Judicial Island in person. Obviously, Maien Nig is the first suspect in Aokiji's eyes. Advertisement. Because the report on the Judicial Island incident is clear. When the Straw Hat Kid killed Spandam and all CP9. Only Maien Nig saw it. The other marine soldiers heard Maien's words before they decided that the Straw Hat Boy was the murderer. 0. But the point is, Maien's performance is truly seamless. No matter how much Aokiji looked at it, nothing was right on Maien's face. He looks like he's not afraid of the shadow slanting. Strange. Aokiji shook his head. Keep walking forward. Maien followed Aokiji again. Don't say a word. But at this moment, Aokiji suddenly turned around. Looking at Maien in front of him, he waved his big hand. Ice ball. The moment the voice fell, Aokiji's big hand immediately condensed into ice. The surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. Swish swish swish, 5 beeps. 5 icicles burst out from the depths of Aokiji's palm. Stabbed at Maien in front of him like lightning. A piercing cold wind rushed toward you. Maien's body couldn't help but tremble. Looking at the 5 icicles pierced at him. The pupils in Maien's eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. The body does not dodge or avoid. Just looking at Aokiji in front of you with a face of disbelief. How can you treat me like this? Seeing this, Aokiji's heart trembled suddenly. Withdraw the big hand quickly. Click. The 5 icicles that pierced Maien stopped immediately. Less than half an inch from Maien's face. Why not hide? Aokiji looked at Maien coldly and said. Ming Mingui Marine 6 Styles. Why do you want to hide? Maien didn't answer the question. With a dumb look. 2. Maien did nothing. Why is he hiding? Chapter 73. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Amount. Looking at Maien's dumbfounded face, Aokiji was embarrassed. There is nothing to say. At this moment, if Aokiji suspects that Maien has a problem, even his own conscience will be troubled. The reason why he suddenly shot Maien is to test whether there is a ghost in Maien's heart. If there is a ghost, Maien will definitely guard him in her heart. Aokiji suddenly shot. Maien must be able to avoid it. If there is no escape, it proves that Maien is indeed not afraid of shadow leaning. Faced with his sudden shot, it will be too late to avoid it. Obviously, Maien's performance exceeded Aokiji's expectations. That bastard with the straw hat. Aokiji's eyes trembled slightly. At this moment, it is completely believed that the Judicial Island incident was the work of Monkey D. Luffy. Seeing this, Maien is still confused. But my heart was full of joy. Dao Gao is 821 feet and the magic is 1 foot high. At this moment, Maien predicted Aokiji's prediction. If Akainu's justice is to kill 100 by mistake, never let one go. Then Aokiji's justice is just the other way round. Just like their devil fruit. 2 heavens of ice and fire. In the face of Nico Robin and Wong Luffy Aokiji, they can be merciful. How could it be possible to really kill Maien as Marine? Master Kuzan, you were just. Maien gets cheap and sells well. Oh, nothing. Aokiji's rare old face blushed. Unconsciously looked up at the sky. Don't dare to face Maien's eyes. Just want to test your reaction speed. Don't mind. Aokiji waved his hand. Advertisement. Oh, I got it. Maien pretended to suddenly realize. Do not continue to ask. Just accept each other. Give Admiral some face. Seeing this, Omo and the rest of the Marine soldiers immediately fell to the ground, which Maien admired. Look at the manner of our commander. Turning his head and looking at Aokiji not far away. It can't be compared at all. Along with the ombudsman, the Marine soldiers on Judicial Island had heard Kuzan Admiral coming. Can't wait for each one. After all, that's Admiral. The top combat power of the Marine government. How can ordinary Marine soldiers have a chance to meet? But now, Omo and the other Marine soldiers on Judicial Island hope that Aokiji will leave soon. Oh, can Admiral do it to people casually? Can Admiral play around at will? We, Commander Maien, provoke you. Practice his life. Is this the style of Marine Admiral? Who? Kuzan. Feeling the strange eyes of the Marine soldiers around him looking at him, Aokiji had nothing to say. But in my heart, I began to regret the decision to come to Judicial Island. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After all, come this time. Investigating the truth about the Judicial Island incident is only Aokiji's selfish intentions. There is one more business to do. Thinking of this official business, Aokiji felt a headache. It was even harder to face Maien in front of him. Xiao Hu's guess is not wrong. Aokiji came to Judicial Island this time. It is indeed necessary to select a person from the Judicial Island to take full responsibility for the Judicial Island incident. After all, naval headquarters and world government have lost their face this time. Most of the Judicial Island was ruined, let alone Nico Robin, who mastered the location of the ancient weapon Pluto, and Frankie, who mastered the design of the ancient weapon Pluto, were also rescued. All CP9 members and Commander Spandam are dead. Instead, the Straw Hat Pirates retreat all over. I have to say that this is a shame. Naval headquarters and world government cannot do nothing. Advertisement. Catch Straw Hat crew as soon as possible is a solution. Introducing one person to take all responsibilities is also a solution. Obviously. At this moment, Maien, who was the interim commander, hit the gun. Aokiji sighed faintly. Looking at Maien, his eyes are full of pity. What a great young talent. After a little exercise, you must be the pillar of Marine. Now it is going to be destroyed in the hands of his own people. Just for the ridiculous face. Master Kuzan. Aokiji didn't know how to tell Maien this cruel fact. Maien stepped forward at this moment and said to Aokiji. I have something for you. Thing. Aokiji was taken aback when he heard the words. What? This one. Maien looked awkward. Aokiji immediately understood. You all go down. Waved to repel the surrounding Marine soldiers. Only Maien and Aokiji are left at this time. Maien immediately took out a piece of paper from her arms carefully and handed it to Aokiji. Seeing Maien taking out a piece of paper for herself, a touch of disappointment flashed across Aokiji's face. But when he took a closer look, the pupils in his eyes immediately shrank into pinpoints. This is the design drawing of the ancient weapon Pluto. It's Kuzan-sama 0. Maien nodded without hesitation. Before Aokiji could ask a question, he said again. When Straw Hat crew attacked Judicial Island, I was afraid that this picture was lost and I found it out of Frankie in advance. Good job, Maien. Aokiji's eyes lit up. He took the design of the ancient weapon Pluto from Maien and hid it in his arms. Aokiji's big hand solemnly patted Maien on the shoulder. He was still worried about how to tell Maien that the above made him a scapegoat. Now it is relieved. The ancient weapon Pluto is the existence that the world government has been pursuing. For this reason, he will destroy Robin's hometown O'Hara. Advertisement. He did not hesitate to commit a crime to kill Frankie's master Tom. Speaking of, the reason why the world government is so angry about the Judicial Island incident. It's not that Straw Hat crew killed all CP9 and Spandam. Rescue Nico, Robin and Frankie is the real hatred. But now, because of Maien's careful thoughts, the design of the ancient weapon Pluto was lost and recovered. This is a great achievement. As a hero, Maien doesn't need to be a scapegoat. Looking at Maien in front of him, Aokiji is more satisfied now. Throw out the olive branch decisively. Maien, Nigel, are you interested in doing things with me? Coming. Maien's heart moved, but there was a look of disbelief on the face. May I? Of course. Aokiji nodded without thinking. Thank you, Mr. Kuzan. Maien is grateful, hastily bowed to Aokiji in front of him. The moment Maien bent over, a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of Maien's mouth. It should be. Aokiji shrugged. By the way, Mr. Kuzan, I have this thing to hand to you. Maien took out the golden phone bug from his pocket and handed it to Aokiji. Aokiji didn't even look at it. Maien's shoulder was slapped with a big hand and he walked straight forward. Here you are. Thank you, Mr. Kuzan. Maien was grateful again. At this moment, looking at Aokiji's back, Maien's mouth is already uncontrollable. Almost grinning to the root of your ears. In the eyes of others. Maien is very happy to be favored by Aokiji. But only Maien knew about it. He is one step closer to Impel Down. Chapter 74. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Impel Down. The world's first prison. The calm belt located in the first half of the Grand Line. Since the prisoners are all serious offenders, the guards are extremely tight. There are many strong people in the prison. Director Magellan has the strength of Admiral. There are a large number of large sea kings on the seabed outside the prison. Therefore it is known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall. If Maien wanted to mix into Impel Down alone, it would be as difficult as going to heaven. In the original book, Monkey D. Luffy, a Straw Hat boy, tried to rescue Ace. Hiding under the robes of the pirate Empress Hancock was able to enter. Maien admits that he does not have the blessing of King Luffy. There is only one way he wants to mix in Impel Down. Just walk in. Aokiji undoubtedly has that power. Magellan is just a director no matter what. Does he dare to listen to Admiral's words? Of course, we still need to wait now. Blackbeard hasn't arrived at Impel Down yet to accept the younger brother. Maien's top priority is to have a good relationship with Aokiji. Gain his full trust. When the time is right, I will put forward the idea of going to Impel Down again. Maien, if I remember correctly, the position of the Impel Down guard was still vacant. Shiryu, the former guard, Long Rain, should have been sentenced to death with a suspended death sentence 09 for murderous criminals. Locked on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison. It's a loophole for Maien who wants to enter Impel Down. Thinking like this, there was a slow yawn behind Maien. What? Aokiji covered his mouth with a tired face. Hastily waved his hand to Maien. Let's go. Follow me to Marine Vando. Yes. Maien was shocked. A standard marine salute to Aokiji. What? Malin Vando. Xiaohu and the other marine soldiers were shocked when they heard this. Advertisement. Earlier they were repelled by Aokiji waved. I don't know what Maien and Aokiji said. But in view of Aokiji's sudden action against Maien just now, Omo and the rest of the marine soldiers still did not dare to leave Maien too far. Now I finally understand what Aokiji said. It's not that I dare to love Master Commander to hinder Master Kuzan's eyes. It's being photographed. Thought of this. Marine soldiers on Judicial Island looked at Maien's eyes were already covered with small stars. Really? Idle. Obviously Maien was just a marine soldier like them not long ago. Suddenly became the second in command of Judicial Island 3 days ago. At this time, Admiral of Headquarters Kuzan took a fancy to it again. Who said that ordinary people can't walk a bright path? Look at Maien, Nigel. Grown-ups. A call interrupted everyone's thoughts. Everyone turned their heads and looked. The security officer ran to Maien's side with a swish. Holding Maien's thigh, he shook for a while. My lord, what should I do if you leave? Xiaohu's nose burst into tears. Hey, snot, snot. He looked at his pants about to be contaminated by Xiaohu's snot. Maien hurriedly said sad face, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Okay, let's go with me. Chuck. There was a sound. Xiaohu quickly sucked a string of snot back into his nose. Then wiped his nose. With a look of gratitude. Thank you, sir. Maien waved her hand. When Xiaohu's nose flew towards him with tears, Maien knew that this girl was definitely on purpose. The purpose is to continue to follow Maien's side. Follow Admiral of Headquarters to do things. Maien's future is bound to be great. As an excellent dog leg, you must not be vague when you should hug your thighs. Maien couldn't see through this. One is that Xiaohu does things cleanly and neatly, which has won Maien's mind. The second is that after leaving the Judicial Island, Maien only knew Xiaohu. Advertisement. Call. Maien exhaled slowly, looking at the endless sea in the distance. Maien knows that his future life will be like the sea. On the surface, it seems calm. It's actually very dangerous. After an hour, Maien stood on the deck of the warship. Wave goodbye to the marine soldiers below. Salute. I don't know who called this out. Just listen to the swish. All marine soldiers on Judicial Island stand on the shore. Chi-Chi saluted a standard marine soldier salute to Maien on the deck. Seeing this, a warm current surged in Maien's heart. Raise your palm to your temple. Give back to all marine soldiers on Judicial Island. Hulala. Smoke billowing. Doo-doo-doo. The whistle is coming. The huge warship is driving far away, drifting away from the Judicial Island. At its goal, Marine Sanctuary Malin Vandor drove quickly. Maien put down the saluting palm until he couldn't see the Judicial Island and the marine soldiers on the Judiciary Island. I didn't expect you to be so loved. Aokiji's voice faintly sounded. See the salute of all marine soldiers on Judicial Island. As if he were a little moved. Master Kuzan joked. They just have a better friendship with me. I can't talk about love. Maien shook her head. What he said was indeed from his sincerity. Even if you just have a better friendship, it's hard to come by. Aokiji patted Maien on the shoulder and smiled slightly. We Marine has many strong players. But there are very few generals like you who can get along with the soldiers under your hands. That fellow smoker is one. You will come again. Is that good? Advertisement. Maien asked curiously. Do not know. Aokiji shook his head, with a listless expression. Old Garp doesn't think it matters. Marshal Sengoku feels bad. Not to mention Sakazuki. Poor Salino doesn't bother to care about anything. What about you, Lord Kuzan? Maien looked directly at Aokiji. Do you think that as a general, should you mingle with the soldiers under him? Ah la la la, me. Aokiji stroked his chin, thinking while saying. To be honest, I don't know if this should be done or not. But I know one thing. Speaking of this, Aokiji raised his head. Looking at Maien with admiration. Speaking of which, the marine soldiers on Judicial Island told me about this. When the Straw Hat Boy attacked Judicial Island, you give priority to people to rescue the marine soldier injured by the Straw Hat Boy, and stay alone to stop the Straw Hat Boy. Amount. Maien was taken aback when he heard the words. Although it is true, but Aokiji is right. It really embarrassed Maien. Am I that great? Maien scratched her head, her face a little awkward. But in the eyes of Aokiji, this is humility. Maien Nigel. What an excellent marine. Unfortunately, the Straw Hat Boy was not stopped in the end. Maien said with a frustrated expression. He can't help it. Aokiji's words are up to this point, Maien can only bite the bullet and move on. Great is great. Whatever you say, I do not mind. Chapter 75. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's a pity not to stop the Straw Hat Boy. But the point is Maien, you show me the justice of Marine. Aokiji patted Maien on the shoulder and said. Soldiers are humans too. Their lives should be taken seriously. When a powerful enemy came, Maien, you made a brave choice. Well done. Yes, it should. Maien nodded embarrassedly. My face is a bit hot. Seeing this, Aokiji's mouth immediately raised a smile. Only if Maien is a little shy by his praise. Didn't care. In fact, Maien has a guilty conscience. He wouldn't have bothered to organize a corps of corpses if it wasn't for absorbing the strength of marine soldiers. It was not Maien's intention to fight against Wang Luffy. It's just that the Straw Hat Boy just hit him. No fight. So misunderstood by Aokiji now. Full of appreciation and praise. Almost gave Maien a thumbs up. It really made Maien a little embarrassed. But Maien didn't know. During his embarrassment, Aokiji had already reported the incident to Naval Headquarters with a phone worm. Grand Line, Marin Vandor. Marshal's office. Bala bala bala. The phone worm's iconic bell rang on the desk. A big hand decisively pressed the answer button. Say, okay, what did you say? The design drawing of the ancient weapon Pluto. A loud bang hit the table with one punch. A figure suddenly stood up from the chair. The face was slightly old. Wear a pair of frog glasses. The long beard on the chin is tied into a twist. The hat on his head is shaped like a seagull. Advertisement. Wearing a decent marine gown. The right chest is full of medals. It is the current marshal of Naval Headquarters. Sengoku, the wisdom of Buddha. As Maien Nigel. Sengoku said this last. He hung up the phone worm. Call. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Sengoku slumped in a chair. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. Sengoku barely smiled at the corner of his mouth. God knows what he has experienced in these 3 days. As the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, Sengoku holds the highest power in the world while also under unparalleled pressure. After the Judicial Island incident broke out, the world government has completely fallen out. One Marine is incompetent. Sengoku stepped down. Sengoku has nothing to say about this. Can only bear it silently. After all, the Judicial Island incident was a complete failure no matter how it looked at it. Although strictly speaking, this has nothing to do with naval headquarters. The world government should be responsible for this. Not to mention that Nico Robin and Frankie were both arrested by the world government. Just talk about the CP9 guy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. They belong directly to the world government, not under the control of naval headquarters at all. Responsible for guarding the Judicial Island, all CP9 members were killed by the Straw Hat Crew group. This led to Nico Robin and Frankie being rescued. What a bunch of trash. But the truth is that naval headquarters is above the world government after all. No one will buckle a shit bowl on his head. Sengoku could only swallow his breath. But it's all right now. Aokiji's phone call completely liberated Sengoku. With the design of the ancient weapon Pluto, the Judicial Island incident is not a complete failure. The world government can also stop for a while. Sengoku opened the desk drawer. Pull out a stack of paper. Advertisement. Turned around and walked to his pet. A goat with a bell on its neck. Too busy these days, I forgot to feed you, I'm starving. Patting the goat's body, Sengoku passed the paper in his hand. No, eat, hey. The goat uttered a cry. Opened his mouth to grab the paper in Sengoku's hand. Cuckold. Chewed. Finally patted the goat's body, and Sengoku sat back on the office chair. The calm face immediately became serious. His eyes became sharp. Waving a big hand. Come on. There was a click. The door of the office opened quickly. A Marine soldier stepped in. Raised his hand to Sengoku, a standard Marine soldier salute. The tone was slightly nervous and said, "Yes, Master Marshal, please give instructions. Spread my word, let the people below post it as soon as possible. Just say that the Marine soldier Maien of Judiciary Island fought bravely in the Judiciary Island incident. It is obvious to all. Recommended by Admiral Kuzan, make an exceptional upgrade. Level 5, grant the rank of second lieutenant." Sengoku said every word. Level 5. Marine soldiers were taken aback when they heard this. Even though I know that the person in front of me is Marshal Sengoku. At this moment, the Marine soldiers still broke the rules. Any questions? Sengoku raised his head and stared at the Marine soldier. No, I will go now. Sorry, Master Marshal. The Marine soldier turned pale. After bowing and apologizing to Sengoku, he walked out quickly. Sengoku didn't care either. After all, the reaction of Marine soldiers is normal. Since the creation of naval headquarters, no one has ever been able to rise to 5 levels in a row. Sengoku didn't want to do this. But out of trust in Aokiji, I ordered it. Don't let me down. Kuzan. Advertisement. After Sengoku murmured this sentence, he immersed himself in his official duties. At the same time, Maien was enjoying the sea view from the deck of the warship. From here to Malin Vandor will be Maien's last free time. You can only enjoy it now. Master Commander. Xiao Hu's voice sounded from behind. Finished. Maien turned back and asked. It's done. Xiao Hu nodded and wiped his head with sweating profusely. The room is spotlessly cleaned. The floor will be wiped for you too. I have folded the clothes in the luggage neatly for you. The bed is made for you, too. Nice job, Xiao Hu. Maien did not hesitate to praise Xiao Hu. I am finding more and more that bringing you by my side is really a very correct decision. Of course, Xiao Hu said with a proud face. You have me, the one who has the money, and you'll be there on call. I dare not say anything about major events. I will definitely help you with trivial matters within my power. Haha. Maien smiled slightly, although he is no longer the otaku in his previous life. But the symbolic point of the otaku has not changed. Don't want to do housework. Maien has a headache thinking about it. Fortunately, Xiao Hu is an expert in this area. No wonder it can become a standard dog leg. By the way, Xiao Hu, when it comes to this, there is one more thing you want to do for me. My lord, but say it's okay. Xiao Hu, shocked all over, patted his chest and said. It's my honor to do things for you. Can you help me get a set of women's clothing? Maien stepped forward and whispered in Xiao Hu's ear. I didn't ask. Women's clothing. Xiao Hu was taken aback when he heard the words. The big hand slapped his chest was also set in the air. Looking at Maien in front of him, he stepped back unconsciously. The eyes are extremely weird. Chapter 76. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Toward the warship of Marin Vando. Maien stood in her room. Looking at the spotless floor and neatly arranged beds, Maien was a little stunned for a while. Yes, Xiao Hu. Thump thump. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Click. Maien opened the door. Xiao Hu walked in quickly. My lord, I really can't find women's clothing. While talking, Xiao Hu took out a set of clothes from his arms and handed it to Maien. You also know that there are men on the warship. I can only change our marines' clothes into women's clothing. You make do with it. Did you change this? Maien reached out and took the clothes. Looking at Xiao Hu in front of him with surprise. Yes, Xiao Hu, versatile. Little things, little things. Xiao Hu waved his hand politely. What? Maien unfolded her clothes and let out a whisper. Although the women's clothing changed from marine clothes in front of me is good. Why is it so big? Maien turned to look at Xiaohu. Is it big? Xiaohu glanced at the women's dress that he had spent a lot of effort to make. Looked at Maien's figure again. Not big, my lord, you might think it's a bit big in this way. But you absolutely fit on your body. If you don't believe me, try it now. Xiaohu patted his chest. I still have that confidence in my craft. Quote. Maien was speechless. I really hate Nico Robin. Maien is not a big lady in women's clothing. Let Xiaohu get women's clothing for Nico Robin in the air gate. Speaking of this woman, there are so many things. Don't talk about feeding 3 meals a day. I have to take a bath and change clothes. Maien tried to stretch out her hand countless times these days, and twisted her slender neck with a click. However, for Nico Robin's mastery of so many secrets, Maien managed to endure it. You go out first. Advertisement. Maien waved helplessly. The existence of Nico Robin is another secret of Maien. Never let anyone know. The lady's boss is the lady's boss. Good lord. Xiaohu nodded. As an excellent dog leg. Xiaohu deeply understands Maien's embarrassment at this time. Opened the door carefully. As soon as Xiaohu took a step, Maien's voice came from behind. Hey, don't talk about it. Don't worry, sir. Xiaohu nodded without hesitation. Bang dang. The door is closed. Maien sighed faintly. The big hand lifted the opportunity. There was a click. The transparent light door emerged in the air. Maien grabbed the clothes in her hands and stepped in. A floral scent is coming. At this moment, the world in the air gate is very different from the original. The pungent bloody smell has long since disappeared. The bodies of all CP9 members were also cleaned up by Maien long ago. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It is replaced by a brand new world. A brand new set of tables and chairs. A wide bed. There is a bookcase on the left side. On the right is a big bathtub. In the middle is a pot of flowers. The floral scent that Maien smells comes from here. The moment you come in, Nico Robin is sitting in a chair reading a book. In order to let Nico Robin take care of himself, Maien uses key 5 to open Robin's seastone handcuffs. Make an anklet and wear Robin's white ankle. Where are my clothes? Hearing the sound of footsteps, Robin didn't look up, keeping his eyes on the book in his hands. See it with gusto. Swish. Maien threw the clothes in her hand onto Nico Robin's face. There is darkness in front of us. Robin looked up suddenly. Advertisement. Take off the clothes on your head. The star-like eyes stared at Maien in front of him. But still dare not attack. Maien sneered coldly. But just as he was about to go out, Nico Robin's voice rang again. Why is it so big? Why are you so many things? Maien turned her head impatiently. Just wanted to get angry with Nico Robin. Seeing the sight in front of me, I was suddenly startled. Because of this moment, Nico Robin has taken off the black tights he had worn on his body. Swish. Maien turned back quickly. Go straight out of the air door. Bang dang. The door is closed. Call. Maien took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. It's dead. Thump thump. At this moment, the knock on the door sounded again. Who? Maien asked. Slightly thick voice sounded. Extremely recognizable, shaking his head and forcibly forgetting everything I just saw. Maien hurried to the door. There was a click. The door opens. The thin figure appeared in Maien's field of vision. It is Aokiji. What is rare is that Aokiji who appears in front of Maien is not the usual listless look. Zero asked for flowers. The eyes are brighter than ever before. Prepare. We will be at Malin Vandor soon. Aokiji spoke to Maien. Thank you, Mr. Kuzan. I'm going to prepare. Maien nodded without hesitation. I was a little puzzled. Don't understand what Aokiji is thinking. When you get to Marin Fanduo, you will go to Marin Fanduo. It's not going to fight 4 emperors. Advertisement. As for being so nervous, he also came to his room to remind him. Wouldn't it be enough to send a soldier? Maien was wondering. A big hand fell on his shoulder. Speaking of, I don't know if it's the frozen fruit ability person. Maien always feels that Aokiji's big hands are cold. Even if you don't use the power of devil fruit. 0. Maien also felt a chill in her shoulders. But at this moment, a word from Aokiji made Maien's heart cool. Ah la la la, forgot to tell you. In recognition of your contribution to the design of the ancient weapon Pluto, Marshal Sengoku has agreed to grant you the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Come on, Ensign Maien. After saying this, Aokiji patted Maien on the shoulder again and turned and left. 2nd lieutenant. Due to the shock in her heart, Maien forgot to salute Aokiji. Marine has strict internal ratings. The system of awarding titles is clearly divided. It can be divided into 3 stages. Governor, generals and grassroots. From bottom to top, the grassroots ranks are miscellaneous, 3rd class, 2nd class, 1st class, army chief, sergeant, Sao chief, and warrant officer. From bottom to top, the generals are ensign, lieutenant, lieutenant, minor admiral, middle admiral, Major Admiral, Brigadier General, Major General, and Lieutenant General. The governor is the simplest. Only Admiral and the Marshal. And Maien's rank at the moment is only a first-class soldier. Although Maien was previously appointed by Spandam as the interim commander of Judicial Island, his status has jumped. But that is decentralization. It is not an award. But now, Maien can already unceremoniously say that he is a second lieutenant among Marine. From the grassroots to the generals. From first class to second lieutenant. Maien has been promoted to 5 levels in a row. The weight can be seen in Madara. But it is precisely because of this. Maien is bound to be jealous of many people. Malin Vandor is the sacred place of Marine. There are countless treasures of heaven inside. If Maien guessed correctly. At the moment in Marin Vatican. There should be a lot of people waiting for him. Chapter 77. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bad. Maien looked gloomy. I didn't expect that the outcome of the matter would turn out to be like this. He previously presented the design drawings of the ancient weapon Pluto just to protect himself. There is no thought of asking for credit. After all, the design drawing itself is not very useful. Only from the mouth of Nico Robin knows the location of the ancient weapon Pluto. The design drawing can exert its effect. But what is the situation now? For a design drawing that is not of much use by itself, the old guy Sengoku actually upgraded his entire rank to 5 consecutive ranks. Are you confused? Naval headquarters has always been strictly hierarchical and disciplined. Reward for merit. There must be a penalty. But at the moment, Maien's credit is too out of proportion to his reward. Congratulations, sir. Just as Maien was frowning. Xiao, who didn't know where to get the news, quickly ran to Maien's side and smiled. Since the creation of Marine, no one has ever been able to upgrade to 5 consecutive levels at once. My lord, Marshal Sengoku and Kuzan Admiral are very optimistic about you. Quote. Maien was already irritable. Xiao Hu's flattery hit the horse's leg. As an excellent dog leg, Xiao Hu made mistakes that shouldn't be made. Roll. Maien spit out angrily. The security officer was shocked instantly. Where does he know? If Aokiji and Sengoku do this, Maien's plan will be completely disrupted. Maien originally just wanted to work hard with Aokiji. When the time is right, think of a way for Aokiji to transfer him to Impel Down. Even if you are not the head guard. Even if it's just to perform official duties. As long as they can appear in Impel Down at the moment Blackbeard's group is destroyed by the Magellan group. Advertisement. Maien can easily absorb the dark fruit in Blackbeard. Complete the sublimation of the absorption fruit. But not anymore. Maien is high profile, as the first existence that has been promoted to 5 consecutive levels since the creation of Marine. Lieutenant Maien Nig must show his strength. At the very least, we must convince the public. Otherwise, Aokiji will definitely drive Maien back to Judicial Island. Naval headquarters keeps talking about justice. In fact, he still speaks with his fist. The only difference with the pirate. There is a clear way to do things. As for compliance or not, please feel free to follow it. This can also be seen from the original work. After the Top War. Naval headquarters in order to enhance their own combat power. Promote Fujitora and Green Bull to Admiral through the world conscription. These two weren't Marines before. I have never made any contributions to Marine before. But because of their great strength. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Makes the naval headquarters hierarchy completely collapsed. In contrast, what is Maien's current 5 consecutive upgrades? Fujitora and Green Bull are the real paratroopers. Hiss. At this moment, the guard behind Maien suddenly sucked in an air conditioning. Maien looked up. I saw above the sea in the distance. The outline of a huge island has emerged. Marin Vando. Maien's eyes trembled. Said unconsciously. Marin Vando. A direct agency of the world government. The island where naval headquarters is located. It has always been a symbol of power and justice. Advertisement. Located in the center of the Grand Line. Adjacent to the Chambord Islands, the Red Earth continent and the Sacred Land, Marichoya. If anyone sees it from the sky, the whole island is like a crescent shape. There are many buildings on it. Many people. Hulala. Dididi. With billowing ash smoke and harsh siren, Maien's warship drove towards Malin Vando. The appearance of the entire island of Malin Vandor is gradually revealed to Maien. I go. Maien stared at Malin Vandor in front of him. Was deeply shocked by this huge island. Seeing it with my own eyes is really different. The little guard on the side was also very excited at the moment. Had it not been for Maien just yelled at him. Xiao Hu has already rushed to give Maien a big hug. How? Aokiji's voice rang softly in his ears. How are you feeling? A well-deserved reputation. Maien exclaimed sincerely. I hope you can think about it later. Aokiji shrugged. There is a glimmer of light that is not easy to be noticed in the eyes. Even so zero. But it was still accurately captured by Maien. I knew it. At the moment of capturing Aokiji's eyes, Maien knew that her guess was correct. Aokiji definitely did it for 5 consecutive upgrades. Sengoku has a calm temper and always focuses on the overall situation. It is absolutely impossible to change Maien's rank from first class to second lieutenant just because Maien presented the Pluto design. But if Aokiji, who is admiral, highly recommend it. Sengoku might allow it. After all, even if he was promoted to 5 consecutive ranks, Maien was only a second lieutenant. Marin Vandor has many generals. Advertisement. There are many people with ranks higher than Maien, including the little guard next to him. As the escort officer of Spandam, the former sheriff of Judiciary Island, Omo has the rank of lieutenant. However, as a competent dogleg, Xiaohu's vision is not so shallow. Maien's military rank is only lower than him now. The future is important, but Xiaohu didn't know. If Maien wants to keep his rank of second lieutenant, he still needs to go through an experiment. Since Sengoku had previously decided to agree to Aokiji's request, he promoted Maien exceptionally. Why did people post it up as a notice again? Its purpose. It's what Aokiji said to him. Maien also thought of this. Said it all. Naval headquarters advertised justice on the surface. Actually speak with a fist. In the era of big pirates, strength is the only criterion that determines a person's achievement level. If Maien's strength is not worthy of the second lieutenant, then even if Aokiji wears his mouth, Sengoku will not be able to agree to his request. Unless Aokiji tells Sengoku, Maien's strength cannot be underestimated. At the same time, in the marshal's office, Sengoku is working on official duties with all his heart. The phone worm on the table rang a unique ringtone. Bala bala bala. Click. Sengoku reached out and pressed the answer button. Report the marshal, Kuzan-sama has returned. Got it. Sengoku nodded. After talking, I just wanted to hang up the phone worm. Suddenly remembered the Maien Nige that Aokiji told him earlier. Immediately put the phone worm back to his ear. Hey, is the weasel still on the island? Chapter 78. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Grand Line, Marin Vandor. In front of Marine Bulletin Board. A group of Marines gathered in Wuyongyang. The entire bulletin board is blocked. Everyone stared at the latest notice posted on the bulletin board. Some people show disdain. Someone was shocked. Someone is struggling with his chin. Some people smiled slightly at the corners of their mouths. Not bad. The latest notice posted on the bulletin board is the instruction for Maien to be upgraded to 5 consecutive levels. From an ordinary first-class soldier to a marine ensign. Although the name of Maien Nig did not cause any big storms at the governor level of Malin Vandor. However, there is a lot of movement at the generals and the grassroots level. Damn, why can this bastard get to 5 levels in a row? This person is standing at the front of the bulletin board. Body shape was thin. Although it is a man, he has long golden hair. 2 Gerger cutlass slung around his waist. He wears a circle of black sunglasses on his eyes. While pointing to the notice on the bulletin board, he said to the man beside him. This is too unfair. The man next to him is of medium size 09. There is a cross-shaped scar above the right eye. A brightly patterned handkerchief is tied to her pink hair. Wearing a standard marine blue jacket. The face is handsome. Hearing the words of the long-haired man with blonde hair, his brows wrinkled slightly, and his tone was a little helpless. Berume, you can't say that, Lieutenant Maien. We are only Chief Sao now. The rank of second Lieutenant Maien is higher than us, and is considered our chief. Bell Maber, little boss in Shez Town. Advertisement. In the original work, he is arrogant and domineering because his father is Colonel Marine. No evil is done in the town of Shezel. As Zoro hacked his pet wolf with a grudge. When Zoro was tied to a pillar to be lynched. Coincidentally met Luffy and Kirby. After being fainted by Luffy's 2 punches. This guy has changed his mind and Kirby has joined Marine. Work under Garp's hands. So far, he is a Sao Chong. It may be that after becoming Sao Chong, he felt a little drifting. In addition to good friend Kirby. Balloon was in the grassroots of Marin Vandor and no one looked down upon it. At this moment, I learned that Maien had been promoted to 5 consecutive levels. Naturally, angrily, please Keb, it's just a notice now. That Maien hasn't passed the award ceremony yet. It's still just a poor first-class soldier now. Why did I, as Chong Sao, speak badly to him? Balloomub smiled disdainfully. The pink-haired man beside him was Kirby. Good friend of Monkey D. Luffy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Originally cowardly character. Do miscellaneous under the hand of Alvida, the female pirate of the East China Sea. After being rescued by Luffy. Under the influence of Luffy, vowed to become Marine Admiral. Unlike Balloon, Kirby is modest and prudent, kind and upright. Called the representative of marine justice. But even so. Kirby was also a little puzzled after seeing Maien's promotion announcement. The results of the Judicial Island incident are now well known. Marine and world government were a complete failure. Maien will fight bravely as stated on the notice. But after all, there is no actual achievement. Advertisement. If you catch Straw Hat Crew, this promotion is reasonable. Think of Straw Hat Crew. Kirby's eyes suddenly darkened. The reason is obvious. Kirby couldn't think of it anyway. The man who gave him hope in his life. Monkey D. Luffy would do such a thing. Mr. Luffy didn't hurt anyone like Alvida. Why did you kill all the CP9 staff and the commander of Justice Island Spandam? Kirby sighed faintly. But at this moment, there was a sound of discussion all around. Hey, look, who is that person? I haven't seen it either. Is he just? Accompanied by the sound of discussions that gradually began to spread, the group of ebony marines gathered in front of the bulletin board turned back one by one. Locked his sight tightly on a figure in the distance. Balumub and Kirby are no exception. They turned their heads and looked around. The pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. The figure who came from a distance had a handsome face. Blue hair. The figure is slightly stronger. Wearing a decent marine gown. It is Maien. Malin Vandor is the naval headquarters. Although there are many marines stationed there. But when you look up and look down, there are very few unfamiliar faces. There are even fewer completely strange faces like Maien. What's more, he is still following Admiral Aokiji by his side at this moment. It doesn't work if you don't want to be noticeable. Ever since I set foot on Marin Vatican. No, it should have been since the warship docked on the shore to be precise. Maien can feel countless eyes locked on him. Advertisement. Although I had already prepared. But in the face of so many strange gazes, Maien still felt like a man on his back. Fortunately, Maien has gradually become accustomed to this strange look along the way. After all, Admiral Aokiji is by his side. If you don't accept it, you can still hit me. Moreover, with Maien's current 20,000 powers, a figure below Lieutenant General Malin Vandor. Maien can completely ignore it. Thought of this. Maien raised her head instead. What's the big deal? You are envious and jealous. Just make you jealous to death. See Maien's change in his eyes. Aokiji was indifferent on the face. But there was a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. After all, Maien's military rank was only promoted to second lieutenant. What if he was promoted to 5 levels in a row? Such a small matter scared Maien. How will he become a pillar of marine in the future? To know, above the second lieutenant, there are many ranks waiting for Maien to be promoted. And from the moment of deciding to promote Maien. In the eyes of Aokiji, Maien is a solid admiral qualification. So, when I saw the large number of ebony marines gathered in front of the bulletin board, Aokiji immediately reached out and pushed Maien. Then he shrugged his shoulders. To the large number of ebony marines in front of him, he said lightly. Yes, this is Maien Nigel. If you don't agree, you can come up and challenge anytime. Who can beat him? The chance of being promoted to 5 levels immediately gave in. Chapter 79. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The atmosphere is dead. The air seems to freeze. Aokiji just a few words. Everyone present was stunned. Especially Maien. What's the situation? Isn't Aokiji with me? Master Kuzan, you. Maien stared at Aokiji blankly. The words have not been said yet. There was a sudden hissing sound behind him. That's the sound of sucking air conditioning. It is also an expression of excitement in everyone's unbearable heart. Gudong. Maien swallowed hard. Turned back mechanically. As predicted, the ebony group of marines in front of the bulletin board are all crazy. Eyes are shining brightly. The look in Maien's eyes is like a wolf seeing meat. What a treasure boy. Swish. A figure suddenly emerged from the crowd of Wuyongyang. Maien Nig. Die. The figure that sprang out said so. The epaulets on the clothes show his identity as Chong Sao. The moment of landing. This Sao Chong quickly drew 2 muskets from his waist with both hands. Aiming at Maien in front of him, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Only 2 pops can be heard. Hot gas from the barrel. 2 Gundams shot at Maien like lightning. Jump out, land, draw a gun, pull the trigger. The whole process only took 1 second. It's enough to show that the Marine Sao Chang's skill with guns is so exquisite. And when I saw Maien in front of me, he was still confused at the moment. Marine Sao Chang's mouth immediately raised a smug smile. The chance to advance to 5 levels in a row is here. From now on, I am Lieutenant Colonel Marine Zhang Zuo. Advertisement. But at this moment, Sao Chong, who dreamed of Lieutenant Colonel Marine, heard 2 booms in his ear. His face changed. Suddenly looked up. I saw that his 2 poor steel bullets turned into 2 pools of steel powder as soon as they hit Maien. It disappeared as soon as the wind blew. Iron body. Sao Chong looked at Maien in disbelief. The surroundings fell into dead silence again. Everyone's complexion became cloudy and uncertain. The group of ebony marines had gritted their teeth when they saw Sao Chong burst out. After all, there is only one Maien. There is only one chance to rise to level 5 in a row. Let Sao Chong occupy the first place, they can only look at it eagerly. But now I see Sao Chang's 2 Gundams being shaken directly by Maien's body. This group of marines finally understand. Maien's strength is not as simple as it seems. Among this group of marines, especially Kebi has the deepest feeling. After practicing under Garp, Kirby knows Marine 6 styles very well. It stands to reason. A normal iron body can only fly 2 of Sao Chang's Gundams. But Maien's iron body directly blasted Sao Chang's 2 Gundams into powder. This means that at the moment when Gundam hit Maien, a huge counter shock came from the iron body. This blasted the Gundam into powder. So strong. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kirby looked at Maien not far away through the crowd. The fists clenched unconsciously, obviously about the same age. But now he only masters the shave in Marine 6 styles. But Maien has already cultivated Iron Body to a certain extent. The only defensive stunt in Marine 6 styles. It has become a means of attack abruptly. Really, the guy who can be promoted to 5 consecutive levels is indeed extraordinary. Berume, let's go back, Kirby said while turning his head. Maien's strength stimulated Kirby to a certain extent. I just wanted to ask Birumebo to go back and strengthen his practice with him. But I found that maybe Balum next to him no longer knew where he was going. Should. Kirby's heart sank. A bad guess flashed in my mind. Advertisement. Hastily turned his head and looked around. As predicted, Balumab was already standing in front of Maien. Huh, it's not. Seeing Birumebo, Maien frowned slightly. Inexplicably, the person in front of me is very familiar. I just remembered after a careful memory. Hastily turned his head and swept into the crowd. As predicted, Maien saw Kirby's figure. Strange. Seeing Kirby and Balumab, Maien's brows frowned. After all, Maien remembered correctly. In the original work. After the Judicial Island incident broke out, Garp took the 2 men to the water capital to find King Luffy. According to the calculation of time, it should be just these few days. But now Kirby and Balum are still at Marin Vando. Isn't Garp going to find King Luffy? Maien stroked his chin. Suddenly I didn't understand it. He is really shameless. I don't want to think about how Garp will find Wong Luffy right now. All the fate of Spandam and CP9 are counted on Wong Luffy. The Straw Hat Pirates and Marine are no longer in the same league. Garp is Marine Lieutenant General. The current situation does not allow him to release water. And with Garp's strength, one finger is enough to flip over the entire Straw Hat Pirate group. Hey, what are you thinking? Maien frowned while thinking. Bailu Mei's face was already gloomy. This is too disrespectful. He stood up and challenged Maien. Maien didn't even look at him. Naked looked down on people. Damn it. Balumab could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. Pulling out the Gurgur scimitar from his waist, he rushed towards Maien. Fast. At this time, Bailu Mei has mastered Marine 6 styles shave. In his opinion, although Maien knows Iron Body. But in terms of speed, he will definitely not be his opponent of Birumaber. Advertisement. Under continuous hacking, there will always be times when Maien's Iron Body can't support it. But just when Birumaber's Gurg scimitar was about to slash Maien's body, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Backquote Kirby. The pupils in Bailu Mei's eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. Not only because of Kirby's appearance. Even more because at this moment, the movements of his hands can no longer stop. 2 Gurgur scimitars are cutting at Keibe's body. Not good. Damn it. Stop. Countless shouts sounded at the same time. The faces of everyone were shocked. Many people closed their eyes unbearably. Even Admiral Aokiji wants to deceive him at this moment. But at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Flying finger pistol. Bang. Bang. Maien raised his hand and fired 2 air bombs. Surely hit the 2 Gurgur scimitars in the hands of Birumaber. The money is good, ding ding, 2 beeps. The 2 Gurgur scimitars in the hands of Birumebo were directly beaten into the air. Without the weapon, Balumbo's movements were just 2 punches on Kirby's body even if it kept going. The crisis is quietly resolved. The onlookers at Marine immediately breathed a sigh of relief. There was also a smile at the corner of Aokiji's mouth. Only Birumebo was furious. Damn, what the hell are you doing, Kirby? Why did you come out for no reason? Kirby looked helpless. Say nothing. Just stretched out his fingers and pointed behind him. Balumab followed Kirby's fingers and turned and looked at it. I saw that his 2 Gurgur scimitars had been broken. Suddenly his feet softened, sitting on the ground with a puff. Seeing this, Kirby's mouth lifted a bitter smile. If he could, he didn't want to stand up just now. But with Maien's iron body, Birumebo Shikai would really slash at Maien's body with a sword. Wait for the force of the counter shock to come. Now it's not just those 2 Gurgur scimitars that are shattered. Chapter 80. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Thanks to Lieutenant Maien for his rescue. Kirby turned back and bowed deeply to express his gratitude to Maien in front of him. The big hand hidden in the sleeve swung to Balumabel on the ground. The meaning is self-evident. Seeing this, Birumebo hurriedly got up from the ground. Like Kirby, he bowed deeply to Maien in front of him. Sorry, Ensign Maien, it's okay. Maien shook her head. He hasn't been stingy enough yet. Not to mention this time. Maien has no time to deal with Kirby and Balum. Turning his head to look at Aokiji not far away, Maien's face is full of smiles. But I hate to death in my heart. At this moment. Maien would be a fool if he didn't understand Aokiji's intention to push him out. Although Aokiji was kind, in order for Maien to establish prestige among the group of Marines in front of him. Prove that he is worthy of the honor of being promoted to 5 consecutive levels. But the point is, the timing is wrong. Even if you want to be high profile. Can't it be done in a few days? Why must it be now? After all, Maien just came to Malin Vando. It has not been more than half an hour since landing. Aokiji wants Maien to shine. But what do you think when you fall into the eyes of others? The gun shot the bird. That's right. In Aokiji's duck drive on and off the shelves. Maien's strength has exceeded everyone's expectations. Including the initiator Aokiji himself. The rank of second lieutenant. Now it seems that Maien is not only worthy but also aggrieved. Just look at it from Maien's Marine 6 style's iron body. You can't even be promoted to the 5th grade with a Marine major. For a while, the audience fell into a dead silence again. The group of ebony Marines gathered in front of the bulletin board also looked at Maien with extreme awe. Even Kirby and Balumab have respected Maien. Ever since. The nature of the matter has just become distorted. Advertisement. What is the purpose of Maien Nigel coming to Malin Vando? I'm not sure at this moment. In the eyes of others. Maien came to Malin Vandor. It's bigger to say to do things with Aokiji. Going to be small, I came to accept the award ceremony. It's different now. Maien Niger is here to leeway. Good guys. The north, south, east, and northwest of Malin Vando have not been accurate yet. Maien started fighting with people. What does he want to do? Crazy. Inverted. About to take off. Originally, Maien was promoted to 5 consecutive levels. Marine on Malin Vandor is a little upset. However, due to Marshal Sengoku's order and Admiral Aokiji's recommendation, many people endured it abruptly. Not anymore. Maien Niger is too arrogant. And the facts are just as Maien expected. Here at the moment, on the surface, there are only Marines like Kirby and Balumbao. Actually secretly, many people are already secretly watching Maien. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just then, among the many people who secretly follow Maien, someone sighed helplessly, then rush out. The sound of bang 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 came from the air. It immediately attracted the attention of Maien and others. Everyone looked up. I saw not far away. One person is stepping on moonwalk and rushing here quickly. This man is tall, slightly thin, wearing a lilac striped suit and dark blue shirt. Wear a cloak of justice. Putting Punk's head on. Keep the 8 character who. A red long sword fell in his waist. But the most important thing is. Advertisement. Epaulets on this man's clothes. 3 bars. Lieutenant General Marine. Hiss. Inhaling air conditioning sound everywhere. See the people coming. The Marines around Maien all stepped back. Balumab and Kirby are no exception. It may be that Maien is closer to them. This moment, Maien can clearly see the cold sweat on the foreheads of Kirby and Balumeg. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence again at this moment. It's just compared with the dead silence before. The surrounding Marines looked at Maien and there was no longer a trace of awe in their eyes. Everyone is without exception. The eyes are full of pity. Maien looked at Aokiji on the side with a bitter expression. Excessive Kuzan-sama, I do not know. Aokiji shrugged his shoulders to express his innocence. But the expectation in his eyes has betrayed him. Quote. Maien turned her head back speechlessly. Looking at the man who stepped on moonwalk not far away and rushed towards him. There was a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. This is really worthy of him. As a traverser, senior C fan in previous life. Maien has recognized who this person is since the first sight of him. Weasel, Naval Headquarters Veteran Lieutenant General. There are not many scenes in the original work. But the strength is beyond doubt. Maien remembers the most clearly. It was this guy who used to forcibly summon Boa Hancock, one of Shichibukai's pirate empress. Once killed a huge sea kings with a single sword. Swordsmanship is very strong. And beyond that. Weasel's Haki and Marine 6 styles are certainly not weak. Otherwise, it is impossible to become Marine Lieutenant General. Damn it. Maien clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. Advertisement. The arrival of the Weasel made him unexpected. But this is the end. Maien can only fight with all his strength. Boom. The Weasel stopped moonwalk and dropped down. Untie the red long sword around his waist and throw it to the surrounding Marine. The Weasel walked slowly to Maien. Give up promotion. With your strength, as long as you are down to earth, you will definitely become a second lieutenant in less than a year. There is no need to rush for a while. The Weasel is kind to persuade. The tone was more or less helpless. No way. Marshal Sengoku has an order. Let him try Maien Nigel. Otherwise, it is impossible to mix with the Weasel. In the original work, when Boa Hancock used the power of the charm fruit, the Weasel stabbed his left hand with a dagger. Keep yourself awake with great pain. How could such a person bully Maien? But precisely because of this, Sengoku chose to let the Weasel try Maien's skills. Because Weasel has always been meticulous in doing things. Never release water. If Maien doesn't know how to advance or retreat, waiting for him will definitely be a fierce battle. Unfortunately, the Weasel used the wrong method. To be frank, Maien was prepared to keep a low profile. He would be happy if he could not beat the Weasel. But not anymore. Give up on promotion. Down to earth. No need to rush for a while. I go. What does it mean? Is it safe to win? There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Maien clenched his fists. He raised his head and looked directly at the Weasel in front of him. Maien's voice faintly sounded. I won't. Chapter 81. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Maien thought Weasel might have misunderstood something. The reason why he wants to keep a low profile. It wasn't because Maien felt that she was not worthy of the honor of 5 consecutive ranks and the rank of second lieutenant. But I don't want to cause trouble. But if Weasel feels that Maien is not his opponent, then Maien will use actual actions to prove that his idea is grossly wrong. What did you say? Weasel was taken aback when he heard the words. I won't. Maien repeated decisively. Extremely loud. I don't know the atmosphere much, I fell into a dead silence a few times. Hear Maien's words. The surrounding Marines are all stupid in place. The cold sweat on the foreheads of Biru Mabo and Kirby straight down. Aokiji on the side can't react a little bit. Not to mention the Weasel himself. His face was completely gloomy with a swish. Marshal Sengoku is right. The Marine named Maien BLCKM*N in front of me really needs to be trained. Just a second lieutenant floats like this. Isn't it true that Admiral doesn't even care about becoming a major in the future? It seems you think you are strong. Weasel looked at Maien coldly and said. So strong that even the Lieutenant General dared to speak insultingly. No, I don't think I'm strong. Maien waved her hand. Looking at the Weasel with a sneer. It's just that once Lieutenant General comes now, I feel a little stronger. After all, if I am not strong, the Lieutenant Admiral doesn't need to come, right? Weasel is an honest man. This can be seen from his meticulous work. Controversy in words. The honest Weasel is naturally not Maien's opponent. Anyway, Maien can only be so angry. Decisively issue a challenge. Advertisement. In that case, I have to learn about Marine 6 styles of Lieutenant Maien. Does the Lieutenant Admiral do not use a sword? Maien turned his head and glanced at the red long sword that was thrown at Marine by the Weasel. No need. Weasel shook his head without thinking. I hope you can say the same later. Maien shrugged. The Weasel's list is about to split. Originally, I wanted Maien to attack first. Now he gave up this idea in an instant. Shave. The moment the words fell, the Weasel came to Maien with a swish. Paper Arts Ooze. After absorbing the power of all CP9 members, Maien also mastered the development of Marine 6 styles by all CP9 members. Paper Arts Ooze was originally Otonashi Fukuru's moves. It can increase the dodge speed of Paper Arts to a certain extent. Maien's mouth was dismissive of the Weasel. It really started to fight but brought up the spirit of 12 points. Looking at the flying fists of the Weasel, Maien's body became abnormally soft. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just like a puddle of ooze. Weak and boneless. You can make all kinds of difficult moves with ease. The whole person is distorted 360 degrees in all directions. Enhance the characteristics of Marine 6 styles Paper Arts to the greatest extent. The speed of dodge is amazing. All of a sudden, the 2 fists of the Weasel could not touch Maien's body. All attacks failed. Sizzle. Countless air conditioning sounds sounded again. The surrounding Marines haven't recovered from Maien's previous shock at the Weasel. Just once again fell into shock. Balumab was wet with cold sweat at the moment. When he thought of Shijie, he dared to challenge Maien. He felt that he was really reckless. The pupils in Kirby's eyes had already shrunk into pinpoints. Advertisement. Although he knew that Maien was very strong. But I didn't expect Maien to be so strong. Even Lieutenant General Weasel couldn't help him in a short time. Aokiji on the side couldn't help the smile at the corner of his mouth. The eyes are getting brighter. At this moment, Maien's performance has exceeded Aokiji's expectations. Let him be amazed. At the same time, people who have been following Maien secretly also nodded frequently. I think Maien does have 2 brushes. This moment. Even the Weasel who attacked Maien's eyes lit up. Among Marine 6 styles, Paper Arts is the most difficult one to learn. But Maien at the moment, not only is he extremely proficient in Paper Arts in Marine 6 styles. To a certain extent, this trick has been developed a little. I have to say, it's an individual talent. But precisely because of this, the Weasel finally became curious and interested in fighting. Zero asked for flowers. After all, it is Lieutenant General Marine. Even if Maien makes the Weasel angry, it is also impossible for a Weasel to give its full strength at the beginning of the battle. In case you accidentally kill Maien, it is their naval headquarters that is losing. But it's different now. After this initial test, Weasel can already use his full strength with confidence. Because he knows, the boy in front of him named Maien Nig is not one that he can easily kill. Think about it so far. The fists that the Weasel threw at Maien accelerated in an instant. The power is instantly strengthened. Bang 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 bang. Under. The blast of air is loud. If the Weasel's previous attack was like a storm, then it is stormy at this moment. Advertisement. ... Feeling that Weasel finally used its full strength, Maien's mouth immediately conjured up a smile. Still use Paper Arts Ooze to evade. It's just that the whole person is more attentive than before. This moment, Maien's eyes couldn't hold anyone else. Nothing can be distracted, no matter what happened to Marine around an Aokiji on the side. There is only a weasel in his eyes. And the pair of fists that hit him like raindrops. But at this moment, Maien's face suddenly changed. Finally found it. The weasel's voice faintly sounded. Not good. Maien's heart sank. Iron body steel. Huh. The weasel punched Maien's body. There was a loud noise. A huge force struck Maien's body instantly. Swish. Maien flew straight back, in the process of flying backwards. Maien's eyes remained on the fist of the weasel. Because of this moment, the fist of the weasel is black. Shining with a clean luster under the shining of the sun. Damn Haki. Maien only had time to say this. The whole person smashed directly on the building behind him. A loud bang. A building about the size of a house collapsed instantly. The dust is rolling. A ruin. Maien was buried underneath. Life or death is unknown. B. Chapter 82. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Inside the marshal's office. Sengoku is dealing with official duties with all his heart. But at this moment, not far away, there was a boom noise. Okay. Sengoku stopped the pen in his hand, turned his head and looked out the window. Frowning. Come on. There was a click. The door was quickly opened. The marine soldiers stationed outside the door quickly walked in. Keep your feet together. Stand tall and raise your head. A standard marine soldier salute to Sengoku. Yes, Master Marshal, please give instructions. Go and find out what sound was just now. Sengoku opened his mouth and ordered. Yes. The marine soldier shook all over and walked out of the office quickly. Just a minute later, the marine soldier walked in again. Report to Lord Marshal. The 823 sounds just now were caused by the battle between Lieutenant General Weasel and the new Lieutenant Maien. You mean Maien Nig? Sengoku raised his eyebrows. The marine soldier said so. He just remembered that he had asked Weasel to test Maien's abilities earlier. I didn't expect the fight to start so soon. Sengoku has always been steadfast in his work. Although Aokiji strongly recommended Maien to 5 consecutive ranks, he was promoted to second lieutenant. But Sengoku must know whether Maien's strength is enough for that qualification. How about the battle? Sengoku asked. There is a faint look of expectation in his eyes. It's still not clear, Master Marshal. The marine soldier replied. Advertisement. However, Lieutenant Maien has just been knocked out by Lieutenant Weasel. Is it? Sengoku was disappointed. I thought Maien was shot and flew out by Weasel at the beginning of the battle. But at this moment, the voice of marine soldiers rang again. Judging from the use of armament Haki by Lieutenant Weasel, Lieutenant Maien should. What did you say? Sengoku suddenly raised his head. A pair of eyes stared at the marine soldier in front of him. The Weasel guy used armament Haki. Yes, Master Marshal. The marine soldier nodded. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Sengoku was madly white and the marine soldier glanced. The eyes are very bright at this moment. Sengoku knows who the Weasel is. Always know how to score. Sengoku asked Weasel to test Maien's strength. It is that Weasel cannot release water in battle. It can stop at the critical moment again. So, Weasel would definitely not use armament Haki on Maien as a last resort. Now that armament Haki is used, it means that Maien is worthy of the Weasel's efforts. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Humph. This Kuzan. It's a treasure. Tilt his head and looked out the window. Sengoku's frog glasses had a dazzling luster. The corners of his mouth are slightly tilted so that people can't see it. At the same time, the battle continues, looking at the collapsed house not far away. The Marines who stood on both sides watching the battle were already pale. Not over. Biru Mabo said hesitantly. No, not yet. Kirby shook his head quickly. The reason why he is so sure. In addition to believing that Maien's strength will not be easily defeated by the Weasel. Advertisement. And the expressions of Weasel and Aokiji at this moment. For houses that collapsed not far away, the Weasel's expression remained solemn. Aokiji stood indifferently. And this has it all. As predicted. Bang. Crushed stones splash. The dust rises again. In the dust, a figure stood up slowly. It is Maien Nig. Damn Haki. Maien gritted her teeth bitterly. He is now ashamed. The marine dress I was wearing was dirty and not what it looked like. The cloak of justice that was originally draped on his shoulders also had several large holes. But the whole person looked unscathed. Thanks to Maien who used the iron body in Marine 6 styles in time. Otherwise, let Weasel use armament Haki's punch to hit Maien. Maien will lie in bed for 10.5 days even if she is not broken. But Maien hated it now that the Weasel used armament Haki. It's observation Haki. The 2 sentences, damn Haki, added before now refer to this too. Because of Maien's current strength. The paper arts ooze he used is completely different from the paper arts ooze used by Otonashi Fukuro. Under full concentration 0, enough to deal with the unarmed attack of the Weasel. Even if Weasel tried his best, he would never want to run into Maien's hair. Otherwise, the Weasel should hit Maien the moment he exerts his full strength. But the problem is, even if Maien is engrossed, his paper arts ooze can't resist the observation Haki of Weasel. Paper Arts Ooze is the only dodge trick in Marine 6 styles. But dodges are regular, and this happened to be Maien's culprit. After all, with the use of observation Haki, the weasel can easily see through Maien's dodge law. So as to win with one blow. Are you coming? Seeing Maien with an angry face, Weasel said immediately. Advertisement. Of course. Maien nodded without hesitation. I still use Haki. Weasel reminded. It's boring if you don't use it. Maien sneered coldly. This moment, his blood boiled again. The heart is beating. Even the 5 internal organs and 6 blessings are filled with indescribable comfort. It seems that every cell in the body is cheering. Again, the addictive taste of fighting made Maien feel once again. The smile on the corner of his mouth had reached the base of his ears for some unknown time. Maien looked at the weasel in front of him. Slowly stretch out an index finger. I want to make a request. As long as it's not for me to show mercy. Weasel shrugged his shoulders. Ha ha, Maien grinned. At this moment, the eyes became devoid of emotion at all. Staring at the weasel fiercely. Maien said every word. Lord Admiral, can I kill you? The atmosphere is dead. Everyone was stunned in place. Kirby and Balumub's pupils shrank. Even Aokiji can't react a bit. The weasel is even more blank. After all, no one thought of it. How dare Maien speak to the Lieutenant General? But at this moment when everyone can't believe it. A slow voice suddenly sounded. Oh, it's terrible. Kuzan, the boy you brought. It's terrible. Chapter 83. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Maien's eyes flashed. When he heard these 3 words terrible, Maien already knew who came. Turned his head and looked. As predicted, black curly hair. Wearing a yellow and white striped suit. The beard on his face was sloppy. Wear a pair of sunglasses. Tall and thin. The whole person looks alive like a wretched uncle. It is Kizaru, who is also one of the 3 admiral with Aokiji. Sparkling fruit capable person. Pelusalino. How did you come? Aokiji raised his eyebrows. I was a little surprised at Kizaru's arrival. Master Marshal said that I am fine, so let me come and have a look. I didn't expect to hear such a terrible sentence when I arrived. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets. Said while shrugging his shoulders. His eyes were looking straight at Maien not far away. Suddenly the front of the conversation turned. But if you think about it carefully, the boy you brought is right. Since you want to fight, you have to hold the faith to kill the opponent. Right. What did he call 09? Kizaru tilted his head to look at Aokiji and asked. Maien Nigel. Aokiji reminded him expressionlessly. Terrible. Even the name is so terrible. Kizaru sucked in a cold air. Quote. Aokiji's face was speechless. I no longer pay attention to Kizaru next to him. Turned his head to look at the weasel. Seeing Aokiji's eyes, Weasel immediately nodded to Maien in front of him. Advertisement. Of course. It's just that if I do this, I won't keep my hands. Sizzle. Weasel just finished speaking. His hands quickly covered a layer of black. It's like having been dyed with ink. Shining with a clean luster under the shining of the sun. Amazingly armament Haki. Life is back. Boom. Maien just finished speaking. His body suddenly doubled. The button of the dress he was wearing was directly Byungfei. The sleeves also burst directly. Oh, not only have you mastered Marine 6 styles, but you will return your life. Kizaru on the side saw this. The mouth immediately opened into a circle. Aokiji nodded secretly. The expectation in the eyes is getting deeper and deeper. No wonder he threatened to kill me. It turns out you will return your life. The weasel's eyes lit up. I feel more and more that Sengoku's instructions are right. Not to the last minute. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Really don't know what the upper limit of Maien's strength is. Unfortunately, that's it. The return of life can increase your strength in a short time. But if you want to kill me, it's not enough. Weasel said slowly. That being said, but the solemnity on his face only increased. Ah, Maien sneered coldly. Feel the surging power in the body. Looking at the weasel in front of her, Maien's eyes seemed to be looking at a dead body. Shave. Maien stepped a little. He stepped on the ground hundreds of times in an instant. Charged to the weasel like lightning. Advertisement. Finger pistol beast Yan. Maien clenched fists with both hands. Furiously hitting the weasel. Finger pistol Yuyan is Otonashi Fukuru's unique trick. Replace the index finger with a pair of fists. The speed is not only faster than the average finger pistol. The destructive power is also greater. Available under observation Haki of Weasel. Maien's attack was either resisted by the weasel or avoided by the weasel. You can't touch the weasel at all. Surrender Maien. I can see through all your actions. It makes no sense to fight further. Weasel said to Maien blankly. Aokiji on the side frowned when he saw this. Don't understand what Maien is doing. Oh, I thought it was a terrible boy. I didn't expect it to be that way. Kizaru was disappointed. Including Kirby and Biru Maber, the surrounding Marines were also gloomy at this moment. Although it's up to now. Maien's performance has reached or even exceeded everyone's expectations. At his current age, it is not easy to force Lieutenant General Marine Weasel to use his full strength. But the point is, Maien's previous sentence has made everyone present have higher expectations of him. Now I see Maien's performance. I am a little disappointed. You can't even touch the body of the weasel. He threatened to kill the weasel. Isn't Maien hitting herself in the face by herself? But precisely because of this, these people who were disappointed with Maien didn't realize it. At this moment, Maien's mouth was already smiling. Cunning smile. Flying finger pistol pull 10. At the same time the voice sounded, Maien suddenly stretched out the fists that were madly at the weasel. Boom 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 boom. Only a series of noises can be heard. Advertisement. Maien's 10 fingers fired 10 air bombs. Unexpectedly shoot at the weasel. The weasel was stunned. The pupils in the eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. This moment, even if the weasel is still using observation Haki, he can't avoid these 10 air bombs at all. Even the iron body weasel, one of the Marine 6 styles, has no time to display it. I can only watch 10 air bullets piercing through my body with eager eyes. And this is Maien's plan. After he was punched and flew out by the weasel, Maien was thinking about how he should deal with the observation Haki of the weasel. There is only one answer. Surprise. Fukuru's finger pistol beast Yan is just a disguise on the surface of Maien. His purpose is when weasel thinks he is in poverty. Use Rob Lucci's flying finger pistol to give the weasel a fatal blow. Weasel thought Maien's fist was all he had to attack him. In fact, the real ultimate move is hidden in Maien's fingers. Farewell, Lieutenant General. He watched 10 air bombs about to pierce through the weasel's body. Maien's mouth immediately made a sneer. But at this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed before Maien's eyes. A loud bang. 10 air bombs hit the golden light steadily. While exploding the golden light, it also lost all its power. Call. Seeing this, the sweaty weasel immediately let out a sigh of relief. And at this moment, the golden light that was exploded also slowly gathered. Gradually form a figure. Maien Nig, right. You are really terrible, a slow voice sounded. Kizaru's figure emerged from the golden light, looking at Maien Nig in front of him. There is already a piece of appreciation in my eyes. Chapter 84. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Master Pelusilino praised. Looking at Kizaru in front of him, Maien said neither humble nor overbearing. Maien is not surprised by the appearance of Kizaru. It's just a pity. It's Marine Admiral anyway. I can't help watching the weasel, a Lieutenant General, die in Maien's hands. And with the ability of Kizaru's sparkling fruit. In Shikai's situation, he was indeed the only one who could save the weasel in time. Weasel, you are careless. Aokiji also walked over at this time. Reprimanded the weasel mercilessly. The weasel was speechless. After all, what Aokiji said is true. Maien is very strong now. But it is only a Lieutenant General level. You can only draw a tie with the weasel. Of course, if Maien can learn armament Haki and observation Haki, the battle will be won at the beginning. The weasel is sure to lose. Think about it so far. Maien felt her shortcomings again. The battle with the weasel was not Maien's intention. But now it seems to be a good thing. Playing a Lieutenant General is so hard. What will be famous in the world in the future? Strength. Be stronger. Looking at the black Uzumaki pattern in her hand, Maien's eyes showed deep desire. At this moment, a big hand slapped Maien on the shoulder. Maien thought it was Aokiji. He raised his head but raised his eyebrows. Because the person who patted him on the shoulder was Kizaru. Horrible boy, are you interested in doing it with me? Kizaru smiled. With that wretched old face. The whole person is even more wretched. Maien had thought that Spandam's wretchedness was trivial enough. Advertisement. Now a mountain is even higher than a mountain. Did not answer Kizaru's words. Maien turned his head directly to look at Aokiji. The meaning is self-evident. It's not that Maien has a relationship with Aokiji these days. It is Maien who is Aokiji who can be trusted. Kizaru is not necessarily anymore. Even the so-called justice is ambiguous. If Maien follows Kizaru, I may be scammed to death one day. After all, Kizaru is the #1 master of water release in One Piece. In case one day meets some powerful enemy, this guy still releases water. Relying on the ability of sparkling fruit, this guy can drive away at the speed of light. What about Maien? Aokiji is different. If Maien encounters any difficulties at the critical moment, Aokiji will still come forward. Based on, Maien made her choice without hesitation. Seeing Maien turning to look at herself, Aokiji, even those with frozen fruit ability, have a warm current in his heart. As a superior, no one dislikes loyal subordinates. He raised his head and looked at Kizaru coldly. Aokiji shook off Kizaru's big hand on Maien's shoulder. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Stop Pelusilino. Maien has to perform the award ceremony. We don't have time to play with you. It's terrible, Kuzan-sama is threatening me. Kizaru spread his hands. With a pity. But if Maien is unwilling, there is no way. But if you feel uncomfortable under Kuzan in the future, you can come to me at any time. Kizaru stared at Maien without blinking. There won't be that time. Aokiji's words are concise and concise. But Maien could clearly feel when Aokiji said these words. The big hand on his shoulder was obviously harder. The temperature of the palm also dropped sharply. Maien couldn't help but shiver all over. Just then. Advertisement. From Aokiji's pocket came the sound of, bala bala. Okay. Aokiji frowned. Take the phone worm out of his pocket. Press the answer button decisively. There was a very urgent voice from the phone bug. Master Kuzan, please report to the marshal's office as soon as possible. Got it. Aokiji hung up the phone. His complexion looked a little solemn. Turning his head to look at Maien beside him, Aokiji's tone was a little helpless. Maien, it looks like your award ceremony. Bala bala bala. Aokiji's words are not finished yet. The unique ringtone of the phone worm rang again. But not from his pocket. Strange. Kizaru on the side took out the phone worm from his mouth. Press the answer button decisively. There was a voice from the phone worm. The tone is also rapid. Master Pelusolino, please go to the marshal's office. Despair. The phone bug hasn't finished talking over there. Kizaru had already pressed the hang-up button. He raised his head and looked at Aokiji in front of him. The faces of the two admiral from naval headquarters were already extremely gloomy. At this moment, even Aokiji, who has always been lazy, and Kizaru, who has always been indifferent, can't keep calm anymore. The two of them were in Marin Bando. Almost at the same time, he received an order to hurriedly report to the marshal's office. There is no doubt, something must have happened. Without the slightest hesitation, Kizaru immediately turned into a golden light and rushed towards Sengoku's office. Be careful yourself. Aokiji solemnly patted Maien on the shoulder. There was a creaking sound from both feet. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. An ice road quickly emerged at the feet of Aokiji. Advertisement. Stepping on the ice road, Aokiji headed straight for Sengoku's office. The Marines around him were already sweating coldly at this moment. Kirby and Balloon were also extremely pale. Even the weasel's eyes trembled. At this moment, everyone is in no mood to talk about the battle between Maien and Weasel Shijie. Including Maien and Weasel himself. After all, everyone is not stupid. Okay. Don't stay here anymore, hurry up. Looking around, Marine looked suspicious. The weasel hurriedly waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense about the matter just now. If there is any commotion, I will ask you. Yes. Everyone nodded quickly, and the weasel has turned away. As Marine Lieutenant General, Money Zhao. If something big happens. It won't be long before he also has to report to Sengoku's office. Strange. Looking at the back of the weasel leaving. Thinking of Aokiji and Kizaru's prudent faces. Maien is at a loss. As a traverser, it's the first time Maien can't figure out what happened. At this moment, the Judicial Island incident is only 4 or 5 days away. It should have been calm. Maien was puzzled by touching his chin. At this moment, a flash of light flashed in my mind. Maien's face turned pale with a swish. The hand that touched the chin was also firmly put on. Wrong. It's not nothing. Maien just remembered. 3 days before the Judicial Island incident broke out. A big event has happened. He raised his head and looked at Sengoku's office not far away. Maien's mouth slowly uttered 2 words. Ace. Chapter 85. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Grand Line, Malin Vandor. Inside the marshal's office. Sengoku sat at the desk with a serious face. Even a man like him can hardly digest the shocking news just now. At this moment, there was a swish sound from outside the office. Click. The door opened. Kizaru swaggered in with his pockets in his pockets. What's so urgent? Wait until Kuzan arrives. Sengoku said slowly. Kizaru didn't say anything. Sitting on the chair with Erlang's legs up. At this moment, the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. Click. Aokiji opened the door and walked in. He still carries an amazing air conditioning. Ask Sengoku directly. What happened? Kizaru tilted his head to look at Sengoku. Should you wait for Sakazuki to come? That guy can be in the G1 branch right now. I will notify Sakazuki about this separately later. Sengoku raised his head, staring at Kizaru and Aokiji in front of him, said. You should know that the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sachi, was killed. No. Aokiji nodded. I heard someone from the Whitebeard Pirates did it. What do you say that is? Kizaru touched his chin and thought. Marshal D. Teach. Aokiji opened his mouth. Yes, that's the name. Kizaru shrugged and said, but I didn't expect that any unknown person under Whitebeard would be so terrible. But it was this little known person who defeated Ace Huaquan. Advertisement. Sengoku's voice faintly sounded. Fire Fist Ace. Captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. Aokiji and Kizaru were taken aback. As the head of the 4 emperors of New World, Naval Headquarters is very afraid of the Whitebeard pirates. Not only Whitebeard himself, the 16 captains under his team also investigated very clearly. Especially Fire Fist Ace. That's the guy the world government once wanted to recruit as 7 warlords of the sea. The strength is visible Madara. But precisely because of this, Aokiji and Kizaru were surprised when they heard the news that Huaquan Ace was defeated. Not bad. Sengoku nodded. Immediately after a word. Marshal D. Teach did not choose to kill him after defeating Fire Fist Ace. It was handed over to the world government. The news just came from Mary Geoise. Fire Fist Ace has arrived. The world government is preparing to promote Marshal D. Teach to 7 Warlords of the Sea. Fill the vacancy of the former 7 Warlords of the Sea Crocodile. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sengoku said something. The atmosphere in the entire office is deadly silence. The faces of Aokiji and Kizaru are rare and solemn. After all, they all know it. Once the news of Huaquan Ace's arrest comes out, the Whitebeard pirates will never give up. The news should be blocked, right? After a long silence, Aokiji spoke. It won't be blocked for a few days. The world government sent a message. We will execute Huaquan Ace in public in the form of a live broadcast. Soon this news will spread throughout the Grand Line. And then the whole world. Sengoku said blankly. But the irritation in his heart can be seen from the hands that have been trembling when he speaks. Same. Advertisement. At this moment, Aokiji and Kizaru were also stunned. After all, this way. A fierce battle is inevitable. Wow, that group of people in the world government is really terrible. Kizaru sneered. In this way, we have to prepare now. Aokiji said. The tone is more or less helpless. Naval headquarters belongs to world government. The relationship between the two parties is completely subordinate. As long as it is the decision made by the world government. Naval headquarters will be executed unconditionally. But this time, it's really too messy. The world government publicly executed Huaquan Ace. What is the difference between directly declaring war on the Whitebeard pirates? Once this news is announced to the world, even if Whitebeard doesn't want to fight the Fire Fist, Ace must come. But the point is, how can the Whitebeard pirate group be so easy to deal with? This decision made by the world government. Marine up and down do not know how many people are going to die. Even if the war surrounding Fire Fist Ace, Marine finally won. It is bound to be a miserable victory. Okay, you also know things. The top priority now is to transfer the Fire Fist Ace from Mary Geoise to Impel Down as soon as possible. This transfer must not be lost. Which of you two will go? Sengoku looked at Kizaru and Aokiji in front of him. Don't look at me, I don't want to escort such a terrible existence of Fire Fist Ace. Kizaru waved his hand. In fact, Sengoku didn't even watch Kizaru at all. The main line of sight was on Aokiji's body. Do not worry. Seeing Sengoku's eyes, Aokiji nodded immediately. Leave it to you, Kuzan. Sengoku nodded in response. As for the person who escorted Huo Fist Ace with you, you can figure it out by yourself. All the lieutenants of Malin Vandor, who have no official duties, are at your disposal. Advertisement. Isn't it a lieutenant? Aokiji asked rhetorically. Not a lieutenant. Sengoku was taken aback when he heard the words. Kizaru reacted first. Are you going to take that Maien? Not bad. Aokiji nodded without hesitation. Is Maien's strength okay? Sengoku frowned. Escorting Fire Fist Ace is a very important thing. The benchmark of combat power must be guaranteed. But when Sengoku asked this sentence, he saw a smile on Aokiji's mouth with his own eyes. At the same time, Kizaru's voice also rang in his ears. Of course it does. That terrible boy even defeated the weasel. What did you say? Sengoku stood up suddenly. The slightly old face was full of disbelief. Weasel was defeated. Yup. Kizaru nodded casually. If it weren't for me, Malin Vandor would have been preparing for the memorial service for Weasel at the moment. Hiss. Hearing this, Sengoku was shocked again. The whole person couldn't help taking a breath of air conditioning. But I was very happy. The suffocation that was caused by world government's arbitrary actions has disappeared a little. In that case, I don't have to worry about it. He sat back on the chair with a puff. Sengoku let out a breath of relief, turning his head to look at Kuzan in front of him. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. I thought Kuzan just got a treasure. Now it seems. More than bomb. Chapter 86. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Quick. Keep up. Ta ta ta. Rows of neat footsteps sounded. Teams of marine soldiers ran around in Linfanduo. Maien has everything in sight. Although there is no expression on his face. But my heart has been roughly determined. Since Kizaru and Aokiji went to the office of Sengoku. The huge Marin Vando suddenly became busy up. A depressed atmosphere also enveloped naval headquarters. Although everyone's hearts are full of questions. But anyone can see that it is the rhythm of major events. And this is understandable. Fire Fist Ace of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates was arrested. Malin Vandor naturally wants to make all preparations from now on. After all, from this moment, anything can happen. Strange, why did everyone become so flustered? Xiaohu scratched his head and asked. After getting off the warship, Maien asked Xiaohu to move his luggage to Marine's dormitory. I was busy until just now. So, Omo didn't know that Maien had just defeated Lieutenant General Marine Weasel. And this should have become the big news that caused a sensation throughout Marin Vando. After all, Maien is less than 20 years old now. At this age, even the current naval headquarters 3 Admiral Kuzan, Pelusolino and Sakazuki I dare not say to defeat a Marine Lieutenant General. What's more, Maien is killed. But now the Fire Fist Ace thing happened. No one cares about the news that Maien defeated Weasel. Also good. Anyway, Maien was prepared to act low-key from the start. My lord, do you know what happened? Xiaohu asked Maien with a puzzled look. What do you say? Advertisement. Maien spread her hands. Oh, we just came to Malinfandu, so don't do anything big. Xiaohu put his hands together in prayer. Ha ha. Maien smiled slightly. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. To be frank, if something else happens to Malin Vando, Maien might be like Xiaohu. But if the Fire Fist Ace is arrested, Maien couldn't ask for it. Because Maien knows. This moment, the opportunity to impel down lies in front of him. In the original work, the battle on Barnady Island is just a brief description. About the battle between the sun and darkness. The only thing I know is that Ace was finally defeated by Blackbeard. Wait until the later story turns. Ace is already in impel down. But the problem is, Ace could not have been impelled down by Blackbeard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Before becoming 7 Warlords of the Sea, Blackbeard couldn't enter impel down no matter how powerful it was. And he wants to be 7 Warlords of the Sea. I can only take Ace to one place. Holy Land Mary Geois, only the world government promised. Blackbeard can logically become 7 Warlords of the Sea. But Ace cannot stay at Mary Geois forever. Someone must be sent to escort Ace from the Holy Land Mary Geois to impel down in the deep sea prison. And with the identity and strength of Ace, the only person who can escort him is Admiral of Headquarters. Why did Sengoku let Kizaru and Aokiji rush to the office to discuss matters? The purpose is to choose one of these two people to escort Ace Huaquan. Obviously, that guy Kizaru is impossible. Only Aokiji can take over. Think about it so far. Maien's mouth couldn't help but lift up a smile. Advertisement. This is really a pie in the sky. Maien originally thought that going to impel down would take a lot of work. Now it is an opportunity to take the initiative to bring it to the door. Long live Lord Kuzan. My lord, why are you so happy? Looking at Maien who was smiling, Xiao Jiyu was already puzzled. Malin Fanduo is all lively like this. Everyone's heart is cast a shadow. Maien smiled like something. Who can change? Who can't wonder? Hee. Xiaohu, have you finished my luggage? Maien asked back without answering. Of course. Hearing Maien ask about the luggage, Xiaohu immediately shocked, and said with pride. Your daily necessities are all neatly arranged. The bed has also been made. I folded the clothes and put them in the cabinet. I also wiped the floor, doors and windows in your room with water. Oh, then pack it up. Maien nodded slightly. Okay, I'll pack it now. Xiaohu was taken aback when he heard the words. What to pack? Put the tidied daily necessities and the made bedding into the cabinet and put the folded clothes back into the luggage. It's called packing. Maien explained. Not an adult. I mean I understand, but why? Xiaohu looked at Maien in shock. The grievances in the eyes have already flooded. Because the sun and darkness. After saying this sentence, Maien solemnly patted Xiaohu on the shoulder. He raised his foot and walked towards naval headquarters. Sun and darkness. Xiaohu looked dazed. Look up at the sky. The sun is still there, but where is the darkness? Xiaohu touched his chin and said unclearly. And at this moment. Advertisement. Maien has come to naval headquarters. He won't go in either. Just waiting outside the door for Aokiji. Finally got a chance to impel down. Maien couldn't let it go. No matter what method is used. Even if I do my best. Maien must let Aokiji take him. But at this moment. There was a sudden noise in his ear. Ensign Maien. Maien frowned. This sound is a bit familiar. Turned his head and looked. Maien immediately stared blankly. Kirby, Balloon, why are you here? The people who called Maien were Kirby and Balloon. Although a little unpleasant happened before. But Maien and the two are now considered familiar. Anyway, they are the first people I met after I came to Marin Vando. There is no need to make the relationship so rigid. We came with Lieutenant General, Lieutenant Maien, are you waiting here for Kuzan Admiral? Kirby asked. Yes it is. Maien nodded. Immediately frowned. Wait, what did you say? Lieutenant Admiral. Maien asked Kirby by the arm. Yes, is there any problem? Kirby looked at Maien suspiciously. The Lieutenant General in your mouth, could not be. Maien hasn't finished speaking yet. There was a click in his ear. A scent of salt followed. Maien turned to look. As predicted, it's Senbei. B. Chapter 87. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A decent marine dress. Gray hair. Even the eyebrows and beard are white. Strong stature. His face was slightly old. A curvilinear scar on the left eye. The hand holding the senbei is full of green veins. It is the marine hero. Monkey D. Garp. Hey, why are you staring at the old man's senbei? The old man is in a bad mood lately, let's see if I beat you again. Seeing Maien staring at the senbei in his hand, Garp immediately hid the senbei behind him. Then he raised his fist and yelled at Maien. The eyes are full of badness. Seeing this, Kirby and Balloon hurriedly stopped in front of Maien. If it is placed in the past, Kirby and Balloon would smile at this. Because every time Garp raises his fist and says he wants to punch someone, he just talks. It won't really beat it down. Even if you beat it down, you won't be killed. Otherwise, Marine of Marin Vandor is going to die. But this time is different. Garp was right. He is indeed in a bad mood these days. Because of what Luffy did. As a result, Garp felt depressed. Today I finally picked up the fun of Senbei. I met a young man who wanted to grab food with him. Garp was immediately annoyed. But that being said, Garp didn't want to really kill the young marine soldier in front of him. But it's okay to have a bite. Fortunately, Kirby and Balloon are really loyal. Something is really going on. Lord Admiral, don't be angry, Lieutenant Maien doesn't mean that. That's right, Kirby and Barumabo sang and begged for Maien. Okay, you know, advertisement. Garp lowered his raised fist. Draw a piece from the senbei bag behind him. Put it in your mouth and bite it. The voice of, click, became louder again. Okay. All friends. Kirby and Balloomber put their arms around Maien's shoulders. See this. Maien could only nod her head for a while. Exactly. Oh, since it's Kirby and Balloomeb's friend, I won't beat you. Garp also reached out and patted Maien on the shoulder. Quote. Thank you, Lieutenant General. Maien smiled reluctantly. No way. Not to mention Maien's current power is as high as 20,000. It is as high as 200,000. He is not Garp's opponent either. Punch down. Maien quasi-guaranteed food. Speaking of. The moment Garp raised his fist just now. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Maien has an urge to open the air door and go in and read a book with Robin. Huh, strange. Garp bit the senbei while looking at Maien suspiciously. Marin Fandu is not so young, Lieutenant Marine, like you. Why hasn't the old man ever seen you? I was just promoted to Lieutenant Marine. I haven't passed the award ceremony, Lieutenant General. Maien answered honestly, but the voice just fell. Maien felt like someone stepped on her foot. Turned his head and looked. I saw Kirby and Balloon winking at him. You are. Maien was wondering. Garp in front of him was already thinking about his chin. The Marine ensign who was just promoted. Okay. Garp frowned. Advertisement. His face suddenly became a little gloomy. Looking down at the Marine soldier in front of him. Garp said coldly, are you Maien Nigel? Hearing that, Maien hasn't spoken yet. Kirby and Balloomub were already pale. And at this moment, Maien finally understands what Kirby and Balloomub have been doing since then. Have to say, thank you very much, but looking at Garp in front of him, Maien nodded without hesitation. Exactly, Lieutenant General, I heard that you were exceptionally promoted to Second Lieutenant Marine because you fought bravely on Judicial Island. Garp said in a bad tone. Exactly, Lieutenant General. Maien is neither overbearing nor overbearing. That said, you must have seen a Straw Hat Boy. Garp stared at Maien tightly. Just say this sentence. Maien could clearly see the pupils in Garp's eyes trembling slightly. It is also the reason why Kirby and Balloon had stepped on Maien's foot and winked at Maien. After all, the Judicial Island incident is about Wong Luffy. Maien is a marine soldier on the original Judicial Island. If a bad answer makes Garp angry, one punch is definitely enough for Maien. But this is just the conjecture of Kirby and Balloon Zero. Although it is a bit embarrassing to say that. But it is true. Compared to Kirby and Balloon, Maien wants to know Garp better. I have seen it, Lieutenant Admiral. Maien replied. Did that guy really kill Spandam and CP9? Garp continued to ask. Yes, Lieutenant General. Maien nodded without hesitation. Have you seen it with your own eyes? Garp narrowed his eyes slightly. I saw it with my own eyes. Advertisement. Maien nodded again. There was no change in the expression on his face when he spoke. Then what if you see the Straw Hat Boy again? Garp pressed his big hand on Maien's shoulder. Asked while forcefully. If you can, you will be arrested, and if you can't, you will be executed on the spot. Maien paused. He kept looking at Garp in front of him as he spoke. Not blinking. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Kirby and Balloon immediately took a breath. My palms are sweating nervously. And at this moment, Maien also clenched his teeth secretly. Because of this moment, Garp's big hand holding Maien's shoulder has already used some strength. The pain has come. Maien was extremely shocked. Although I have been mentally prepared for a long time. But at this moment Maien is still a little bit incredulous. The old man Garp is really terrifying. Even at this moment Garp only used a little bit of strength. But Maien felt that his whole person was tightly clamped by a pair of iron clamps. I can't get rid of it at all. Maien doesn't even doubt it. As long as Garp in front of him uses about 30% of his strength. He is going to be broken up by Garp. Fortunately, at this moment, Garp finally let go of Maien's shoulders. Well said. Garp nodded deeply to Maien. Then he threw the senbei bag in his hand to Maien. No, let's eat it for you. It's the old man's apologize for you. After speaking, Garp walked forward without looking back. Looking at the senbei in her hand, Maien looked up at Garp's back. Marine heroes are still tall and majestic. But this moment fell in Maien's eyes. It seems a little helpless. Chapter 88. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The pro-grandson became a murderous demon. Adopting grandson is about to be executed. The double pain was added to Garp. Even an Iron Man can't bear it. Besides, Garp himself is a very emotional person. To be frank, at this moment, Garp can still stand firmly on the ground. It's not easy already. Maien admires this very much. But there was no shame in my heart. After all, everyone is the same. In the era of the big pirates, everyone has their own things to do. King Luffy wants to be One Piece. As a marine hero, Garp must practice justice. Ace desperately follows Whitebeard. Blackbeard is going to dominate the world. They have no regrets and no regrets. Whether the result is good or bad. At this point, Maien is the same as them. To be famous in the world. In order to make the name Maien Niger louder than Call D. Roger. Maien can do everything. There is no principle. This is Maien's principle. Kuzan, the boy you brought is really terrible. At this moment, a slow voice rang in Maien's ear. Maien doesn't have to look back. I knew that Kizaru had come to him in '09. But because of Marine's rules, Maien turned around quickly. Raised his hand and saluted. Master Kuzan, Master Pelusilino. Aokiji and Kizaru stood in front of Maien. The height of more than 3 meters makes them look like giants. Maien said it was a salute. But under his gaze. Advertisement. In addition to embarrassment. Aokiji and Kizaru didn't think there was anything wrong. Said to himself, I was scared to death if I changed the scene just now. You know, how terrible old man Garp is. Aokiji shook his head. I ignored Kizaru's words. Take out 2 pieces from the senbei bag in Maien's hand. Throw 1 piece to Kizaru. 1 piece in his mouth. Click. Aokiji patted Maien on the shoulder while eating senbei. Gone. Goodbye, Master Pelusilino. Maien raised his hand and saluted Kizaru in front of him with a standard marine soldier salute. He turned around and followed Aokiji. Leave Kizaru alone in a daze in the opponent's senbei. And at this moment, Aokiji and Maien have already gone far. Although Aokiji still looks listless. But the walking speed is not slow. Maien hurried to catch up. And this is not Maien's waist. The only thing to blame is Aokiji's long legs. Good guys. More than 3 meters tall. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Aokiji's legs must be at least 1.5 meters up. Take this step out. Enough to be Maien's height alone. Previously because of Aokiji's lazy character. Very slow walking. Maien could steadily follow Aokiji's back. Now Aokiji strode out one Maien after Maien. Maien is really struggling to follow. He can't run. 2 cannot use shaving. Just rely on the distance between the feet. With each step Aokiji takes, Maien takes 3 steps. But even so, Maien's heart was happy. Because such Aokiji just proved Maien's guess in disguise. Advertisement. After all, only Ace was arrested. Only then can Aokiji, the calmest of the 3 admiral, become so anxious. Just then, Aokiji finally stopped. Maien was already following Aokiji. I almost ran into it now. Maien, you have to make sure not to tell anyone what I want to tell you next. Aokiji slowly turned around. A pair of eyes stared at Maien firmly. Yes, Lord Kuzan. Maien was shocked, nodded fiercely at Aokiji. The eyes are very bright. My heart was happy again. At this juncture, what Aokiji wants to say to him is obvious. But the point is, why did Aokiji tell Maien? If he is not going to take Maien there. Think about it so far. Looking at Aokiji in front of him, Maien really wants to give him a big hug. Call. Aokiji took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Then he spoke to Maien. Do you know Huaquan Ace, right? Yes, Captain Whitebeard 2nd Division. Maien nodded. In the next period of time, Aokiji told Maien the whole story. Also explained the seriousness of this mission. But Aokiji was surprised to find out. Maien in front of him is very calm. Fire Fist Ace was arrested. Okay. We are going to marry Geoise. Okay. At all costs, Huo Fist Ace must be safely escorted to Impel Down. Okay. The Whitebeard pirate group is so powerful. The escort of the Fire Fist Ace is not as simple as you imagined. You must be mentally prepared. Okay. Aokiji kept his mouth open. Spit out several amazing news one after another. And these news, even characters like Aokiji and Kizaru feel a little nervous when they hear it. Advertisement. Even the Buddha Sengoku needs some time to calm down. But Maien is always an action and a sentence. Nodding awe. Then it was gone. To be frank, seeing Maien like this, Aokiji was a little scared. Maien, do you really understand what I'm saying? Aokiji patted Maien on the shoulder. Isn't this kid going to be scared? Understood. Maien nodded silently. See Aokiji's face. Maien knows what Aokiji is thinking right now. But Maien couldn't help it. Fire Fist Ace is for people like Aokiji, Kizaru, Sengoku, Garp, and even Akainu. You will be shocked to hear it at first. But for Maien. It's really not worth a surprise. In fact, Maien is already trying her best to be shocked. But it turns out that his acting skills are not good. Looking at Aokiji's incredulous face, Maien can only raise his fist. One word at a time. But this is the end of the matter, Mr. Kuzan, we can only choose to face it, right? For justice, whether it's Firefist Ace or the Whitebeard pirates behind him, we must not hesitate. No big deal. From the day I decided to become Marine, Maien Nigel was ready to sacrifice myself. The atmosphere is dead. Aokiji's brain was blank. He couldn't say anything at this moment. Because Aokiji found out that he had misread Maien from the beginning. The Taishan collapse did not change the color before. Such Maien. It's not just Admiral's potential. You guy. Patting Maien on the shoulder. The corners of Aokiji's mouth lifted up an unprecedented touch. The eyes are extremely bright. It's like looking at a rare treasure. Chapter 89. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hulala. Diddy. With billowing smoke and harsh siren. A huge warship was moving fast on the sea. Maien stood on the deck of the warship, grabbing the railing and looking at the boundless sea in front of him. The brows were slightly furrowed. 2 days have passed since Marin Vandor. Under the super-fast speed of warships, Maien and others are not far from Mary Geoise. But these 2 days Maien is very worried. Obviously after arriving at the Holy Land Mary Geoise, Maien can go to Impel Down, the real holy place in his mind. But at the moment, Maien couldn't be happy at all. My lord, you are so amazing. Xiao Hu's voice rang in his ears. The tone is full of incredible. His face is full of admiration. He just knew the destination of this trip. The whole person is already excited. No wonder you let me pack my luggage, you guessed we were going to Mary Geoise. That is really good. Ha ha, Maien sneered coldly, turning his head to look at the excited Xiaohu. In my heart, I thought with horror and fun, what kind of expression he would look like when Xiaohu knew the truth. Xiaohu, who was in a state of excitement, didn't even see Maien's sneer. Still full of joy and said, "Ah, I can't wait to set foot on Mary Geoise's land. That's a holy place. If you let the Marine on Judicial Island know, they might envy us more." The front foot just came out of Malin Vandor, and the back foot is about to go to the Holy Land Mary Geoise. My life is worth it. Poor guy. Advertisement. Looking at Xiaohu pityingly, Maien turned her head and ignored it. Still settled in my melancholy. Because since the previous incident, Aokiji's attitude towards Maien rose sharply. After 2 days of idleness, he ran to Maien's side. Take him to talk about the future of Marine. Otherwise, just fight Maien. Or hold a lot of Marine materials for Maien to study all night. The most excessive thing is that even Maien's private time, Aokiji, is taken over. Don't talk about eating together. Even take a shower together. Sometimes even when going to the toilet, Maien is asked if she is interested in being together. It's really hard to torture Maien. After all, Aokiji is not talkative. The facial features rarely have expressions. The whole person is as boring as a piece of ice lump. Maien, stay with him. The atmosphere is really embarrassing. Made Maien regret it now. I knew it. When I heard Aokiji tell him about the Fire Fist Ace, Maien should exhaust all his acting skills. Show a completely shocked look. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's good now. Maien was indifferent. To fall in Aokiji's eyes is extremely calm. The weight in my mind suddenly increased. Directly train Maien as the next Naval Headquarters Marshal. And this is understandable, because in Aokiji's eyes, the 3 conditions that Marshal Naval Headquarters most needed Maien happened to meet. First, strength. Maien is less than 20 years old now. He is already extremely proficient in Marine 6 styles and life return. Before Marin Vandor, even the veteran Naval Headquarters Lieutenant General Weasel defeated. The strength is beyond doubt. In time. Advertisement. Must have extremely powerful combat power. Second, the sense of justice in the heart. This point does not need to be repeated. Maien's previous actions on Judicial Island have proved everything. How can a person who takes the lives of Marine soldiers seriously, and a person who dares to stop the Straw Hat Boy alone, has no sense of justice in his heart? Third, be calm. This is particularly important. In the original work, when Sengoku was about to step down as Marshal Marine, why did he recommend Aokiji from the 3 Admiral as his successor? It is because of Aokiji's calm temperament. Always focus on the overall situation. Marshal Marine holds the power to mobilize the entire Marine. You can never do anything willful. Otherwise, one step is wrong. Countless lives will be wiped out in an instant. Akainu is inferior to Aokiji at this point. Otherwise, Sengoku will not push Aokiji when the world government wants Akainu to take over as Marshal Marine. Although the result is not satisfactory. But fortunately, it gave Aokiji a chance. Because Akainu's strength is at the top of the 3 Admiral. But he is too impatient. Anxious for success. This can also be seen from the original work. After Akainu became Marine Marshal, in order to pursue his concept of, through righteousness, he showed his determination to fight against the pirates of New World. Must move naval headquarters from Marin Vando to New World 1 branch. But this way, Malin Vando's guard began to weaken. The Chambord Islands adjacent to Malin Vandor. The inability to zone has also begun to increase. And if Aokiji becomes Marine Marshal, you will never let things develop like this. The overall situation is important. Sengoku knew this well before choosing Aokiji. Aokiji also knew this well before choosing Maien. It's just that Aokiji didn't know. Advertisement. Maien has no interest in the position of Marshal Marine. After all, Marshal Marine just sounds nice on the surface. In fact, it is the licking dog of 5 elders and world government. Maien wants to be famous all over the world. It's not about being a dog licking. Look at the black Uzumaki pattern in your hand. Maien's brows were frowned to the extreme. Aokiji's 2 days of annoying Maien can ignore it. It doesn't matter whether we eat together or take a bath together. Maien can pinch her nose even if she goes to the bathroom together. But the point is, Aokiji's attitude towards him now makes Maien very worried that his plan can be implemented smoothly. Maien was originally going to escort Fire Fist Ace to Impel down. It was logical to inform Aokiji that he wanted to stay. And with Aokiji's easygoing, Qian Hao Jiao and his previous favor to Maien, I would never refuse Maien if I wanted to. But I guess it won't work now. The favor value exceeds the limit. If Aokiji really cultivated Maien as the future Marshal Marine, how could one be willing to leave Maien in Impel down? Since the establishment of Marine, Marshal Marine has never served in Impel down. It's not that I look down on the deep sea prison. But the gold content of the deep sea prison is not high. There are few seedlings that can be done. It's not like being outside. There are many opportunities for meritorious service. Maien can already imagine in his mind that Aokiji hated iron and steel after hearing his request at that time. Looks like another plan has to be made. Maien stroked his chin. With the thinking in his head, his eyes flickered endlessly. Just then, an exclamation suddenly came from his ear. Oh, Ma, Mary Geoise. Chapter 90. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Mary Geoise, also known as the Holy Land. It is the location of the headquarters of the world government. Located between the first half and the second half of the Grand Line. The summit of the Red Earth continent is one of the 2 roads to New World. The people living here are world nobles. Celestial dragons. Omo's exclamation interrupted Maien's thinking. Turned his head and looked around. A magnificent and beautiful island suddenly appeared in front of Maien. Accompanied by the warship slowly moved in. Maien can clearly see the prosperous island. The little guard beside him saw that his eyes were already blurred. But Maien saw this. The frowning brows immediately tightened. My hands couldn't help being clenched into fists. And this has nothing to do with the need to escort Firefist Ace later. At this moment, a big, cold hand patted Maien's shoulder. Maien knew that Aokiji had come to him without looking up. I'll just say it once, you have to take it seriously in your heart. Aokiji's voice rang beside Maien. But the tone is more serious than ever. Maien couldn't help but look up. I saw that Aokiji's face was rare and extremely solemn. After going to the island, you will be deaf and blind. Just follow me behind. Aokiji looked down at Maien, and said every word. In any case, don't be nosy. Remember, I see. Maien nodded solemnly. At this time, the warship has also come to the shore of Mary Geoise. Bang dang. The springboard was lowered from the warship. Let's go. Aokiji patted Maien on the shoulder. Advertisement. Then walked down the springboard. Maien followed closely. After that, most of the marine soldiers on the warship. Xiao Hu is also among them. Seeing the prosperous Mary Geoise, Xiao Hu can't help but feel happy now. So, he didn't see everyone except him at all. Whether it is Aokiji, Maien or most of the marine soldiers on the warship. All look solemn. That's it. It is impossible to feel that they have come to the Holy Land. Instead, it seems to be on the battlefield. Even Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. Now he lowered his head, looking at the ground and walking. The atmosphere is rarely depressed. Xiao Hu is the only one who is hilarious. Just then, the team led by Aokiji and Maien finally entered the center of the island of Mary Geoise. The extreme prosperity comes into view. All buildings are bling. But Aokiji, Maien and others did not look up at all. Because of this moment, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Countless unkind eyes have gathered on them. A group of people wearing bubble hoods were staring at them coldly. Celestial dragons, world nobles and high-end people living in the Holy Land Mary Geoise. The descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago, consider themselves descendants of the Creator. Because he is noble and disdain to breathe the same air as ordinary people, he wears a bubble hood. And treat people of other races as slaves. Enjoy all privileges. Once offended, Admiral or CP0 of Naval Headquarters must be dispatched to protect. Why did Aokiji remind Maien on the warship? Why does Maien clenched his fists? It's all because of Mary Geoise's celestial dragons. As predicted, I looked at Aokiji, Maien and others coldly for a while. A voice full of disdain and mockery finally sounded. Oh, Here are the running dogs. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. There was a lot of laughter. Even more disdain and mockery. This moment, Maien could clearly see the contempt in the eyes of every celestial dragons in front of him. It's like looking at a rubbish, an ant, a small scum. Even Aokiji in front of him is no exception. Xiaohu no longer smiles at this moment. Under the ridicule of celestial dragons, Xiaohu's head has been lowered unconsciously. The surrounding buildings are still so gorgeous. Even the air is filled with a noble breath. But this moment, including Xiaohu, all the Marines who came to marry Geois wanted to leave this damn place quickly. But at this moment, only a series of pops sounds. Maien and others looked up. I saw a celestial dragons not far away, riding a person slowly towards here. Seeing this, Maien frowned suddenly. He knew this celestial dragons not far away. He has curly black hair. The face is plump, thick lips. There was a large string of snot hanging on the nose. It is in the original work. The celestial dragons that was punched by King Luffy in the Chambord Islands. Saint Charles, the culprit of the celestial dragons incident. But according to the current time, Saint Charles Rose has not yet gone to the Chambord Islands. This is troublesome. Maien's eyes trembled, because the celestial dragons of Saint Charles Rose is too stupid. Dare to do anything in your own capacity. And looking at the current situation, it is obvious that they are looking for something. Damn, ride faster, snapped. Saint Charles Roth cursed loudly at the slave under him while lashing with the whip in his hand. Advertisement. The slave was already dripping with blood and fleshy skin. But Charles Rose's holy whip hit him. The slave dared not make a sound. There is already despair on his face. The eyes are no longer bright. Obviously, under the abuse of Saint Charles, this slave has lost all confidence in life. Fortunately, at this moment, the slave finally brought the Charles Rose camel to Maien and the others. The sound of stepping. Saint Charles Rose jumped from the slave. Then he lifted his foot and kicked the slave fiercely. The slave was scarred, was kicked by Saint Charles Rose. Can no longer hold on to puff on the ground. Waste. Seeing this, there was a touch of extreme disgust in Saint Charles's eyes. Without hesitation, he took out a golden pistol from his waist. Aiming at the slave below. Bang! A blood hole was immediately opened in the slave's eyebrows. With blood flowing, the pupils in the slave's eyes gradually dilated. Just died in front of Maien and others. But Aokiji and Maien see here. They all looked indifferent, not at all surprised by the death of the slave. Not to be alarmed by the scene that happened in front of us at this moment. But the marine soldiers behind them saw this. But Chi-Chi was already pale. Xiaohu even directly, poofed, sitting on the ground. Looking at the dead slave, the whole person was shocked. See this. The celestial dragons around immediately burst into laughter. The big mouth of Saint Charles Roth also grinned suddenly. Pointing to Aokiji in front of him, he paused and said. Kneel down. Chapter 91. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The atmosphere is dead. The words, kneel down, from Saint Charles Rose spoke, and all the marine soldiers raised their heads. Even Xiaohu's eyes were full of speechless anger when looking at Saint Charles. But the celestial dragons around them looked calm. It seems that Charles is kneeling down by Aokiji is a common thing. Maien was also a little surprised now, although it has long been known that Saint Charles Rose is a stupid celestial dragons. But Maien didn't expect Charles Rose to be stupid to the point. Aokiji is from Naval Headquarters Admiral. Is this guy crazy? As predicted, hear the words of Saint Charles Rose. Aokiji has been bowing his head since entering the Holy Land Mary Geois. Finally raised his head. A pair of eyes stared at Saint Charles Rose in front of him. The temperature in the air drops sharply. Everyone can feel an inexplicable cold coming. Maien is even more so. Since she was standing next to Aokiji, Maien only felt a chill swish in her body right now. Snee. Under the inexplicable cold, Saint Charles sneezed. The string of snot hanging on his nose was as long as a horse. But looking at Aokiji in front of him, Saint Charles Roth still yelled arrogantly. Hey, you damn marine, get down on my knees. Didn't you see that my mount died? As a running dog, you should have the consciousness of a running dog. Marine belongs to the world government and is not under the jurisdiction of celestial dragons. Aokiji looked at Charles Rose's holy path coldly. You are not qualified to make me kneel. Then you guys don't want to go there. Saint Charles Rose grinned and stood in front of Aokiji with his arms akimbo. With a defiant look. Unless you have the courage to step over from me. Advertisement. Aokiji's eyes were cold. The increasingly rascal behavior of Saint Charles Roth really angered him. If I changed to someone else, I would have become an ice sculpture by now. But facing Charo's saint who is celestial dragons, Aokiji can only endure no matter how angry he is. It's not that you cherish your own admiral title. But if Aokiji, as admiral, dares to do anything to Saint Charles, the entire naval headquarters will be affected. This is a big deal. Aokiji has always focused on the overall situation, and he can't be willful. Fortunately, Saint Charles Rose is a waste. He alone cannot stop Aokiji. His face sank. Aokiji quietly let out a cold air from his body, accompanied by the sound of clicking. A layer of frost quickly condensed from St. Charles's shoes. What is this? St. Charles Rose was taken aback. But because the shoes were frozen to the ground. As a result, he couldn't move his whole person. Hurry up. Aokiji turned around and said to Maien and others. Then quickly crossed St. Charles Rose and walked forward. Maien and others followed closely behind. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A group of people just broke through Charles Rose Saint. Although everyone's heart is very bad. Obviously, I came to Mary Geoise to carry out the official duties of escorting Firefist Ace. At this moment, there is a feeling of being a thief. Obviously it is Celestial Dragon's Charles Rose Street. Who entangles and acts recklessly. But including Aokiji and Maien, everyone can only choose to leave like a deserter. This damn world. Maien clenched her fists while following Aokiji. Feel the black Uzumaki pattern in your hand. Maien never wanted to suck someone up like she did now. Although Maien would not do that. No way. Who made Charles Rose Saint Celestial Dragons? Let alone kill, you can't even touch it. In the original work. Advertisement. The actions of St. Charles Rose in the Chambord Islands are simply indignant. But isn't the huge Chambord Island still only one king, Luffy, dare to stand up? Even the existence of Pluto Rayleigh turned a blind eye to it. Now Maien naturally does not need to be so impulsive. But at this moment, there was a bang noise from behind Maien. The body suddenly stiffened. Maien quickly turned her head and looked. I saw that the golden pistol in the hands of St. Charles Roth was still steaming. His face was full of anger. But there was a smug smile from the corners of his mouth at this moment. Just because it was accompanied by the gunshot just now. A marine soldier has slowly fallen. And this marine soldier Maien couldn't be more familiar. It is Xiaohu. Puffing. Xiaohu fell to the ground. The marine shirt I was wearing was dyed red with blood. A shot from St. Charles hit Xiaohu in the stomach. Zero asked for flowers. The blood is flowing on the earth right now. Big. Sir. Xiaohu stared at Maien without blinking. Raise his left hand slightly. Seems to want Maien to pass. He coughed up blood in his mouth while talking. The whole person seems to be dying. Maien stood still on the spot. The sight was tightly locked on the small protector. This moment, no one knew what Maien was thinking. You bastard. Aokiji's face was extremely gloomy at the moment. Seeing that St. Charles Rose dared to shoot the guard. The whole body trembled. Most of the body was condensed into ice without consciously. Advertisement. Accompanied by the swish, air conditioning. The temperature in the air dropped to freezing point instantly. But looking at the celestial dragons in front of Charles Rose Saint. No matter how angry Aokiji was, he could only suppress the anger in his heart. But Aokiji can hold it down. Maien can't. Shave. No need to think too much. Without any hesitation. His feet stepped on the ground dozens of times in an instant. Maien flashed to the front of St. Charles Rose. Stop. Aokiji's roar sounded in his ears. It's a pity it's useless. At this moment, Maien's mind is full of scenes of the little guard falling in a pool of blood. Although it has been, Maien has never regarded Xiaohu as her friend. Because after crossing into the world of One Piece, Maien never thought about making friends with people. So this moment, Maien is not trying to help Xiaohu. Just want to kill St. Charles Rose. Born to be human. The actions of St. Charles Rose at the moment have passed the human bottom line. Maien is not a hero who punishes evil and promotes good. But at this moment Maien really couldn't help it. A loud bang. Maien slammed a punch on St. Charles's big face. There is no emotion in his eyes. But the fist is really tight. The strength is also great. With a punch, St. Charles's facial features were sunken. Just then, only heard a click. There was a cracking sound from St. Charles's skull. B. Chapter 92. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Cough. A big mouthful of blood spurted out of St. Charles's Roth's mouth. Mixed with 5 or 6 teeth. The body of St. Charles Roth flies away. It took more than a dozen rolls on the ground to stop. The whole face is already terrible. Blood dripping. Roll your eyes. Completely fainted. The atmosphere is dead again. Everyone is stupid. Mary Geoise's celestial dragons are stupid. Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji is stupid. The marine soldiers are stupid. Even the little guard who fell on the ground with blood on his stomach was stupid. This moment, everyone's eyes are on Maien. He is wearing a decent marine gown. Wear a cloak of justice. Blue hair. Poker face. The blood on the fist pattered to the ground. The 837 stared at St. Charles Rose not far away. The whole body was filled with a brutal murderous aura. Like a demon coming. After all, only demons can be so lawless. What? The celestial dragons of Mary Geoise let out a scream. Looking at Maien not far away and St. Charles Rose who fainted on the ground, every celestial dragons was shocked without exception. Have they ever seen such a scene, who have been pampered since birth? They have been bullying others, have they ever seen someone dared to swing their fists at them? But this moment, they not only saw it, but also witnessed it with their own eyes. The marine soldier not far away is crazy. He dared to punch a celestial dragon's crazy. Still in the Holy Land, Mary Geois. Run. I don't know which celestial dragons roared. But with this roar, all the celestial dragons in Mary Geois scurried with their heads. Advertisement. This moment, they abandoned the etiquette of being a nobleman in the world. Give up the pride of being celestial dragons. One by one. They all ran away like a beggar. Distribute the beetles. Yelling. Frightened. Feet fast. Because Maien is alone. Mary Geois fell into chaos in an instant. It's not so noisy. The word, Holy Land, is simply insulting. But Aokiji can no longer manage these. When he recovered, seeing that St. Charles Rose was blown away by Maien. Aokiji already regretted it very much. Regret to bring Maien to Mary Geois. Regret to let Maien participate in the task of escorting Fire Fist Ace to impel down. Kuzan, what have you done yourself? Call. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Aokiji forced himself to calm down. Looking at Omomo lying on the ground, Aokiji immediately waved his hand. Swish. An air conditioner shot straight towards the little guard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The moment I touched Xiaohu's body, the air conditioner directly freezes Xiaohu into ice sculptures. The injury on his stomach has been frozen with my air conditioning. You quickly take him to the warship to find someone to heal. Maybe there is still a chance. Aokiji turned his head and said to a group of marine soldiers. Yes. A group of marine soldiers nodded together. The matter is urgent and the salute is out of the question. A group of marine soldiers rushed to the warship carrying the small guard that turned into an ice sculpture. Aokiji and Maien stay here in vain. Look at each other speechlessly. Can only stare at me with big eyes. Sorry, Lord Kuzan. Maien was the first to speak to break the calm. It's okay. Aokiji waved his hand, reluctantly smiled and said. Advertisement. I'll find a way, you can relax. There is no way. Maien shook her head. He raised his hands and said to Aokiji. Catch me up, Master Kuzan. As Marine Admiral, you must perform your duties. Put your hands down. Aokiji raised his head. A pair of eyes stared at Maien tightly. The tone was full of firmness. I won't let you do something. But celestial dragons. Maien wanted to say more. Aokiji quickly interrupted Maien. Yes, I know you hit celestial dragons. But celestial dragons is also wrong. No big deal. You will be fine, Aokiji said quickly. See this. Maien's heart was touched. It's hard to imagine Aokiji being so lazy. At this moment, he would be talking like a cannon. But precisely because of this, it proved the seriousness of this matter in disguised form. Even Aokiji panicked, although it said that, but in fact, Aokiji couldn't think of a way. Don't know how to protect Maien. Even if it is to save Maien's life. Aokiji's brain is blank zero. And at this moment, there was a sound in Aokiji's ear. Puff. Do not know why. Hear this sound. There was a sudden anxiety in Aokiji's heart. He turned his head mechanically. I saw St. Charles Roth not far away spouting another mouthful of blood. And because this guy is lying on the ground, it was like a fountain when it caused him to squirt. Spray upward and downward. The bloody flowers quickly splattered over the ugly big face of St. Charles. Advertisement. But the point is, at this moment, St. Charles Rose is still in a coma. Seeing this, the pupils in Aokiji's eyes immediately shrank into pinpoints. It's as if I suddenly understood something. Quickly turned his head to look at Maien. Looking at Aokiji's horrified face, Maien nodded without hesitation. This is what Maien just wanted to say to Aokiji. It was only interrupted by Aokiji's opening. Maien didn't say this completely. Fortunately, everything in front of me is about to prove. After spraying a mouthful of blood, St. Charles Rose's body suddenly convulsed violently. Accompanied by violent convulsions, St. Charles Rose foamed at the mouth. Rolling his eyes up desperately. Blue veins are coming out of my neck. Sweat all over his head. Not after a while, St. Charles's neck suddenly crooked. The whole person was motionless. The vitality in the eyes quickly fades away. Obviously dead can't die anymore. No way. Maien was not prepared to give St. Charles a sigh from the beginning. Maien hadn't even thought about keeping her hand in the punch that struck St. Charles. Full of power. With Maien's current strength. Go down with such a punch. Enough to smash the skull of St. Charles. Caused extremely serious brain trauma to Charles Rose Saint. So, from the moment a punch hit the face of St. Charles Rose, Maien knew that St. Charles Rose was bound to die. Revolving heaven lacks skill. No one can save it. Unless St. Charles Rose is a person of yellow spring fruit ability. There was a puff. Aokiji sat down on the ground. Looking at the dead St. Charles Rose, Aokiji's brain roared. Even the ears are buzzing. Chapter 93. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Grand Line, Holy Land Marinjoya. In an empty hall, there are only 5 figures. These 5 figures are tall or short, fat or thin. All are different, but his face was all the same old. Among the 5 silhouettes, one person is wearing a black suit and holding a spiral cane in his hand. He has white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on his left face. Sitting in a chair, I don't know what I'm thinking. The other was wearing a dark blue suit with long straight white hair and a long beard reaching his chest. Standing quietly in the middle of the hall, another person was wearing a crimson suit with blonde hair and a golden beard, with a scar on his chest. Sitting on the stairs with Erlang's legs up. The other was wearing a dark green suit, bald, with a splayed beard, and a Madara birthmark on his forehead. He was walking around the hall with his hands behind his back. The remaining person was wearing a white robe, bald, wearing glasses, and no facial hair. Holding a red long sword in his hand. Standing by the window of the hall and looking into the distance. Not bad. These 5 people are the top leaders of the world government. Holy Land Mary Geoise's top beam pillar. Position above the Marshal of Naval Headquarters. Even characters like Sengoku have to bow their heads. 095 elders who hold the world's most peak power in one piece. Damn it, why isn't that kid Kuzan coming yet? The bald old man, one of the 5 elders, was obviously a little impatient. The tone was full of impatience. Just received news that Kuzan has boarded Mary Geoise. Maybe it will be here in a while. The blonde old man said lightly. Should there be any conflict with celestial dragons on the island? The eyes of the old man on the crutches flashed. It's not impossible. The old man Chong who said every word. Those guys on the island have always regarded Marine as their lackey. Even Admiral of Headquarters like Kuzan is no exception. Damn it, when is it now? The bald old man frowned and said. The top priority is to quickly let Kuzan push the Huo Fist Ace into Impel down. In case the wind is leaked, people will know that Fire Fist Ace is at Mary Geoise. Advertisement. Will not. The blonde old man shook his head decisively and said. Sengoku still has a sense of measure. And Kuzan. The old man Chong who added. As a person, even if there is a conflict with celestial dragons, he will choose to endure. Nothing will happen. I hope so. The old man on crutches sighed. From beginning to end, the old man with the sword never said a word. I have been standing by the window of the hall looking into the distance. It seems that what the other 4 people are talking about is not enough to make him care. Just then, the bala 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 phone worm rang. Hear the bell, except for the old man with a sword. The other 4 people's complexion sank. The old man on crutches frowned. Take out a special phone bug from his pocket. Press the answer button decisively. Seeing the phone worm who had been asleep immediately opened his eyes. He said with a panic. Well, 5 adults, Celestial Dragons Charles Rose Saint was beaten. What? The old man on the crutches stood up with a swish. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. His complexion was instantly gloomy to the extreme. The golden-haired old man, the long-hu old man, and the bald old man also had cold eyes. Even the old man with the sword who had been standing by the window turned around now. But the face is still indifferent. How is Charles Rose's injury? The old man with crutches asked coldly. I don't know, I only know that I was beaten and passed out. The phone worm replied. Who did it? Kuzan. The blonde old man walked quickly to the side of the crutches and asked. No, it is said to be a second lieutenant under Kuzan Admiral. The phone worm replied. Second lieutenant. Hear the words. The old man on the crutches and the old blonde looked at each other. All saw a touch of shock in each other's eyes. The old man Chonghu and the bald old man also frowned. Advertisement. A mere marine ensign dare to fight celestial dragons. The courage of Baocean. Hurry up and send someone to treat Charles Rose. After saying this sentence, the crutches the old man cut off the answer button of the phone worm. He looked up at the 4 colleagues in the hall. Tan Tan Shou said. Fortunately, just a second lieutenant. Yup. The blonde old man nodded in agreement. If Kuzan did it, it wouldn't be easy to do. What can't be done? The authority of celestial dragons cannot be challenged. The bald old man said coldly. Even Kuzan must give the most severe punishment. What if Sengoku and Gangu make love? Elder Chonghu reminded lightly. Naval headquarters is the most powerful force in our hands. You still have to be cautious when dealing with this kind of problem. It's not good for anyone if you are in a hurry. Yes. Hearing that, the blonde old man and the crutches all nodded in agreement. Although the bald old man is unhappy, he also tacitly agrees. The old man with the sword has already turned around at this moment. Look into the distance through the window again. Obviously, it was learned that the person who had beaten St. Charles Rose was only a small lieutenant marine. 5 elders all breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the special phone bug in the old man's pocket on the crutches rang again. Bala bala bala. Okay. The crutches the old man frowned. But he didn't care much. Thought it was to report the injury of St. Charles. Take the phone worm out of his pocket again and press the answer button. The phone bug, who just fell asleep just now, woke up again. But his mouth was closed tightly. No sound. There was no sound from the phone worm either. What's the situation? Why don't you speak? The bald old man urged impatiently. Advertisement. Is the phone bug broken or is it dumb over there? Hello, can you hear me? The old man on the crutches patted the phone and said. The blonde old man and the long-haired old man were also puzzled when they saw this. But the old man with the sword standing outside the window suddenly turned back. His face is so serious. Just then, there was finally a voice from the phone worm. The big thing is bad, 5 adults. He died. Who is dead? The eyes of the old man on the crutches flashed. The Marine lieutenant who beat Charles Rose. The bald old man guessed. No, it's St. Charles Rose who died. Bang dang. The special phone bug in the hands of the crutches hit the ground. I can't believe it. What did you say? The bald old man tremblingly picked up the phone bug on the ground. He hesitatingly asked. The blonde old man and the long-haired old man came to the bald old man with a swish. Staring at the phone worm like a bald old man. Charlotte is dead. I was punched to death by the Marine ensign under Kuzan Admiral. Sorry 5 adults. We simply don't have time to save. The phone worm repeated it in detail. There was a pop. The bald old man directly smashed the phone bug in his hand to the ground. Inverted. This is the opposite. The roar instantly resounded throughout the hall. The old man with blonde hair, old man with long hair, and old man with crutches have not recovered yet. Chi-Chi looked incredulous. Only the old man with a sword is normal. Although the hands holding the red long sword trembled slightly. At this moment, 5 elders realized that they were thinking one thing wrong. Kuzan's mere Marine ensign. The courage is not only the degree of guaranteeing the sky. Chapter 94. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Grand Line, Malin Vandor. Naval Headquarters Meeting Room. The atmosphere is very depressing. The air seems to freeze. Sengoku sat on the main seat of the conference table. With a serious face. The frown is tighter than usual. Garp and Kizaru are sitting next to Sengoku. Kizaru still looks like a fool. Even when attending the meeting, Erlang's legs are crowed. Garp's complexion is rarely extremely gloomy. There were big beads of sweat hanging from his forehead. His hands trembled slightly. Head down makes people wonder what he is thinking. But the other people involved in this meeting looked at this in a daze. After all, this meeting was talking about the arrest of Huaquan Ace. The person sitting next to Garp looked at him nervously. The man has gray hair. Wear a simple ponytail to the shoulders. Wearing a pair of emerald green earrings on the ears. He wears 2 gold bracelets on his right hand and is dressed in the coat of Lieutenant General Marine. Wearing a light blue shirt and a tie with a white pattern and purple bottom. Wearing suit trousers and leather shoes. It is Lieutenant General Naval Headquarters. Joined Marines cranes at the same time as Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr. It is also known as the Great Staff, because of the wise strategy. Seeing Garp bowed his head in silence. Sengoku was also worried. But Garp is a Marine hero. It is impossible for Sengoku to avoid him in such an important meeting. What's more, Huaquan Ace can't be kept for a while, not forever. Garp knew it was good. But at this moment, the bell of Barabala rang from Sengoku's pocket. And almost at the moment the phone worm rang, Sengoku stood up suddenly. Advertisement. Shocked. See this. All the lieutenants on the conference table frowned. Even Kizaru looked at Sengoku strangely. After all, Sengoku's current reaction is indeed confusing. It's just the ringtone of the phone worm. Why is the whole person shocked? But at this moment when everyone is puzzled, Crane narrowed his eyes slightly. Take her IQ. It only took a moment to figure out why Sengoku behaves like this. Speaking of, the ringing of the phone worm ringing itself is very problematic. Generally speaking, Naval Headquarters is holding more important meetings. Everyone involved in the meeting will be asked to put the phone worm outside in advance. In case the phone bug rings during the meeting, interrupt the meeting process. And as the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, Sengoku is not only no exception, but has always set an example. But there is a phone worm on Sengoku that cannot be placed outside. Because the other side of this phone worm is the Holy Land Mary Geoise's 5 elders. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. And only when very important things happen, 5 elders will contact Sengoku through this phone worm. And since Sengoku took office, this phone worm never rings. The last time it sounded was 13 years ago. Because a generation of Murloc leader Fisher Tiger invaded Mary Geoise and liberated thousands of slaves. It is known in history as Mary Geoise attack, a case. But precisely because of this, Sengoku was shocked at this moment. After all, the moment this phone worm rang, it represents the Holy Land Mary Geoise may have something big. Call. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Sengoku and Suru glanced at each other. Then quickly leave the meeting room. Well, everyone, Marshal Sengoku suddenly has something important, and I will preside over the meeting temporarily. Advertisement. Crane clapped his hands, moved to the main seat of the meeting room to continue to preside over the meeting. But even so, everyone in the conference room can no longer maintain full attention as before. Because even Suru himself couldn't keep completely calm. Kizaru put all his thoughts on the departed Sengoku. Even Garp raised his head right now, staring hard at the door. Just then, Sengoku's roar suddenly sounded outside the door. What? Celestial dragons are dead. There is a crash. All the chairs in the meeting room have fallen down. Including Crane and Garp. All Marine lieutenant generals who participated in this meeting all stood up with a swish. Chi-Chi looked incredulous. At this moment, even Kizaru is no exception. The wretched facial features are already full of shock. This moment, no one can say a word. My throat is like being blocked by something. All I know is to look at Sengoku outside the meeting room. At this time, Sengoku also ended the call with 5 elders. Stand motionless in place. It took a long time to turn around and walk into the meeting room. Still full of disbelief. So, 5 elders said something to Sengoku in the phone bug. Sengoku didn't remember at all. Whether it's a curse or something else. Sengoku can't remember at all. So far the brain is blank. I can only remember the first words 5 elders said to him after the call worm was connected. Celestial Dragon's Charles Rose Saint is killed. Looking at Sengoku who still couldn't recover, he immediately asked loudly. Advertisement. Marshal Sengoku, what happened? Say it. What? I was yelled at by the crane. Sengoku just recovered, looking at the people in the conference room. The corner of Sengoku's mouth lifted a bitter smile for the first time. Just as you heard, Celestial Dragons was killed. Who did it? Garp asked in a low voice. Maien Nigel. Sengoku replied. Who? Hearing this name, most of the people in the conference room were taken aback. But as the Marine Lieutenant General, Weasel's pupils suddenly shrank. I go. Kizaru sat back on the chair with a puff. For the first time, I said from the bottom of my heart. Terrible. Money. That boy is really terrible. Although he felt terrible the first time I saw him, but I didn't expect it to be so terrible. Maien Nigel. Crane touched his chin, always feeling that the name was a bit familiar. Suddenly a flash of inspiration. This reminded me of the notice that Sengoku had just issued not long ago. Hastily turned his head to look at Sengoku and asked. Is it the second lieutenant under Kuzan who was promoted to 5 consecutive ranks? The first-class soldier who contributed to the Judicial Island incident. Oh, it was him. Sengoku hasn't answered Suru's words yet. Garp slapped his forehead suddenly. At the same time, the boy with a determined face flashed in his mind. See this. The others in the meeting room were shocked again. The Marine Lieutenant group headed by Tautu, T-Dolphin, Huo Shaoshan, Ghost Spider, Dugman and others are all looking at each other. I go. This Maien Nig, is that famous? Chapter 95. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Grand Line, the Holy Land Mary Geois. In a damp and dark prison. One person slumped on the ground. This person is naked to the upper body. He was wearing a pair of black denim shorts. A red bead necklace hung around his neck. Black hair. Madara has the finch on both cheeks. The left arm has a tattoo with the word, S. It's just that S hit a big cross. A crossed blue skull is pierced on the back. The skull also has a white beard in the shape of a crescent. Not bad. This person is not someone else. It was the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. The core figure of the war on top. Wong Luffy's righteous brother. The only son of One Piece Gore D. Roger. Portgas D. Ace. It's just that the current Ace has long lost its former glory. His whole body was full of scars. The whole person was embarrassed. Because of wearing seastone handcuffs. Makes Ace extremely weak. Not only can I not use Maramara Fruit's ability. Even the body is weak. But the most important thing is. Since learning that this is the Holy Land Mary Geois, Ace's heart has become more disturbed. I faintly feel that something is wrong. Blackbeard clearly defeated him. But it didn't kill him in the end. He also took him to the Holy Land Mary Geois. Obviously, Blackbeard must have some plans with the world government. But to talk about this plan. Except that Ace himself is the son of One Piece. Only the Whitebeard pirates behind Ace were left. Thought of this. For the first time, Ace regretted the decision to arrest Blackbeard without authorization. After all, his death is not a pity. It would be a big sin if it hurts Dad and them. Advertisement. At this moment, just listen to a click sound. The door of the prison was slowly opened. A ray of sunlight came in suddenly. The stabbing made Ace's eyes hurt for a while. This is understandable. I have been in this prison for 2 days. Ace was in the darkness. I couldn't open my eyes suddenly to see the sun being shining. But in the dim, Ace can still see a figure walking in slowly. Accompanied by the sound of crashing. The chain drew a series of sparks on the ground. Bang dang, sounded. The door that had just been opened closed again. Ace also saw clearly the appearance of the incoming person at this moment. But when he saw it clearly, Ace's face was puzzled. Because of the person in front of you. It turned out to be Marine. Regardless of the decent Marine dress you wear. Or the cloak of justice behind him. The identity of people in the future is clearly revealed. But the key is the Marine in front of him. The shackles on his hands are bigger than himself. The feet are also locked with chains. Ace thought he was the only repeat offender in this prison. But now, compared with the little brother in front of him, he has fallen into a disadvantage. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yes, little brother. After all, the Marine in front of me is really young. No matter how you look at it, he is no more than 20 years old. Similar to Luffy. Hello, Fire Fist Ace. A faint voice sounded. Maien stretched out his palm friendly to Ace. When Ace was following Maien. Maien is also watching Ace. It's really a trick of God. After all, Maien would never have thought that one day he could become a cellmate with Huaquan Ace. But if he let Huaquan Ace know that he had beaten Wong Luffy into that miserable situation before, the prison life must be very lively in the future. Hello there. Seeing Maien's hand stretched out, he wouldn't refuse with Ace's character. My name is Maien Nigel. It's the former Ensign Marine. Advertisement. Maien introduced herself. Former Lieutenant Marine. Ace frowned slightly. But when I thought of Maien's current situation, I was relieved. I shouldn't need to introduce myself. Ace smiled reluctantly. Of course. Maien nodded. After sitting on the ground. Speaking again. Do you know where Blackbeard is now? Blackbeard. Ace's eyes were cold, looking at Maien warily. How do you know him? That guy defeated you, how could he not know? Maien shrugged. The performance is very natural. What? You don't think I was with him? That's not enough. Ace shook his head decisively. He opened his mouth and replied. I only know that the guy handed me over to the world government. As for where I am now, I don't know. Maybe it's still in Mary Geoise, maybe it's elsewhere. Maien nodded silently. It's not a pity. I didn't expect Ace to know where Blackbeard was going. But I still have to ask. In case you know, Maien will have one more choice. Since Street. Charles Rose was punched to death. Maien knew that she was doomed. With the character of 5 elders, he wants to kill Maien soon. Fortunately, Aokiji stood up to protect him. Only then decided to imprison Maien in the jail of Mary Geoise, the holy place, to accompany Ace. The specific decision will be discussed after the world government and naval headquarters have discussed it. Although the so-called decision Maien can think of with her toes. Either die or be imprisoned for life. But if it's life imprisonment. For the heinous crime of killing celestial dragons by Maien, he must be imprisoned in the great deep sea prison Impel Down. In that way, Maien couldn't ask for it. It is precisely this idea. Maien didn't punch St. Charles Rose with a punch and chose to escape. Advertisement. After all, if Maien really wants to escape, it's row that 5 elders can't stop him either. The air door opened. Maien hides inside and doesn't come out. How can 5 elders be better? Anyway, the food and fresh water resources are abundant in the air gate. Maien is fine even if she hides in for half a year and doesn't come out. Think of it this way. Maien is the first time to sincerely thank Nico Robin. So, although Maien was detained in prison, but he didn't panic at all in his heart. Even if sentenced to death, it's okay. Anyway, the handcuffs holding Maien are not seastone handcuffs. Maien can use the power of the door fruit at any time. Ace next to him is different, relying on the ability of Mara fruit. It's good now. Seastone handcuffs. Stop cooking. Hey, Maien. At this moment, Ace's voice rang faintly in Maien's ear. Can I ask you a question? Of course can. Maien nodded cheerfully. As Marine, how come you were put in jail? Ace looked at Maien blankly. Curiously asked. What did you do? I didn't do anything, just killed a celestial dragons. Maien answered truthfully. Oh, it turned out to be. Huh. The pupils in Ace's eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. Looking at this little Marine brother who was about the same age as Luffy next to him, Ace's tone was full of disbelief. You killed celestial dragons. Correct. Maien nodded slightly. Quote. Ace was shocked and speechless. He looked down at Maien's huge shackles on his hands and feet and the thick chains of his arms. Nodded involuntarily. That's it. Chapter 96. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Haiyuan calendar 1522. Only 1 week has passed since the Judicial Island incident that shocked the world. And even more shocking news spread quickly throughout the world. This day, the sea, the land and the sky are all resounded deeply by a name. Everyone has this name deep in their minds, the depths of the sea. Maien Nigel, the only existence that has dared to kill celestial dragons throughout the ages. A thing that even the Pirate 4 Emperors dare not do. Maien Nigel did it. Grand Line, New World. The Moby Dick. A tall figure was drinking wine while looking at the newspaper in his hand. Even when drinking, this person's eyes were not willing to leave the newspaper half a minute. The newspaper published the news that Maien killed celestial dragons at the Holy Land Mary Geoise. The front page is marked with a series of exclamation points. First in history, lawless Marine Lieutenant Maien Nig. There is also Maien's photo on the cover of the newspaper. And the picture of celestial dragons at the time of the death of St. Charles. Goo la la la, I didn't expect such an interesting boy in Marine. The tall figure made a special laugh while raising his hand to wipe the wine stains from his mouth. Sengoku and Garp must be a headache. Grand Line, New World. Red Force. What a bold boy. Look at the newspaper in hand. One person made a heartfelt sigh. The man has red hair and 3 scars on his left eye. After reading the newspaper in his hand for the last time, he waved and threw it into the sea. Grand Line, New World. Cake Island. Mom, something happened. One raised the newspaper in his hand. He raised his head and said to the huge figure in front of him. But the huge figure just stuffed the cakes, snacks, candies, etc. piled up on the table into his mouth. I swallowed it without chewing. It doesn't even care about the newspaper in the hands of the people in front of him. Mom, Celestial Dragons was killed. Until the words faintly sounded. The huge figure can stop the action. Advertisement. He stretched out a big sweet and greasy hand to take the newspaper. While watching, he ate the sweets on the table frantically again. Grand Line, New World. The country of peace. A burly man sat on the big seat. Very tall and tall. The upper body is naked. Wearing a purple fluffy cloak. There are two big horns on the head. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, his face was gloomy. Maien Nig. The deep voice faintly sounded in the hall. Trigger echo. Grand Line, New World. Dressrosa. Foo. The unique laughter sounded, looking at the newspaper on the table. The mouth of the man sitting in the chair had already reached the base of his ears. This man has blonde hair. Wearing a pair of sunglasses. The upper body is wearing a pink feather coat. Wearing cropped leggings on the lower body. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Through the sunglasses, he locked his eyes tightly on the newspaper. It's not paying attention to Maien. Instead, he was concerned about the tragic death of St. Charles Rose. Ah, it's terrible. Poor celestial dragons. Grand Line. An unknown sea area. Thief ha. Accompanied by the harsh laughter, the newspaper in his hand slowly fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, I thought it was the news that Ace was arrested in the newspaper. Unexpectedly, it was even more terrifying news. The speaker was missing a few teeth in his mouth. The appearance is rough, with thick hair on the body. The body is burly. Skin color. She has black hair and fluffy hair. Wearing a black hat. Advertisement. There are two necklaces on the neck. Bracelets are tied on the wrists of both hands. Different styles of jewelry rings are also worn on the 10 fingers. 3 flintlocks are pinned to the waist on the left side. There is a bottle of strong rum stuffed around the waist on the right side. Wearing a black coat. No buttons. The slightly plump chest was exposed. I've been walking a few days late if I knew this. If you stay at Mary Geoy's for a few more days, you might be able to see this scene with your own eyes. Thief ha. The harsh laughter sounded again. Grand Line, New World. Marineg 1 branch. Accompanied by the thick smoke of hulala and the sound of drip sirens. A warship quickly left. A middle-aged man wearing a marine cap stands on the deck. Fold your arms around your chest and look forward. The eyes are sharp. His face is even more determined. Thinking of the news in the newspaper, the middle-aged man's brows frowned. Come here. The middle-aged man shouted. In. A marine soldier hurried over and raised his hand to salute the middle-aged man. Passing my word, no matter what, you must rush to the Holy Land Mary Geoy's in the shortest possible time. The middle-aged man's words were full of determination. The tone is even more unwavering. Zero ask for flowers. Yes, Lord Sakazuki. The marine soldier was shocked. After saluting again, he hurried to convey this order to all marine soldiers on the warship. Maien Nigel. His lips murmured a few words. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. A flash of light passed quickly. Grand Line. Sunny. Hey, Luffy, Zoro, come and see. Usopp yelled, waving the newspaper in his hand. What's happenin'? Hear Usopp's yelling. Advertisement. All the crew members of the Straw Hat Pirate group gathered around in an instant. Luffy was even more impatient. Stretched his arms and snatched the newspaper from Usopp's hands. Take a closer look. The whole person was stunned immediately. Huh, how could it be him? Isn't this the strange marine soldier on Judicial Island? Zero. Looking at the newspaper in Luffy's hand, Sanji also had an incredible face. Maien Nigel. Zoro's brows frowned for an instant. This guy dares to kill celestial dragons. Frankie's eyes widened. The tone was full of disbelief. It's weird. Chopper touched his antlers. With a puzzled look. As a marine, this guy doesn't kill us on Judicial Island, but kills celestial dragons in Mary Geoy's. Who knows what's going on? Nami spread his hands, and his brain was blank. Damn it. Wong Luffy gritted his teeth bitterly. I wanted to ask this guy about Robin's whereabouts. Speaking of which, Wong Luffy's eyes lit up suddenly, and he immediately raised his arms and shouted. Hey, guys, shall we go to Mary Geoy's? Are you crazy? Go to hell. Roll. That's Mary Geoy's. Sorry, I'm sick of not being able to go to Mary Geoy's. Cursing sounded one after another. Wong Luffy's face was immediately pulled into a big pie. Screams again and again. Haiyuan calendar 1522. Marine Lieutenant Maien Nig followed Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji to the Holy Land Mary Geoy's. Originally, He performed the official duties of transferring Huaquan Ace from Mary Geoise to Impel Down. However, Mary Geoise clashed with celestial dragons Charles Rose Street. This resulted in the most famous heinous event in the Great Pirate Age. Maien Niger has been famous all over the world since then. Historically known as the Celestial Dragons Killing Event. P.S. Although you may not believe that, this chapter is really difficult to write, and it has held me back for 3 hours. B. Chapter 97. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Oh, I got it. Listen to you, that celestial dragons really deserve to die. Mary Geoise's prison. After hearing what happened, Ace immediately nodded and said, looking at Maien in front of him. Ace's eyes are already full of respect at this moment. Although you are Marine, I am a pirate. But Maien, you are really good. If you let the old man see him, he will definitely want you to be his son. Let's forget it. Maien's face froze, and she waved her hand quickly. It's not that I look down on Whitebeard and scrupulously Marine's identity. It's being a traverser. A literate man with 9 years of compulsory education. Maien with modern ideas. For such a thing as a godfather. It is really unbearable. Haha, I just said that. 840 Ace doesn't care. Smiled and said. Not to mention you are Marine. Simply saying that we are like this now, even running away is an extravagant hope. How can we talk about letting the old man recognize you as a son? Ace puts his arms around Maien's shoulders. Said while laughing. But even so, Maien can still feel a trace of sadness from Ace's words. The big hands around his shoulders also trembled slightly. But about this, Maien can only pretend that he doesn't know anything. As the core figure of the war on top, Ace still cannot be touched. Although since I came to this prison, I have been a cellmate with Ace. Maien feels that Ace is really good. But the point is, if Maien dares to rescue Ace, One Piece's worldview is afraid that it will collapse immediately. Advertisement. Of course, this is not the most important thing. Maien even dared to kill celestial dragons Charles Rose. It's not impossible that One Piece's worldview collapses. It's not that I can't live anymore. The important thing is, Maien's corpse collection plan is in progress. Whitebeard's shock fruit is also part of it. And only there is a war on the top, Whitebeard will die. So the human heart is really unpredictable. Ace regards Maien as a good friend. Maien is looking forward to his father's death sooner. Maien, can you answer me a question? Ace's voice faintly sounded. The tone revealed an unprecedented dignity. Of course. Feeling Ace's solemn tone, Maien's expression also became serious. If you were sentenced to death, would you think it was the right thing for you to be born? Ace looked at Maien eagerly. Of course. Maien nodded without hesitation. And this is indeed Maien's truth. Maien in the previous life was just a fat house. Have been messing around. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Never live a good day. But since crossing into the world of One Piece, Maien has a very fulfilling life every day. Even in the first 2 years of obscurity on Judicial Island. Maien has also been exercising. And after getting the absorption fruit, Maien defeated Straw Hat Crew. The regiment destroyed all CP9 members. From the battle, I experienced the feeling of enthusiasm. Also killed Spandam to prevent the killing order from happening. It can be regarded as protecting the Marine soldiers on Judicial Island in disguise. Later it was favored by Aokiji. I also met Kizaru and Garp. Defeated the Weasel. Become the first second lieutenant to be promoted to 5 consecutive ranks since Marine was founded. Advertisement. Not to mention the Holy Land Mary Geoise. First kill celestial dragons Charles Rose Saint. He became a cellmate with Huaquan Ace. The most important is, Maien also has a dream to fight for. Famous in the world. The name of Beagle D. Roger is even more resounding. Although I don't know if it can be done in the end. But Maien will live his life for this. Even if you can't do it in the end. Maien would only regret. Can regret the word. Maien has never appeared since he crossed into this world. Even if Maien is dead now, he will not regret everything he has done. Although the decision is not with me. But coming to this world is definitely the most correct thing in my life. Maien's answer was very firm. Staring at Ace's eyes while speaking. So good. Ace exclaimed sincerely. From Maien's eyes. Ace sees unprecedented brilliance. I feel a little envious in my heart. What about you, Ace? Maien asked rhetorically. Do you think it was the right thing for you to be born? I don't know. Zero. Ace's eyes darkened. Weakly shook his head and said. You may not believe me that way. But this is really true. Maien, me, since I was born into this world, I have been thinking about this problem. It's just that I haven't found the answer yet. You will find it, Maien said. Hope so. Ace smiled reluctantly. Advertisement. Only when Maien was comforting him and didn't care. Although Maien is not a person who will comfort others. After all, he has been telling the truth. Just then. Just listen to the click. The door of the prison was slowly opened. A ray of sunlight came in instantly. Ace stabbed again and couldn't open his eyes. But Maien was indifferent. After all, Maien has lived for 2 years on Judicial Island, the city that never sleeps. I have long been used to the sun. But even so. See the figure appearing at the prison gate. Maien was still taken aback. Although the moment the prison door opened, Maien already guessed what the incoming person wanted to do. There is no doubt. Must be here to interrogate him. Although it is a bit embarrassing to say that. But Maien is indeed more important than Fire Fist Ace now. Even, Maien killed celestial dragons for the crime of Charles Rose Street. It is more victorious than the crimes committed by the 4 emperors of New World. Not to mention that people all over the world now know this. Naval headquarters and Mary Geois must give Maien judgment in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, both the status of celestial dragons and the situation of Mary Geois will become precarious. There are two. So, Maien had also thought in her mind who the interrogator would be while in prison. But Maien never thought it would be this person. After all, looking at the figure in front of the gate, Maien slowly looked at Ace behind him. As predicted. At this moment, the pupils in Ace's eyes have shrunk into pinpoints. Looking at the familiar figure in front of the gate, the voice became trembling unconsciously. Master. Grandpa. Chapter 98. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Baihu with white hair. The body is burly. The figure that appeared at the gate of Mary Geois prison. It is Ace's grandfather. Marine Legend Lieutenant General. Monkey D. Garp. Ta ta ta. Heavy footsteps sounded. Garp walked down the stairs. Come in front of Maien and Ace. Through the incoming sunlight, Maien can clearly see this moment. The pupils in Garp's eyes trembled slightly. The atmosphere briefly fell into a dead silence. For a time, neither Garp nor Ace spoke. 2. Being in this situation right now, Garp and Ace have nothing to say. One marine, one pirate. The difference in position determines everything from the beginning. Besides, the main purpose of Garp's coming to prison is to interrogate Maien. Of course, the actual purpose is obvious. Anyway, he is the grandson raised by himself. It doesn't matter whether it is pro or not. The feelings are there from beginning to end. At this point, from the moment the door opens, the phrase, Grandpa, that Ace blurted out directly can be seen. And this must be the reason why 09 Garp is here. Even just a glance, one more look is also another look. Even if it is a sound, one more call is also one. Ah, you two little guys. Advertisement. Garp finally broke the silence. Reach out a big hand, one left and one right. While purring the heads of Maien and Ace, he said. It really turned the world upside down. Quote. Feel the big warm hand on his head. A cloud of mist immediately appeared in Ace's eyes. Maien looked at Garp speechlessly. After all, Maien is not Garp's grandson. The two had met before. Such a relationship. Garp snores now. Maien's head makes Maien feel awkward. More importantly, this old man Garp eats senbei all day without washing his hands. Said it was snoring Maien's head. In fact, it is to wipe Maien's hair with senbei mousse. As predicted, Garp snores for a while. Maien's hair instantly became shiny. The light is reflected in the sunlight. Maien rolled his eyes immediately. Hey, boy, what is the look in your eyes? After catching Maien's eyes, Garp raised his fist and yelled, sad face, read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Don't think that you are now a new marine hero and I dare not beat you. Marine's new hero. Maien was taken aback when he heard the words. Ace also raised his head. Don't you know? Garp lowered his fist. While picking up his nose, he said. Since knowing the reason you killed the bastard of St. Charles Rose. All marine soldiers from Marin Vandor have come to Sengoku to intercede for you. Gion, T. Dolphin, Huo Shaoshan, Ghost Spider, Dugman, Weasel, they didn't say it clearly, but you don't think you deserve to die when you look at it. Kuzan and Crane are also trying to find a way for you. Even Pelusolino feels a pity that you are dead. As for the old man, I decided to help you for the sake of Kirby and Balloon. Otherwise you would have died a long time ago. Advertisement. Maien looked embarrassed. Ever since Garp picked his nose with his hands. Maien's eyes cannot be separated from Garp's big nose pickling hand. If I remember correctly, Garp seemed to snore Maien's head with this hand just now. Thought of this, Maien has the urge to shave her head. Although at this moment he should express his gratitude to Garp. But this was also expected by Maien. And this is one of the main reasons why Maien didn't choose to escape after killing St. Charles. After all, the actions of celestial dragons Charles Rose Saint are indeed very excessive. Of course, shooting the little guard is not a big deal. But St. Charles shouldn't let Admiral Aokiji, who is naval headquarters, kneel in public. Thus, St. Charles Rose is equivalent to giving a resounding slap to all marines in this world. The dignity of celestial dragons cannot be challenged. But the dignity of Admiral of headquarters can't be ignored, right? This is precisely what determines Maien's verdict. The death penalty or life imprisonment sounds no difference. But in fact there are still some differences. If the world government sentenced Maien to death, it means that Maien's killing of celestial dragons Charles Rose Saint is completely wrong. Thus, St. Charles Roth became a completely innocent person in disguise. Can Charles Rose Saint innocent? Let Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji kneel in public. Is St. Charles's behavior completely correct? Thus, who wants to be a marine? Why should all Marine soldiers of Marine Vandor intercede with Sengoku for Maien? Not for Maien, but for themselves. The same is true for Marine lieutenant generals such as Gion, T-Dolphin, Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, Dugman, and Weasel. If celestial dragons regard Admiral of Headquarters as a lackey, are these Marine lieutenants not as good as running dogs? Kizaru has never been in love with things. But this matter also intervened. Advertisement. Why? It's simple. He is also Admiral of Headquarters. If the behavior of Saint Charles letting Aokiji kneel down is completely correct. So next time if there is a second celestial dragons to make Kizaru kneel down. Does he Kizaru kneel or not? The three old men Garp, Crane, and Sengoku couldn't be indifferent to this. It is not terrible to sentence Maien to death. The terrible thing is that it hurts all Marines' hearts. The world suffers celestial dragons for a long time. So is Marine. The celestial dragons incident was just a fuse. Maien is just a reason. But he carried the anger of the world on his back. Burdened with Marine, all ordinary people in this world are angry with the celestial dragons, the world's noblemen. When the warship came to Mary Geoise before, why did Aokiji warn Maien not to act rashly? Obviously, Aokiji has long known that Mary Geoise's celestial dragons will find them about Marine. Because before that, all Marines who have boarded Mary Geoise have been treated unfairly by celestial dragons. In the eyes of celestial dragons, Marine is a running dog. Even people like Sengoku and Garp. But even so, Mary Geoise has not had a conflict between Marine and celestial dragons in so many years. But it's not that I don't want to. But not dare. Nowadays, the incident happened. One Marine did a lot of things that Marine wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Kill a celestial dragons. To this, Marine was furious on the surface. But in fact, everyone's heart is stealing joy. Deserve it. Chapter 99. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Think so. Maien really wants to thank Charles Rose Saint. After all, a stupid person like Charles Street. Charles is really rare. Although Mary Geoise's celestial dragons are all a virtue. But other people still have brains. Charles Rose Saint is different. This can also be seen from the original work. During the World Summit, this guy tried to snatch the White Star Princess from the Fishman Island. In contrast, it would be a shame to make Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji kneel down. Hey, when I heard what the old man said, you kid wouldn't be touched at all. Seeing Maien still looked indifferent. Garp immediately dissatisfied. No need to be moved. Maien shook her head decisively. As Marine, we just did what Marine should do. For justice. Quote. Garp narrowed his eyes slightly. After a while, he grinned. He put his arms around Maien's shoulders and said. Haha, Gai Kuzan, he really picked up a treasure. Boy, just say this to you. The old man will never let you die. In Garp's laughter, Maien was speechless again. He turned his head and looked at Garp's big hand with his arm around his shoulder. If I remember correctly, this should be the one Garp used to pick up the nose. This is just great. Hair not only has to be shaved. The clothes have to be changed too. Great Maien. Ace on the side was also very happy to hear this. Although it didn't take long to get along. But Ace has already regarded Maien as his friend. And Ace knows who his grandfather is. If you say it, you will do it. Ha ha ha. Ace put his arms around Maien's shoulders and laughed. Advertisement. Maien just left Garp and right Ace. Hugged tightly by the big hands of this pair of grandparents. The laughter of these two people are also in the ears. Maien's face was already speechless. But he can only choose to accept this. Although this scene is more weird. According to the logical thinking of normal people. I really don't understand what is so funny about Ace and Garp right now. But the point is, Ace and Garp are not normal people. Same as Wong Luffy. It's all a virtue. La la la. Ace and Garp hummed happily. I just wanted to bring Maien to a three-person chorus. Maien immediately said, Lord Admiral, should we go now? Oh yes. Garp slapped his forehead suddenly, before he remembered. I want to take you to arraignment. Quote. Maien couldn't help but curl his mouth. He thought that Garp remembered it. Ever thought Garp forgot all about it? Think of it this way. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Maien is really curious about how strong Garp is. Otherwise, why can such a person become a lieutenant general of Marine? Enduring in Marine for many years. Even if the son is the world's #1 criminal. My grandson is a pirate who offers a reward of over 100 million. If the adopted grandson is the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. Garp is still a legendary Marine hero. Thought of this. Maien glanced at Garp's fist silently. At this moment. Garp also patted Maien on the shoulder. Let's go. Take you to meet 5 old men. Finished. Garp walked towards the prison door first. Don't even say hello to Ace. Advertisement. 5 old men. Maien was taken aback when he heard the words. But there was a sudden movement in my heart. Could it be 5 elders? Hey, kid, hurry up. Maien is still thinking. There was a sudden urging sound from Garp. While speaking, he waved his fist in his hand. Can't come again. I'm coming. He waved at Ace behind him. Maien hurried forward. Bang dang. The door of the prison was closed again. Ace's eyes suddenly darkened, and at this moment, Maien has walked out of the prison gate. Suddenly Garp's eye circles were red. Lord Admiral, are you okay? Maien asked deliberately. Of course it's okay. Garp shook his head quickly. Then bitterly gritted his teeth. I knew that, no matter what I said, I wouldn't let Ace be a pirate. That bastard Whitebeard. Ace was asked to be the captain of him. Lord Admiral, it's actually a good idea for Ace to be the captain of Whitebeard. Maien said. Fart. Garp frowned and raised his fist again. What are the benefits of Ace being the captain of Whitebeard? Ace is no good, but you do, Lieutenant General. Maien smiled mysteriously. What good is the old man? Garp frowned. You should know that Whitebeard regards his crew as his sons. Ace also calls Whitebeard daddy. Maien said lightly. Backquote so what? Garp looked confused. Lord General, you are Ace's grandfather. Advertisement. Whitebeard is Ace's father, but you are Ace's grandfather. Maien reminded. In terms of this relationship, Whitebeard has to call you daddy if he wants to see you. Quote. Garp was taken aback when he heard this. I can't recover for a while. Stay still and rub your chin for a while. Be careful with your fingers and forget it carefully. Ace is my grandson. I'm Ace's grandfather. Whitebeard is. Huh. Ouch. Correct. Boy Maien, you are right. Counting this, the old man, even if he is not Whitebeard's father, is a generation older than him. Garp patted his forehead. Eyes are shining brightly. Suddenly discovered such a big bargain. Garp felt relieved even if he was sad. And this is exactly what Maien wants. Garp begged Maien anyway. Ace regards Maien as a real friend. Although unable to respond. But it can make Garp feel better. It's always better. Maien shrugged and said again. The most important thing is that you did not deliberately take advantage of your advantage, Lieutenant General. Whitebeard took the initiative to let Ace be his son. In this way, Lieutenant Admiral, you have become Whitebeard's dad passively. No matter how you say it, no wonder you. Yes, you are right. Garp nodded and laughed. Ha ha ha. Good boy, you are really interesting. Speaking of this, Garp reached out and patted Maien on the shoulder. The tone was slightly serious and said. Thanks. It's okay. Maien smiled awkwardly. Unexpectedly, it was discovered by Garp. Just then, Maien suddenly felt a hot gaze staring at herself behind her. Mao. Chapter 100. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A red dress. Wear a cloak of justice. Wear a marine cap. No need on the surface. With a cigar in his mouth. Under the clouds and fog. His eyes fixed on Maien. Even if they are far apart, Maien can also feel a heat wave coming. The comber is not someone else. It is one of Marine's 3 admiral. Those with the ability of lava fruit. Akainu Sakazuki. After the celestial dragons killing incident broke out. The whole world is shaking. Marine's side has become a mess of porridge. Although 5 elders is eager to defend the dignity of celestial dragons. Kill Maien soon. But due to the turbulence within Marine, 5 elders also had to proceed with caution. In addition, Admiral Aokiji vowed to protect him to the death. 5 elders can only borrow the name of the world government. Urgently call the Sengoku of the Naval Headquarters Marshal Buddha. Marine Chief Staff Crane. Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp. Marine Admiral Kizaru Pelusalino. And Akainu Sakazuki went to the Holy Land Mary Geoise for discussion. Among this, everyone else arrived at Mary Geoise early. Only Akainu guards Marineg 1 branch. It will take some time to reach Mary Geoise. So, when Maien saw Akainu appear after Mary Geoise, it immediately understood 5 elders' plans. Garp said clearly in prison. This time the arraignment, together with Garp, Aokiji, Suru, and Sengoku are all on Maien's side. Even Kizaru is the same. To some extent, Marine is already a piece of iron. But it's different when Akainu comes. Akainu pursues the concept of complete justice. All those who break the law must die. Advertisement. For him, Maien killed celestial dragons Charles Rose Saint. It's the death penalty at all. The idea of 5 elders coincides. As predicted, Akainu saw Maien's first sentence. He expressed his intention very clearly. Maien Nig, Marine doesn't need soldiers like you. It's not up to you whether you need it or not, Sakazuki. Garp stepped forward. Keep Maien behind him tightly. Looking at Akainu blankly. Mr. Garp, as a marine hero, why should he favor such a person? Akainu said every word. The old man is just doing everything Marine wants him to do. How can you be partial? Garp folded his arms around his chest. All Marines. Akainu frowned, looking down at Maien. In this way, Marine really needs to clean up. Let's say this when you become Marshal Marine. Maien, let's go. After speaking, Garp walked forward with his arms around Maien's shoulders. Ignore Akainu at all. Akainu can't help it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Garp is a marine hero. Great achievements. Even Akainu has a 3-point respect for Garp. Even at this moment. But looking at Maien behind Garp, Akainu didn't have a good face. But the problem is, Maien didn't give Akainu a good face either. How does Akainu look at him? Maien looks at Akainu just the way. Joke. Akainu tried to kill Maien. What else does Maien dare not do? That's right. Marine does not need soldiers like me. But there is no need for an admiral like you. Looking at Akainu's hot eyes. Advertisement. Maien looked disdainful. The whole person tried his best to show that you would kill me if you have the ability. See this. Akainu's face became gloomy in an instant. The gloved hands suddenly clenched into fists. There was a lot of heat from all over. But at this moment, Akainu could only watch Maien swagger into the world government behind Garp. That proud gesture. No one looks like a criminal about to be tried. Instead, it looks like a senior official of the world government. Maien Nigel. Akainu's eyes narrowed slightly. The roots are clenched. At the same time, the lobby of the world government headquarters. 5 elders sit side by side in the main seat. His face was gloomy. People can't see what they are thinking. 2 rows of guest seats on the left and right. Sitting respectively Aokiji, Kizaru, Crane, Sengoku. The atmosphere is relatively silent. The needle drop in the whole hall can be heard. With the exception of Kizaru, his legs are upright. It's still that kind of self-satisfied slinger. The others are all sitting in jeopardy. At this moment, the voice of Bala 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 sounded. The bald old man, one of the 5 elders, frowned slightly. Take the phone worm out of his pocket and press the answer button. There was a respectful voice from the phone bug. Echoing endlessly in the huge hall. Report, Lieutenant General Garp has brought Maien Nig here. Sakazuki Admiral has also arrived. Let them in. The bald old man said. Yes, there was a voice from the phone worm. Immediately listen to the click. The door of the hall was slowly opened. The first person is Garp. Behind him is Maien in handcuffs and ankle chains. Finally is Akainu. Advertisement. And the moment the door opened, everyone's eyes were locked on Maien. Aokiji stood up with a swish. His eyes fixed on Maien. Slightly guilty on the face. Kizaru still slumped in the chair. But the corner of his mouth raised a smile at Maien. Sengoku and Crane looked at each other. All saw a pity in each other's eyes. Although the 2 of them only met Maien for the first time. But whether it's Sengoku or Crane, everyone knows very well that the young man in front of him is a talent. At least, they saw the justice in Maien. Only Maien killed celestial dragons. Even if he does not die, he will be sentenced to life imprisonment. It's impossible to play for Marine anyway. Look at the expressions of Sengoku and others. 5 elders' face was as dark as the bottom of the pot. Fortunately, Akainu also walked in at this moment. Only then did 5 elders' face ease slightly. But at this moment, Garp slapped Maien on the shoulder. Standing in the middle of the hall. Looking up at the 5 elders in front of him, he said. Hey, tell you something in advance. This kid, my old man is in Baoding. The hall was already empty. Garp has a loud voice. Suddenly shout. Countless echoes immediately rang out from the entire hall. Baoding, Baoding, Baoding. Under countless echoes, Sengoku froze. Kizaru laughed. Aokiji's eyes lit up. Crane shook his head helplessly. Akainu's eyes narrowed slightly. 5 elders' face was darker than the bottom of the pot instantly. Garp laughed. Laughter is endless. Shock.